People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation.
Messenger and SMS. Business process optimization.
Customer experience.
Inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Hello from Walnut Creek, California. This is the future of e-commerce. Hey everybody, this is Derek Haney. That was me earlier this morning on my morning run. I felt like I had to share that with you because I know it's not sunny in every part of the world and it was a beautiful day out today. Thank you so much for joining me. If you can hear me now in chat, whether you're watching on Hey Summit, which is our service, our marketing21.ecommercetech.io tool, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, if you can type in the comments below where you're listening to me from, that'll help us better understand who we're talking to. really looking forward to an action-packed day today. We have a bunch of amazing sponsors, sessions. We're going to really cover not a lot of things on what worked in marketing. We're covering all the things that will work in marketing in the future, a lot of tools and tactics that you may have never heard of or thought of, and really things that are going to innovate. And I think there's going to be a lot of mind-blowing stuff going on here today. So I'm really excited for this. Here, I can put my face on over here. Aha. So many cool things we could do in here. Look, I can go a little bit zoomed into me because you don't need to see all those logos the entire time. So some housekeeping before we get right into it. Everything here will be available for you on demand on our YouTube page. Just give us about 24 to 48 hours to get it up there. We'll send you an email afterwards linking to the sessions. We also, let me see if I can put this in the comments right now, have a page with all of the show notes on it. And one of my team members is working very tirelessly to make sure that if there's any links or screenshots or information that you missed from a speaker or a session, you can put them right here into the show notes. I'm going to share that with you here now. All right, what else do we got? So the format today is a little bit different if you've attended some of our past events. We are going to do what I'm calling tech showcases, which I'm really excited to introduce. These are essentially, I want to warn you, I say they're demos of tech products. And you might be thinking, Derek, we don't want to see demos of tech products. And I'm like, this is exactly the problem, right? We don't want to be in long, boring demos. But what we did is we handpicked a couple of really innovative technologies, and they're just going to show us how the tech works. I'm talking about augmented reality, I'm talking about conversational commerce, all through a SMS text marketing bot. And I'm talking about a platform that actually creates video ad content and tests it versus each other to understand which ads are going to be the top performing for you. And so you'll see those tech showcases as we go through the day, intertwined with a bunch of amazing sessions, content, and tactics for you to learn from and hopefully execute on in your business. All right, let's see. Has anybody commented? Where are you guys tuning in from? I know we've got about 20 people live right now, over 600 people registered for the event, and I expect a lot of people to be coming and going throughout the day. Pick your favorite sessions, etc. But we will have all this again on demand for you. We will also have a link to some of the speaker slides, just to let you know. Okay, really quick, I have, as we're talking about tools and technology, and if you've attended our events in the past, our events are a little bit different than others because we really do think about two things that I don't think a lot of events are always keen on. The first one is the tech landscape and what's going on and how is it changing. And then the second one is the actual future of e-commerce. Like I said, we're not talking about the past. We're talking about the things that are on the cutting edge and the new tactics, even the new channels that we can bring into our business and stay relevant for the future. So one of the things I wanted to throw out at you today is if you could imagine a place where you could go in which you could discover, you could research, and you could find the right technology tools so that you can stay on top of the trends. That place, it does exist. It's called ecommercetech.io, and we work tirelessly to demo, test out tools, and review them for you. You can check it out at ecommercetech.io. It's completely free. You can book a free consult with me, Derek Haney. We are talking to merchants, building a roadmap of their tech tool stacks and helping them choose which tools to test out, choose which tools might be better integrated with their stack, and also making sure that the tool stack that they have is cohesive and there aren't any gaps in it. Okay, so that's the plug on me. Let's bring it back to the slides. We do have our amazing sponsors, and I want to give a special shout out to 3 of them. We have Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. If you have over about 500 customer service inquiries, if you have a dedicated customer service rep, if you're on Shopify or Magento now, you have to be using Gorgeous. They are, I don't say this very often, but they are one of the best and fastest growing e-commerce help desks out there. They have AI and automation that you're going to hear about in a little bit that make their platform just really tough to beat in the space. And Gorgeous goes hand in hand with one of our other sponsors, HelpFlow, which is live chat, 24/7 live chat for your store. They are the support agents, and they will help you really ensure that you're increasing your conversion rate. They have really unique strategies for converting users and ensuring that you're presenting customers with the most information on the site. And so if you have gorgeous on one side, you have helpful, increasing conversion rate. And then the third tool to add to that stack is our third main sponsor of the show, Recart, which is the messenger marketing platform for e-commerce. And really, these three tools work really flawlessly together. They all integrate with each other. Recart messenger marketing is obviously a tool that we can use to increase conversion rate. We can put abandoned carts through Messenger. We can also have conversations, a lot of conversations through Messenger. And so I think it's important to think about, we're thinking about how to bring our business to the next level. Maybe you're at $1 million and growing quickly. You tie these three tools together and you can really increase conversion rate on your site. And of course, we've got a lot of other sponsors that I'd love to give shouts out to in the future, but we've got to continue on with the show. So that's it from me for now. I'm going to pass it to my co-host, Chloe Thomas. If you guys don't know, Chloe recently 100 most influential people in e-commerce, voted 100 most influential people in e-commerce. She's written 3 books, right, Chloe? 3 books on e-commerce and e-commerce marketing. 5 books. I was so close. And she's the host of the e-commerce master plan podcast, and she's got her finger on the pulse of e-commerce. So I will go ahead and here, I'll turn this off. Chloe, we'll add you to the stream and let's make it fair here. Chloe, how's it going?
Hello, Derek. It's very cool to be here. Still getting over the top 100 thing. To be on any list that has Jeff Bezos on it is just a little bit crazy to my mind.
It's quite awesome. I'm stoked for you. And the 5 books. Let's talk about the books really quick before we get into the sessions. Show them to me. I know they're right behind you here.
I've even got them. If I lean over, oh no, if I lean, you can see the dirt behind me. I'll sit back out this way. That's better. That looks tidier, doesn't it, when I'm blocking the crazy? So there's 5 of them, but there are 3 which are really relevant and really up to date, which are e-commerce marketing, which is, if I can find it, that one there. That's the most recent one. It's been top of the bestseller list in the UK since November 2019. So it's survived COVID, you could say. How to get traffic that buys to your website. So it's all about marketing methods, how to approach your marketing, how to make your marketing work, and kind of gives you the information you need if you're trying to manage agencies, trying to build a team. It's that what you need to know so as not to screw up, basically, on the marketing front. Then customer persuasion is all about the customer journey. And then B2B e-commerce master plan is, we don't do a lot to promote it, but it seems to be being picked up by a lot of D2C and D2C wannabes at the moment. So yeah, those are the three most popular ones.
Amazing. And before I pass it to you, I just remembered I forgot to talk and plug our future events. If you're watching this now, we are currently at the Future of E-commerce Marketing down here. We have 8 more events planned this year, and I look forward to seeing you at whichever ones you feel apply the most to your business. If you're in fashion and apparel, we are launching this event actually today, I think. So, and there'll be some emails going out next week. So you hear about it, you'll be able to sign up. Again, another free event. AI, this one's going to be for the larger brands that really want to bring artificial intelligence to the core of their business. And I could talk for days on that. Retention and loyalty, obviously very important in our business. Social media, digitally native vertical brands, future of e-commerce global, that's international expansion. But Black Friday, Cyber Monday, best practices, always kind of a relevant topic as we ramp up for the biggest time of the year, and our leadership summit. Okay, those are the events. I hope to see you at a future one. Chloe, I'll pass it to you and let you introduce our first guest.
Marvelous. Thank you, Derek. So great to be here chatting to all of you, and I'm going to be here guiding you through the next couple of hours as we meet a number of very, very interesting and intriguing speakers with some great topics coming up. We're going to be starting off with how to improve things on your own website, which I know from my many years of talking to e-commerce business owners, it's always, I'm sure there's something wrong with the site, but what is it? And this next session is going to help you identify some really key things you can be improving. So our guest is Anne Thomas, who, a lady in e-commerce with the surname Thomas, how can you go wrong, quite frankly? I can see her laughing off screen there, so she's liking that. So over the last 12 years, Anne's worked as a web developer on a huge range of different projects. And 8 years ago, she immersed herself in the world of Shopify, which I'm sure we'll all agree is a terribly good choice. She last year launched Shop Critique to help merchants like you guys improve their Shopify sites. via their audits that they do, and also via the honest feedback that they give. Because let's face it, when we want someone to critique our website, we want the honest truth, don't we? We don't want someone to just tell us what they think we want to hear. To enable all that, and constantly running performance tests and swatting up on the latest UX research. So I am really looking forward to skipping past doing all that research and learning the key things we need to know from Anne today. So let's get her up on screen with me now. Hello, Anne. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. Excited to be here.
It's very cool to have you here as well. Shall I let you get into this? Should we get your slides up and set you off? Right. It's all yours, Anne. Off you go.
Thank you. Oh, I'm excited. So what I'm going to be talking about today is really to share with everyone just the knowledge that we have found in doing many of these site audits. We only run them on Shopify, but a lot of the advice and things that we have found can be applicable to many different sites, whether you're on Magento or Shopify or BigCommerce or wherever you're running your e-commerce store. So I would say that this is really, and I'm coming at it from a developer perspective, but also, so there's going to be some SEO, best practices, also just, conversion rate optimization, just things that we see over and over and over. And so I just want to be able to tell people, hey, this is some, low-hanging fruit. If you haven't done these basic 10 things, if you have sort of are running into this, these are some things that are really definitely going to help right away. So let's get started. Okay, so first things first is text and images. And this we see a ton because, there are programs out there like Canva and, just simple Photoshop or Figma or Sketch or anything like that, where you have complete control and sort of dragging and dropping and moving things around, and you have that text embedded directly in the image. So it looks fantastic when you see it on your desktop view. The problem with this is that Google, while they are very, very smart, and they are working on this in terms of being able to read text embedded in images, they are not there yet. So what ends up happening is that you may have, a 50% off sale or incredible descriptions of all of your product features. If they're embedded directly into that image, a search engine isn't going to be able to pick up on that and isn't going to be able to index that in the search results. So that's definitely something to be aware of. Another thing that we commonly see, and this is very bad for conversions, is the text and images. When someone is looking at it on their desktop on a large screen, it looks fantastic. And then they may not look at it on mobile. And so when that image actually gets shrunk down to mobile, that text, that smaller text, maybe a subheading or pre-heading or what have you, it looked great on a large view, but as soon as you shrink it down to mobile, it is impossible to read. You cannot see what it says on a smaller device. So that's something that is very common. And also, a lot of times people aren't using alt text, which is terrible for screen readers. So alt text is alternative text, which is meant for people that can't have some sort of visual impairment, that are going to be using a screen reader to actually interact with your site. So if you're not using alt text and all of your text is in these images, then they're missing out on a huge chunk of information. So that would be the number one thing, or the first thing on the list of trouble spots that we've seen. So I'm going to pop over to the next one. All right. So this is becoming less and less common as people have, are using themes or templates that have filters built in, but we still see it. We still see it. And that is having a very large inventory. It's great. You have lots of products that you're selling, but you have absolutely no filters. So instead, someone has to just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and try to find what they're looking for. So especially if you're selling clothing and you don't have a way to narrow down by size, by the colors, whether there's reviews, these are all really excellent ways to help people discover what they're looking for. And if you don't have filters, and if people, they may know your brand and they may love it, but if they can't find what they're looking for, they're just going to leave and try to find it somewhere else. So definitely having filters, at the very, very least, have sorting. So filtering is where you're going to remove some of the products and just leave some behind. So for example, only show me, the color red. Sorting is where you're going to be actually sorting by, okay, show me the newest first, show me the best selling, show me, the price high to low. So when you have the ability to show what by recency and also by best selling, you are really targeting two different people, and they're very important people to target, which is people who are brand new to the site and are looking for, okay, what do people like that they've purchased here before, and those who have come to the site before and are looking for something that's brand new. I'd also recommend having that as like a collection of products as well. But again, coming back to large inventory, no filters is something that you definitely want to avoid. Okay. Again, this one, hopefully most people, I'm just going to adjust got a little sun happening there. Okay, there we go. I can see properly. So vague product description. Oh my gosh, product descriptions are difficult to write. They definitely are. You have to make sure that you're including all of the information about your product. Something to always remember when people are coming to the site, they have to know what they're actually buying, So make sure that you use bullet points. If you have huge sort of product, like a paragraph of just text, a block of text, very rarely people will sit there and read through that. So bullet points to easily scan. Always include your sizing info and the dimensions of the product. And don't repeat the same description on multiple products. It becomes really difficult for customers to wayfind around to different products if they are reading the exact same description that they just read on another page. So just definitely something to keep in mind, that you always want to make sure that you're putting as much information into the product description as possible, but also making it digestible by having bullet points and so on. This is, again, something that we see, and this is also very common, especially if you are using products maybe that you are reselling, or that you maybe don't have a photographer in-house or what have you. But there are ways that you can also manage how those photos are being sort of provided on the site. What I mean by that is that if you do have good quality images, sometimes what happens is that you may actually not be able to zoom in and see the detail of those images. So that's all well and fine if you have great high quality images, but as soon as you upload them and you have them on your site and there's no way to zoom in and actually see the detail of the product, then it's as good as just not having great photos to begin with. Pixelated images, you really want to avoid. Anything that looks grainy, that you can't see the actual product clearly. No way to see scale. What I mean by that is, let's say you have a backpack, for instance, and there's no picture of a person actually wearing that backpack in the photo. Or if you have a picture, if you have your product is a candle, for instance, but there's no, other than the dimensions, there's no way of knowing, okay, well, how big is this candle? Is it large? Is it tall? Is it going to fit in this certain way? So always making sure that you have both a combination of photos that have, just a plain background, and then also photos that have some sort of way of seeing scale. So whether that's with, a person in the photo, whether that's with, some other type of furniture, whatever the context is, make sure that you have some photos that provide that context. And that also goes along with the last point, which is having, a lot of people will just have those sort of very basic, no other detail type photos where it's on a gray or a white background, and there's no lifestyle or styled photos. It's similar to, if you think about selling a house, for instance, where, if you have completely bare, empty rooms, a lot of people lack the imagination to think about, oh, this is what it would look like. Oh, I can imagine myself living there. In the same way, you want to make sure that the products that you're selling, you can really tell that story of how someone is going to be using those products in their regular life, and they can insert themselves and insert that product into their life already, that they have to have it. Okay, so this one is really specific for Shopify, but can apply in other places as well. So this comes down to your actual website. And this is the idea of no updates. Oh, okay, you've got your e-commerce site up and ready to go, and that's it. Once it's up there, you don't have to touch it again. You don't need to worry about making any code updates or anything like that. That is not the case. A website is never just, set it and forget it. Even if you have been able to get away with, maybe using the same theme for many years, you're really missing out on updates that Shopify has made, new features that have rolled out, product media, being able to use videos in the product gallery. There's all sorts of new things that you could be using. And if you're not updating your actual site, then you're really missing out on that. The other thing that we often see is someone maybe getting a custom build and again, losing contact with that developer and not knowing what's going on in the code. It has ramifications in the performance of your site as well. If you're finding it's very slow, if you've installed a bunch of third-party apps and you're not sure what it's doing with the code, it can be quite scary to sort of dive into the development. And not saying that you have to do that yourself, but make sure that in the same way you have someone on your team that is responsible for marketing or social media, make sure that you have at least a contact that knows what's happening in your site and then can update and help with performance. All right, so this one, hopefully no one is doing it, but I need to call it out anyway, because it is incredibly common, and that is ignoring mobile. For those of you that haven't looked at your Google Analytics in a while, I implore you, go take a look and see how much of your traffic is coming just from mobile devices. And I would estimate it's going to be a lot higher than you imagined it would be. Most people, the majority of traffic is actually coming from mobile devices as opposed to desktop. Now, of course, that does depend on, sometimes the product you're selling in your industry and that kind of thing. But it's a huge, huge issue with a lot of sites where they aren't as optimized for mobile as they could be, or people thinking, oh, it's good enough, or hiding information on mobile that they show on desktop. Mobile, it used to be common that people would say, oh, well, you don't have to worry about e-commerce on mobile because people aren't buying things on their phone. The actual transaction, they may look at something on their phone, but they're going to buy it on desktop. That is no longer the case. It is equally, if not more important, to have your site looking great on mobile, being able to have a seamless checkout flow, having a poor mobile experience. I've been to many sites where when you're clicking on things, the mobile menu doesn't work, the site can freeze, you need to refresh things. It's just not a good experience. So I actually recommend people go and purchase, not fully purchase, but add a product from their site to their cart. Go up to the sort of payment point and purchase in the checkout once a week, just to make sure that things are looking good, making sure that the swipe events are working. Put yourself in the place of a user that's coming to the site and quote unquote eat your own dog food and try the site yourself on your mobile device, borrow a friend's mobile device, just check it out and make sure that it's looking good on those smaller screen sizes. It is hugely, hugely important. And next we have no email list. This is a marketing conference. I'm sure this is not a surprise to anyone, but I do need to call it out. And that is making this mistake of only building your community on social media. So not leveraging the content and being able to collect emails directly on your e-commerce site. So, and that includes things like not offering, a good deal for people to sign up, not even having a sign up form, or only having it on the home page, making it really difficult for people to find. The flip side of this is the sort of email pop-ups that can sort of come up right away. I don't necessarily recommend those. You want to sort of give people a chance to warm up to you a bit before you're saying, okay, sign up right away. But at the same time, however you're getting those emails, that's the important piece of building that relationship with your customer, that you then have the ability to control when messaging goes out to them directly through a newsletter, through sales campaigns, etc., as opposed to being sort of at the whim of the social media algorithms. So definitely make sure, if you don't have an email list that you are actively building, make sure that that's something that you add directly to your website so that you can capture those emails. I would say as well, another mistake that we often see is people that they'll capture a bunch of emails, fantastic, and then they never email people ever. They're worried that, oh, I don't want to be a bother and people are going to unsubscribe. But the reality is that, the people who are really engaged with your brand and want to support you and purchase items on your site, they can unsubscribe if they want, but you're still reminding them that you exist and that you're having a sale and that there are sort of things that they can, engage with. So that would be number 7. Number 8 is not having an about page, or almost as bad is having a super generic about page. Maybe you are a solo entrepreneur and you're running a small site, but you don't have an about page that reflects that. You're trying to pretend that you're this big company and that you have all these people. Honestly, the reality is that a lot of people want to know what makes you different and why they should buy a product from you versus someone else. So if you're not trying to connect, you really want to make sure that you have to find your niche, which is you're trying to connect directly with your customers. So another thing that we often see is that people don't really have their company values expressed on their about page or really across the rest of their site. So make sure that when you have your site, there is a sense of who you are and who is this brand and that sort of general storytelling, and have a dedicated about page that's not just about, this random company. It has to specifically be about you and the history and why this product is amazing and all of those things. So making sure that you have an about page and link to it in the footer as well. Unless it's a huge portion of your brand, then you could have it in the header, but generally that's where people are going to look for it is in the footer. And then we have number 9. So we're coming sort of to I have a couple more slides, but we're coming closer to the end here, which is ignoring shipping. So this is something that I like to think about. Okay, when we're doing a site audit, what are the things that people like? We really want to put ourselves in that mind frame of the customer. So to me, a customer has to understand what they are buying. So that's where the great product imagery, the product description comes in. So really, especially when you're buying something online, and in Toronto, all the shops are closed down. So you can't actually go in and check something out. So this is something brand new. So you have to be very, very clear about specifically what it is they're buying. What are they going to receive out of this transaction? Why do they need it? Sometimes that, why are they purchasing it? But the key thing here for number 9 is how will they get it? So is it going to take 4 weeks to be delivered? Is it going to take 2 days? Could they potentially have a local pickup where, you have they're supporting local and they're shopping local so they can go in and pick it up in the store? All of those things are really, really important. They want to be able to make sure that they can get it quickly and easily. So if you have multiple options to allow people to purchase your product, why not? Like, show them all these options. Do you offer local delivery? Show that on your product page. Do you offer local pickup? Again, make that clear to the customer right away, as opposed to leaving it to, we're in the checkout and hey, I didn't know I had that option for local pickup. So definitely the shipping factor is key. So sometimes this is something that we've also seen where people have incredibly fast shipping. I mean, they send products out in one day, or they make sure that their fulfillment is just phenomenal. Especially in times like this, it's really tricky to accomplish that. Yet there's no emphasis on the site on how incredible their shipping actually is. So while their customers that have purchased from them will experience, oh, this is fantastic, I love this, they're not actually using that as a selling point to get people to purchase. So really emphasizing that. Also, if you do offer returns, make that clear about, how do returns work? Is it easy to have returns? Does someone have to pay for the shipping label? Do you include the shipping label? If you do, that's a huge benefit. Also, having no details on free shipping. So we do a lot of user testing. So where we'll actually, talk to people and walk them through different sites and that kind of thing. And hands down, free shipping is, people just love it. It's someone will spend, if the shipping costs $20 and that extra item to get free shipping costs $30, they're going to pay the extra $30 as opposed to the $20 for the shipping, just because it's like, oh, well, I'm going to get this extra thing. And paying for shipping isn't something that people like to do, because it seems like you're getting nothing and you're paying for it. So if you do offer free shipping, make sure that you have clear information about where that threshold is that you're offering the free shipping. And let people know how far they are away from achieving the free shipping, to increase that average order value. I can't emphasize this enough. It's, shipping is huge, so don't ignore it. All right. And number 10, again, these aren't groundbreaking things. Hopefully most people are, using a lot of what I've already talked about in these sort of top 10. But I just want to emphasize that these are the things that we see over and over and over on hugely successful sites that they're not leveraging. So if these are things that you can spot in your own site, I think it's really important to make sure that, this is the thing that I find with audits, is that a lot of times we talk to people and they're driving all sorts of traffic to their site and they're like, oh, it's not converting, I don't know why. And you really have to take that time to think, okay, what is the experience that someone's actually having on that site once they actually get there? There's all sorts of levers you can pull with SEO and performance and marketing and everything. There's all sorts of things that go into running a business, but you always want to make sure that you're hitting that baseline of just making sure that you have set things up correctly, and then you can kind of tweak from there. So if you've identified anything that you're doing in these sort of top 10, then tackle those and kind of go from there. So here's the other one, is the last one, which is no reviews. And this is also, or no reviews or hidden reviews. Sometimes people will have incredible reviews, but they might hide them under, a tab, or they only have reviews for a certain page, like it's for the entire product, or they might have incredible reviews on Google, but there's no actual indication of product reviews or anything like that on site. So keep in mind that everyone's journey is not always the same in terms of finding your product. They may find you they may come directly to your collection page, or they may come directly to a product page, or they may come to the home page. So you always want to make sure that you are emphasizing how fantastic your store and your service and your product is as much as possible wherever you can. So a lot of times as well, what people will do is, and we see this a lot with Shopify, is use the free review app that Shopify has, which is fantastic. It's good because it's free. However, one of the issues with it is that it doesn't actively reach out and ask people for reviews like some of the other apps can do. So make sure that you are actively asking your customers for feedback, to leave feedback. Because again, going back to that shipping or the about page, some of the danger of when you have a smaller site with e-commerce is that, they're comparing it to big, large sites that clearly have, they have large retail presence, or they're very well known. So you have to really build up that trust factor for people where they know that, okay, if I order this product, which looks wonderful, I want to support this company, etc., you really want to make sure that they know that they'll receive it, that it's a great product, that other people have used it. Word of mouth is incredibly powerful. So always make sure that you're asking your customers not only for feedback on your product, but also reach out and ask them to leave reviews and ask them to engage with you in that way. Oh, another one for reviews I just thought of is also a really effective tool for reviews is making sure that you have allow people to upload images. So they can leave a review, a text review, but a picture is worth 1,000 words. So having a picture of them actually, using the product or what it looks like in their home, again, that actually helps you with that point that I made about product images, where you have an in-context version or an in-context example of that product that someone else has provided that you don't even have to provide, which is great. Okay, so let's do a bit of an overview to make sure that you haven't missed anything for these top 10. So text and images. Again, make sure that you are not embedding all of the text in an image. Does not usually scale well and can be not great for SEO. Large inventory, not providing any sort of filters that people can drill down and see. One thing that I didn't mention for the large inventory and no filters is making sure that you also have filters on your search results page. Again, this is very common with Shopify, where you may have really great filters that are available on your collection pages, but you may not actually have them on the search pages as well. So make sure they're in both spots so that you're really allowing people to find what they're looking for. Vague product description. This is, this is the basic stuff here. But again, so many times we see people over and over that aren't providing enough information in their product description. So make sure that you have the dimensions, the fabric. A good customization is having, again, going back to picture is worth 1,000 words. Little icons are really fantastic to show. People can quickly scan. So don't be vague in your product description. Lots of information is good. Just put it in bullet points so that it's easy to scan. Bad photos. There are tons and tons of different tutorials out there on how to take good product photos. Highly recommend checking them out. And no updates, ignoring mobile, no email list, no about page, ignoring shipping, and no reviews. Yeah, those are really the high level points there.
I have to say, yeah. And I'm loving that list. And I want to get every last bit out of you, but we do need to get things wrapped up. So,
sure.
Would you like to let everybody know how they can get hold of you if they want to follow up and find some more of this great insight?
Yes, definitely. I'll pop through. This is just about why you can site audit. Let's just say it's important. And then, so here is the information. If anyone wants to check out shopcritique.com, and I'm at info@shopcritique.com.
Marvelous. Thank you. And like I said, I thought that was absolutely brilliant. And I love the fact you included in there number 8, which is one of my personal bugbears. They say like a fairy dies every time something happens. I'm not up to speed on my Disney, but I feel the same way every time I come across a bad about us page.
Yeah, there's so many out there. Oh, it's bad.
It's such a missed opportunity, especially now as a result of everything we've had going on in the world for the last year. Consumers want that emotional connection. They want to know the story. They want to know about you and your team. And I was personally very, very pleased you included that one. But thank you very much for being part of the event today. It's been great learning from you. So thanks, Anne.
Thank you, Chloe.
Okay, well, just before we bring the marvelous Julia on from Gorgeous, I just wanted to do a shout out to a couple of you because you guys have been pretty busy in the comments, especially over on YouTube. It's almost like there's a party going on over there. So I wanted to say hello to Sarah, who, like me, is tuning in from the UK. It's just started to get dark down here in Cornwall. So for the rest of you, actually, we have Martin as well. He's here from the UK. So hi, Martin. Lovely. I know Martin. So hi, Martin. Really lovely of you to tune in as well. Hope you're enjoying this. And going even further away from the US, we've got, I'm not quite sure who that is, but we've got people tuning in from Romania, which is very cool. So if you're tuning in from anywhere else around the world, do put it in the comments, whichever of our platforms you're listening on, because we would love to know how far we are spreading around the globe today and bringing it back to the home of e-commerce tech in the USA. I should say hello to Mark as well, who is our first US audience member to speak up, which is intriguing because usually, I have to say, usually you guys in the US, you're a lot better at putting yourselves forward than us backwards people in the Europe are. So I'm quite surprised Europe's ahead of the US at the moment. So please do keep bringing these comments in. And hello to Jeff from Canada, who's just come in, and Martin, glad you're enjoying the show. Thank you. Right. So great to hear from all of you guys. What we need to do now, though, is we need to get ready to bring on our next speaker, which, if I get to the right place in the back of the system. Oh, hold on. Just about to delete something. Derek will tell me off if I delete anything. So let's just make sure I don't do that. Let's turn off that overlay. Let's come down here and let's hit this one. How awesome was that? And we're now going to be joined by the marvelous Julia Watley from The Marvelous Gorgeous, who that video is all about. Hello, Julia. How are you doing today?
I'm doing super well. How are you doing?
I'm good. And I am, like I said about Anne's presentation, I get a bit of a bugbear about us pages because it's such a missed opportunity. Decent live chat is a huge missed opportunity too. So I think I should hand over to you and let you tell us more about it. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, that sounds great. Can everyone see my screen?
It's all up there and ready to go. And you're now beautifully full screen as well. So I'm going to disappear and leave you to it. It's all yours, Julia.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks so much for the introduction, Chloe. And super excited to be here today with all of you. And just tell you a little bit more about Gorgeous, but really want to take this time also to go through some of the e-commerce trends that we're seeing and how that relates to customer experience. So hopefully we can drive some insights there. Hey, Paul, nice to see you here. Cool. So yeah, just a little bit of background on myself. My name is Julia. I'm the partner manager for the West Coast here at Gorgeous. I started in December, so I've been here for a couple months now. And prior to Gorgeous, I was at Yotpo, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. They specialize in customer reviews for e-commerce. And then I was at BounceX, which is primarily doing email marketing, identification, and cart abandonment. So, I've spent quite a bit of time working with different e-commerce brands, whether that's on the client partnership side of things or within the marketing side. So definitely excited to continue my D2C and e-commerce journey at Gorgeous. Awesome. So in terms of, what we've seen with our merchants to date, so I'll just say also with Gorgeous, so I came on in December and, when we started in 2019, 2020, we were around 1,700 customers on Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce. And we since have increased to over 5,000. So I'm sure as many of you have seen, there's definitely been a really big boom and uptick in e-commerce. What was going to happen within e-commerce 5 years ago has kind of transpired this past year. And so we were able to get a lot of different data from our merchants to understand what's going on, where are they in terms of, when thinking about the customer experience and some of the things that were really important to them. So first and foremost, just starting with fast and high quality support. I mean, if you think about the nature of Amazon and where it's at today, people are assuming they're going to get their orders within 2 days. They're going to get responses right away. If they need to change or cancel an order, being able to do that really quickly and efficiently. Another really important part is reducing cost. So, thinking through proactively, if you're seeing a high volume of returns, what's the reasoning behind that? Should there be more information about the product pre-purchase, something happening where an item's getting damaged, just better understanding how can you reduce costs, especially as it comes to returns or some of those shipping inquiries. And then the last thing we've really seen from our merchants is when thinking about the customer experience, not just, how can we put out fires and think through, responding to questions like order status or if things are broken, but also thinking about how do we proactively increase sales on our site and through the customer support and experience itself. So being really proactive there and almost thinking about, given that a lot of us are no longer shopping in person, if you're going to be shopping online, how do you take a customer support agent as more of a virtual retail associate for your brand? Yeah, so as I had mentioned, I would say like the data that we've seen has been really telling to understand customer support as it is today. And, a main objective we've seen is that there's really about 10 common customer support questions that make up about 60% of total ticket volume. So when you're thinking about all the tickets that are coming in, we've seen about over 33% are just around order status. Where is my order? I bought this a little bit ago. Is there any update there? And so what we've been able to do is really think through from the standpoint of these questions, like how do we make things more efficient for customer support? And, whether it's Gorgias or using a different help desk, I think that's really important when you're thinking through customer experience is given that these are, some of the most common topics that are coming up, like how can you create automations and how can you make it easier for people to respond quickly and efficiently? And then taking it a step further, like given these trends, maybe there's, a lot about a product suggestion or feedback, like what can you do as a brand to proactively then move forward with your products or looping in your customers so they feel like their voices are being heard? Awesome. So yeah, one of the really important things that we've seen, and I talk to a lot of clients and they have found to be really helpful, is actually creating templated responses for some of those really common questions. So something like, where is my order? Being able to actually have a templated response that can plug and play with data. I mean, with Gorgias, we do have the opportunity to use the Shopify data, which is super helpful and being able to efficiently put that in. But, a lot of the merchants, when I speak to them at the beginning, they are using like Excel spreadsheets to copy and paste really common questions. And that's definitely one way to go about it. And as you're building your team, but as you continue to grow and evolve and thinking through like, how can you be most efficient? We've definitely seen this to be important. So coming up with actually templated responses, especially for those common questions that you're seeing. And then I think another thing we've also noticed is taking it a step further is, if there's a question like, where is my order coming in time after time, thinking through setting up rules to just automate those things. So in this scenario, if you're creating a ticket and it contains shipping or status less than 15 days ago and the shipment's actually in transit, then replying to the ticket and closing it out. So in this scenario, like whoever's handling customer support wouldn't even have to go in, find the template, plug and play it in, but it would just automatically respond to the customer, embedding some of these different variables like first name or number of last order. So, thinking through with these scenarios, like everyone only has a finite number of resources and time. And so when we're thinking through how to respond efficiently, coming up with automations is a great way to take away some of those time intensive activities and then devote it to other channels and opportunities to engage with your customers. Something else that we have been looking at is, also from the chat perspective, which Chloe had mentioned. So, I would say over 60% of support tickets usually involve something around where is my order, shipping, and status. And so I think another really important part is chat and self-serve. So, enabling your customers to have the chance to just quickly get an answer to maybe where is their order. We've seen that through enabling something like this, you can help decrease tickets by around 30%. So another way to just, again, help decrease some of the volume of tickets so that your agents or whoever's handling customer support can be more thoughtful with their time and thinking through the strategies there. I think another thing is, and I've seen this too from Yapo and BounceX, but when you're thinking through the customer experience, it's also being able to identify and understand the trends. So, if that's like the conversion and where things are falling off, or if it's more on the product side and understanding what people are liking, or if a product's being consistently returned, like what's going on behind the scenes. Does it have to do with an item being defective or damaged? Maybe for a company, like the sizing is a lot smaller than the industry average. And so just getting a little bit more granular and understanding some of those like missing puzzle pieces is definitely going to be effective. And so, yeah, that's something that when I talk to merchants, that they found to be super helpful in a help desk, right? Is being able to get tags to better understand like what's happening with the orders, where are tickets coming from, how often are they urgent, etc. So it's being able to better understand like what's going on with the brand, how are things going, where's there room for improvement, but also then being able to understand too, just like what's the customer's experience with your brand to date? Like, are you getting generally positive inquiries? Are there a lot of issues going on? Maybe it has to do with the fulfillment center. So again, just really being able to get a bigger picture of what's going on. And that can be super effective by using tags to see what those trends are for your brand. And, it does definitely vary per team. Some teams are a little bit more lean and it's like 1 or 2 people who are handling customer support. Others we're seeing, larger teams. But being able to also create rules where you're assigning specific tickets to teams has been super beneficial. So especially again, like if there's someone who's more focused on the social side of thing and is engaging with those customers on Instagram and Facebook, having the opportunity to assign it to that team versus maybe those like urgent tickets, something that has to do with like a VIP status, those would go to the support team. And we'll get into some of the ways too that maybe your sales team would also be using a help desk, but being able to quickly assign it to the relevant team is also a great way to just divvy out the performance and making sure that everyone is set up correctly. Awesome. So yeah, I think another thing we can definitely go through a little bit here is thinking about how do you drive sales with your support team. Like full transparency, before I started at Gorgeous, I definitely thought of customer support more from the lens of, putting out those fires and thinking about like, how are you just going to help with where is my order or those really basic questions. I think if you're thinking about like a more sophisticated approach for customer experience and utilizing a help desk, taking that step further and thinking about, okay, well, how do we also drive sales through this channel? Because again, like you're going to see high engagement from your customers through some of these tickets or support channels. So being able to leverage that and take it a step further is definitely something that I think, is going to move the needle. So another thing that I think all of us are aware of, and I definitely saw through my time at BounceX, was the shift from email marketing over to SMS. I mean, definitely the past year has been a super, super great channel for conversions. And, we've seen that over 28% is conversion rate for pre-sale chats when SMS is replied for in less than 10 minutes. So definitely, again, like the most important thing is going to be having that really quick response time. But I mean, everyone's on their phones these days. And, like I think about the number of emails I get on my email, and usually I just delete all of them. But when I get an SMS, it's super personalized. It's about a product, my order, or a flash sale that like I got VIP status for. So it's definitely something that people are responding quickly and engaging with. And another just great way to think about, like from a support perspective, taking SMS and adding that to your strategy as well. And yeah, so this was from a couple years ago. One of our merchants, we were going through some of the data, and this was around the Black Friday, Cyber Monday time. But looking through the impact on sales here. So for the pre-sale tickets, you can see that over 230 of them converted, 46% conversion rate, which is really great. And here's some of the total sales from support. So again, just a reminder of how important SMS and some of these response times can be on sales. I think the really important thing to note here too would be the first response time, 2 minutes, and resolution time, 21 minutes. This is obviously extremely fast. I know for this merchant in particular, like they had a really targeted strategy given that it was a holiday. They knew that they were going to have a ton of tickets, orders, support, et cetera, coming in. So really being strategic when thinking through your, customer experience objectives during these times, and being, really as fast as you can with response is going to have just a direct impact on your conversion rate and your sales as well. And I think, another thing we're seeing too, and this comes back to some of my experience working at a company like Yotpo or BounceX, is that you need to be engaging with all of these different channels. Like, having a D2C brand, you're maybe starting on Shopify, Magento, or BigCommerce, and then you're introduced to about 20 to, I want to say almost 50 like e-commerce apps that you can use to better enable your customer experience. And so being able to combine all of those channels is going to be important for your website, but also for customer experience and when you're thinking about customer support as well too. Yeah, so another really important aspect, again, kind of started to talk about, but thinking through not just how do we answer customer support quickly and efficiently, but how do we think through upsells as well. So, using, for instance, like an integration like Smile here, and, this person, if they're asking again about their new order, also reminding them that they have these 230 points available in their account. So being able to enable them to use their reward points and help them not only, get the answer they need quickly, but reminding them of those rewards and hopefully getting them to purchase again. So I think, again, just a great example of beyond just answering a customer support question, being able to lead them in the direction of another conversion. And that's a great way to help with loyalty, right? Because, it's one thing to acquire a new customer. It's another thing to keep them on as a loyal customer. But personally, I know, like, if I have questions and get responses quickly, and I get a reminder that like I could get a discount or it's going to go through my rewards. Like you think about Sephora, great example there, that definitely keeps me purchasing time after time. So a great way to take advantage of that on a help desk or just with customer support in general. And yeah, so chat campaigns went over self-serve a little bit, but another aspect is going to be, just again, that virtual retails associate on site. So we've seen merchants use chat for a few different ways, whether that's thinking through an objection, like if it's going to be around, my sister had purchased a Christmas tree using a gorgeous chat campaign. This was before I actually started, but I thought it was really funny to see that. But they said, like, we know purchasing a Christmas tree online is like a new topic. If you have any questions for our support team, let us know about how it would fit in your home and sizing, because it's true. Most people would buy a Christmas tree in person, but with the pandemic, things shifted online. So that was like an objective busting statement, or, it could highlight reviews, something maybe specific to the product. Again, if your sizing, is smaller than industry average, like letting your customers know as they get to that product page, hey, our sizing runs a bit small. We recommend usually sizing up. That's another way, like not only to engage with the customer who's on the product page, but hopefully to decrease some of that ticket volume. Because again, if customers have that information ahead of time that the sizing's a bit small, then they know that prior to making the purchase versus, afterward and handling a return there. Messenger is another way. So again, if someone is going to be commenting on, Facebook ads, or, they are engaging with you on Facebook Messenger, actually being able to incentivize them through a promo code to check out. You can see in this scenario here, it's actually driving them back to the site. So again, just another way to engage on those different channels, which is going to be really important, since the shopper is not simply just on your website, but they're going to be on all of these different channels and social as well. And yeah, so again, like beyond just upselling your customers, sometimes you're going to see on social, people are asking about returns. And so when you get those types of scenarios, we've definitely seen an uptick in conversions by offering a promo code as well. So, answering their question, but also enabling them to purchase with you again, and showing just that you're a valuable customer to them. I think that's also really important, that you matter and they care about you as a customer. Another important thing too would be thinking through like how you're prioritizing comments and tickets. Like, as I've kind of mentioned, there's so many different channels that you're going to be looking at, whether that's email, chat, SMS, Facebook, Instagram, and especially with some of those social ones, like those are actually opportunities, again, to either answer your customers or to help lead them into a purchase. So staying on top of those tickets and being able to respond super quickly, a social lead, providing that promo code, enabling them to check out with a negative comment. Like, obviously these are going to hurt your ROAS. So being able to respond to those quickly and efficiently. And with social questions, yeah, maybe that's around the sizing, or, hey, like, where can I find this? So being able to also respond quickly to those in order to really help drive sales. So beyond just helping with some of the customer support inquiries as well. And yeah, we kind of already talked about SMS, but again, we've just really seen this to be a super strong channel. I would say anyone who's looking for SMS, definitely check out Postscript or Attentive, like definitely great partners of ours. And, it's just another way to engage with your customers. Again, like if it's a new line of products, sale, or if they have a question about their order, being able to respond quickly and incentivize them. So just utilizing these different channels and being able to answer them within like one collective platform, I think can be a big like time saver, but also allow one to be a lot more strategic and thoughtful with their approach. Yeah, so another example that would be more around the upsell. So again, like in this scenario, someone has like a customer support ticket that they want a replacement with their ring, showing them that they also could actually upgrade. And so, you know, here's the broken one, I'd like to upgrade as well. So being able to take advantage of some of those templated responses when answering questions, but again, like being able to provide value to them and help with some of those upsell opportunities is going to be how I think some of you guys can take it to the next level and just be thoughtful beyond just, again, like answering the question, putting out the fires, but helping with some of those sales processes as well. And yeah, I mean, you know, just to sum up some of the important metrics that I've definitely seen merchants looking at. So, you know, conversion percent for chat, understanding like what is the conversion rate? You know, does it vary based on the agent? What are some of the other things to look at? I mean, again, like the first response time, I think is going to be one of the most important ones as you're thinking through customer support. But yeah, also understanding like from the discounts used on social, like did those actually have an impact? If so, what was the impact? We've definitely seen like an uptick in sales using some of those promo codes, but I think it can be helpful, again, like looking through the data to understand how are these strategies doing and are they successful? And yeah, like even, you know, some support teams, they'll do little like campaigns or competitions for whoever gets the highest conversion rate per agent, et cetera. So like you can also do little incentives with your team, I think, to help them think not just about like answering support tickets, but thinking about the conversion rate or sales that they're also helping out with. So just definitely a few different metrics I would be mindful of as a merchant or someone who's thinking through customer support. And yeah, I mean, just a little bit more about Gorgias. So again, like any of these things I think could be helpful for anyone who's just looking through a help desk, but a little bit more about us. So as I'd mentioned, we have really scaled a lot over the past couple of years. In December, we raised our Series B. So we definitely have been focusing on some exciting product innovations. We went again from a little over 1,700 to over 5,000 brands in the past year. And we're exclusively on Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce. So we really specialize and are the preferred partner for e-commerce brands when it comes to a help desk. And really the ability to just combine all of your customer support in one place. So being able to log in and have email, chat, SMS, Messenger, all within there, I think will be super helpful. Fully integrating with Shopify. So being able to take actions like editing orders, canceling refunds directly in the platform. And being able to take AI to respond to some of those common questions. So some of the benefits that, you know, I've seen for merchants and hopefully could help some of you guys if you're interested in learning more. And for anyone who's interested, definitely I'll put my email after this. It's in the next slide, but if you are interested in learning more, definitely email me and we can give you your second month free. So a little discount there as well. But yeah, if any of the things that I touched upon in this presentation are important to you, we can definitely help you out with those. Cool. Well, yeah, here's my email. So I can definitely put it in the comments as well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for listening. I'm sure you've had a couple different presentations today, but hopefully this provided some good insight for just customer support, as well as like thinking through the customer experience and some of the different things you can be thinking about to help just elevate your brand and gain more customers as well.
Julia, that was a brilliant presentation, and I think like you said a couple of times in there, there's so much power from integrating it all into the one platform. It amazes me that there are still retailers out there who are managing Facebook over there and email over there and live chat over there, and it's like, how are you possibly managing to do it? Because the customer isn't thinking, today I'm on email. The customer's thinking, today I want help. Today I've got questions. It blows my mind sometimes because it's just so inefficient, isn't it?
Totally. Yeah. I feel like so many merchants, when I talk to them and they're using all of these different ones or haven't used a help desk and are just, again, using like the Excel sheets and copy and pasting, it's definitely a game changer to see how it can all come together.
Indeed, and the other particular thing I liked about what you're saying was the point which I think a lot of people miss, is that your support series, your customer service team, they're not just there to deal with problems. They have a huge role in generating income as well, and I think that's a really important point that people sometimes miss too. So great to see some great tips and advice on that too.
Definitely, yeah. I think there's so many opportunities to engage with your existing customers, especially if they're coming in with a question for you, or if it's like a pre-sale question as well. But those are people who either have purchased and would likely purchase again, or they're on the cusp of purchasing. So being able to take advantage of that is definitely really important. So glad to hear that's a trend you're excited about and see the value of as well.
Oh, very, very much so. But look, we're going to have to say goodbye to you now, but we've got the link scrolling across the bottom of the screen there. And guys, you've got a couple of seconds to grab Julia's email address to get that second month free if you want to do that before we move on to our next speaker. So Julia, thank you very much for being here. It's been excellent learning from you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me, and everyone have a great rest of your day.
Okay, everybody. It went a bit crazy after my last Who's Out There on the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is clearly where it is. If you're over on Facebook, we would love to hear from you guys too. So do comment, add questions, because if we've got time, we will put those questions to the speakers as we go through the rest of today's sessions. We have just covered Help Desk with our marvelous sponsor, Gorgeous. Now we're going to be moving on to hear from another of our marvelous sponsors. And if it wasn't for the sponsors, quite frankly, Derek and his team would not be putting together this event for all of you and putting it out for you. So, they bring great content, but they also provide, quite frankly, the sponsorship money, which enables this entire event to happen. So we really do love hearing from them. Thank you to, I did say I was going to try and shout out some of those who have been commenting. So very quickly, we've got Quick Camera, who says this has been awesome. We've had Paul, who was talking earlier. Sorry, Quick Camera, there you are. Monique's here from Italy. We've got Christy from Hawaii. We've got Kitovit from Thailand. I think that's multiple different continents, that's the word, covered now. So we really are going global. So do keep those comments coming in and do ask questions if you've got them. And we're putting out lots of notes over there, so you can, links of how to get to the show notes and so forth. But now it's time we find out ourselves a little bit about our next speaker. So I'm about to be joined by, as you can tell by what's just come up on the screen, by the marvelous Nicholas from Recart. And he's worked for a series of successful, exciting, cutting-edge tech startups. And he's now all about helping e-commerce merchants like you to leverage new channels such as Facebook Messenger to grow your sales fast. So fast, in fact, apparently it's going to break records. So let's, I can see Nick smiling at me, so let's bring him up. Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Chloe?
It's good. It's good. And I'm glad to see you moving, because we were having a couple of tech issues behind the scenes there, guys, and Nick was being very, very still. So it's great to have the animated version of you here. But let's let you get straight in. So if I bring up your slide deck, it's all yours, Nick.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for attending this talk. Super excited to dive a little bit into some of these strategies that we could maybe implement at some point this year exclusively with messenger marketing in mind. So that is the focus of this, but really excited. Again, thank you, Chloe and Derek, for organizing all this, and thank you to all the sponsors. And again, thanks for coming to this. So I'm just going to dive right into this without further ado. So I am Nick Ramaya. I work over at the partnerships team in Recart. Recart, a little background behind it. Again, we're not here to talk about Recart. We're here to talk about messenger marketing and some of the things that we could do to really help your stores this year. But little quick tidbit about us. We are on Shopify and eCommerce. We're actually the #1 paid for Shopify app right now. And we have over 155,000 installs, and primarily working with messenger marketing technology. But we got a few other exciting things that we are introducing this year, and I'll get to that maybe later. But anyways, just to start, to think about where messenger is. I find that this is a pretty foreign topic to a lot of people. Obviously, everyone knows Messenger and has been using it for quite some time. But in terms of how it could help on the e-commerce end, I think the knowledge is a little, it could be a lot better. So not to kind of like dumb this down a little bit, but this is just kind of how I want to start off the presentation, is to show like where Messenger is compared to basically some of the other tools in B2C e-commerce. So email, you have fantastic experience. There's decades of use cases. The engagement, though, it's low. Not bashing email or SMS. I think you should use all three. This is more, again, just to frame where this technology is. Like, where do I put this in my head? SMS, the engagement's 90% in the socially relevant area. Very powerful tool, as we all know. But the experience, it's fantastic too, but you either buy or unsubscribe. It's hard to do that two-way street, essentially. It's not as conversational necessarily. And then Messenger, it's 90% open rates in a socially relevant area as well, friends and family. But you can also send messages back and forth with ease. It's a customer chat. I can click on the icon below your profile and then immediately get shot over to your Facebook profile and soon to be Instagram, which is going to be pretty awesome. And of course, at any time, customer chat, and Gorgeous just presented, so that's a good follow-up, but I could say help or something like that. Gorgeous will pick it up. So it's also a live chat as well. So now to go into some of the ways where it could actually help you, some of your pre-existing strategies. So I want to talk about 3 separate pre-existing strategies: ads that you're probably doing, ads, posts, and then finally pop-ups and opt-ins. And then those 3 combined will allow us to do a cool little bonus tidbit, which I'll get to at the end. But let's start off with ads. So ads is something that, as we all know, it's very popular. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, it's king right now. I know TikTok's trying to take the throne, but Facebook and Instagram still very much king right now. And the costs are just going up. It's ridiculous. 40% year over year growth. Acquisition costs. So cost per clicks are going up 40% year over year. It's getting expensive to get these clicks. So why don't we drive more value from this engagement that you're already spending for the exact same cost? So just kind of zoom in a little bit here. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay. So anyways, here's a Facebook ad. You see it, and then you usually click it, and then the website appears. And then from there, you decide whether or not you want to purchase. If not, attention span these days is like 4 or 5 seconds, something incredibly low. It could be anything that could distract me from that ad. And maybe I was truly interested in your product, but if you're not capturing me in that moment, I'm gone. You're going to pay that cost per click, and that's it. Of course, if I have that intent to purchase, that's what we're willing to get. That's what we want. So at least with Recart or Messenger plugged into the picture, now we can add this whole other layer of value to your ad. Again, the same cost per click. So now when I click this ad, BlendJet in this case, if I click this ad, BlendJet will message me saying, "Hey, Andrew, you're seconds away from unlocking 20% off your BlendJet. Unlock discount." I have to tap that. I don't actually type out unlock discount. So by me tapping this, I am generating a reply to BlendJet. That reply, whether or not you know it, is you giving your Facebook PSID to BlendJet. So BlendJet can retarget me in the future. So this is an opt-in, me interacting with this bot right here. And again, I'm not replying. I'm just tapping this button. I'm not typing this out. Then you can kind of take it to a step further. which phone number can we text it to? Which email can we send this to? So since Facebook did two-factor authentication a couple years ago, everyone has at least one email and one phone number attached to their Facebook account. Everybody. And we see that 99% of the time, this is the phone number and email you're willing to give as a consumer. So in Messenger, you're able to automatically populate the owned channel, in this case, a phone number, and that just appears, and then you just have to tap that. So 2 taps, 2 owned channels, which is that feels cool to say, because it's definitely a powerful little way to get opt-ins there, right? You know, just typing out your email, your phone number alone is 9, 10 taps. My email, I made it in middle school a while ago. It's like 15 taps. And so the idea here is usually you see an ad and then you kind of hope they convert off that click. But now you can, at least with the engagement, can at least capture them on not 1, but 2 owned channels. And that one new channel is a new piece of communication that you've now added to your business, and you're giving them value. And if there's no add to cart in 3 hours, we'll send them this follow-up. So Facebook allows you, from the moment I opt in, so the moment I tap unlock discount, Facebook allows me to send a message within 24 hours, usually abandoned cart. And these aren't just pokes, right? This is, hey, here's a call to action, shop, connect you to customer service in case you have a question, or hey, do you want some inspiration on maybe why you should make this purchase happen? It's very powerful, and keep in mind it is a 90% open rate in a socially relevant area that Facebook gives you as a freebie. So again, just to kind of circle back on that last slide, I know there was a lot of different points in there, but the idea is Messenger ads drive more value. It's the same cost per click. Why not just get more value out of it? If that value can get you a Messenger subscriber, an email or SMS sub, you can also send 2 follow-ups. We recommend 2 max. 1 is probably good enough still. And of course, you'll still get that visitor retargeting, but let's at least capture someone from clicking on our very expensive ad and hold them and then send them messages in the future. So at least if we lost them on the first try, we can hopefully get them on the second, third, until they rip that Band-Aid off, of course, and unsubscribe. So there is one of the main pillars right there. Let's talk about one of the other factors that I think is really strong, that could really boost some of your pre-existing tactics this year. That is comment to Messenger. So a comment on a post, and we usually see these on posts to your pre-existing channels. So you have 10,000 people that like your Facebook channel already, your Facebook page, and then you post to that. So this is more community, less sponsored related things, but very powerful for engaging your community, getting shares, people, word of mouth effects, and engaging there. And I'll get a little bit into that right now. So a comment will trigger a message to you after you comment. So the easiest way to conceptualize it is maybe on a giveaway. We usually see a lot of giveaways. You have to bounce around to different sites to enter in many cases, or maybe you comment and you tag 3 friends or something like that. It's fine. It's good for engagement. Yeah, you're hitting people on multiple different touch points, sure, but there is a little bit of friction, right? You have to find the person, you have to go to different sites. If I could just enter into a giveaway by commenting on a Facebook post, or an Instagram post pretty soon, things I already do for fun, just normally, if I can get value out of that as a consumer, I think that's very powerful. And then of course on the business side is getting many owned channels and driving value as well. So let's go through this example right here. You see Riderwear. Oh, there you go. It's working now. You can see Riderwear. They have a giveaway in this case. So comment below, and we kind of blurred it out just to make it a little easier to digest. But comment below in the description to enter into our giveaway. Kitty, in this case, comments. Riderwear will send a message immediately after the comment saying, hey, thank you so much for entering into our giveaway. Your first entry, please give us your email for entry number 1. Your email will automatically pop up. You just have to tap it. Thank you. Please give us your phone number for entry number 2. Automatically pops up. You just have to tap it. Thank you. You've entered into our giveaway. Keep in mind, yada, yada. That automatically can get sent to your providers that maybe you already work with. Some highlights on the email side, Klaviyo and Drip, highlights on the SMS side, SMS, Attentive, and PostScript. So that could start a welcome flow, something, whatever your business is used to. And that information also gets sent over with first name, last name, gender, location, time zone, and of course, email or phone number. So better information, less friction, and that's just on the email, the own channel collection side. Of course, on the post side, you're turning an ordinary post into now engagement, giving them value, and then you're getting 3 owned channels in 2 taps. So that's an email, a phone number, and since that is an interaction with the chat, you're also getting a messenger sub, and you're giving your client value, and then you're getting first name, last name, gender, location, time zone, email. So again, I know that was also a lot of information, but just kind of throwing a lot of ideas out there. I see some of the success that we've seen with these comment to messenger interactions. It's a very strong feature. I really think we're just scratching the surface for it. I've seen other people use it in the sense like, hey, comment below to get a testimony for this product, comment below to learn more, download this PDF about why this product's awesome. So you can use it for educational purposes as well, but this is definitely a very strong use case that we see in transforming, something that's been pretty simple this past decade, just posting on your channel and getting people to engage in it and posting good content. Why not make that content automatic and actionable for your business? Now it's zooming out a little too much. There you go. So just to kind of drive, so before I get to the third tactic, just to kind of drive some clarity into conversational marketing. This is an ad that we did with a client, and it asked, what kind of beardsman are you? It's a 20-step question that's from an ad, right? So talk about friction. It really is something that's like, okay. And then at the end, right, the prize is you've won. It's not really a prize. It's like, go check out the website. That's basically the prize. But just to kind of illustrate how important conversational marketing is, not only today, but definitely as it's evolving in the future, is this example. So again, it's a 20-step quiz. If someone came on question number 1, by the time they came on to 100% of people are on question number 1, sorry. By the time you're on question number 4, you'll see a 25% drop off. So, 75 people left, let's say, out of 100. But by the time you're at question 20, you'll see that there's only a 2-3% drop off. So, 70 people left. I mean, that just shows you people really like conversational marketing. People like answering these questions. Maybe it's gimmicky, to the naked eye, but if you kind of go a little deeper, you'll see like people really enjoy giving this information out, answering this quiz. You don't know what kind of beardsman you're going to be. So let's find out. It's this kind of like two-way street of creating this dialogue between yourself and a brand. It's very important. And it's something that if this takes longer than 4 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever the average attention span is, it's probably going to be something I'm going to remember. And that's very powerful, at least in my opinion. And definitely, of course, since you're engaging with the bot, that's also another own channel as well. So this is kind of one of the other strategies that I want to highlight, the third one with Messenger. So we talked about ads, posts, and then now we're going to talk about pop-ups and then some of the owned opt-ins that you can get there. So a lot of people think of pop-ups as, quote unquote, just putting in your email or phone number and then, pressing enter and then getting a discount or what have you, free shipping over a certain amount. This, in this case, it operates the same. Don't get me wrong, but it shoots you over to another platform when you do it, which seems crazy, right? You want people to stay on your site. But you'd be surprised at some of the numbers we're seeing. This will, shoot you over to another platform, but in that platform, you're asking very quickly, hey, give us your email, essentially. You can see it automatically pops up here. This is what I was saying earlier. I just have to tap this. That automatically sends to Klaviyo, in this case, first name, last name, gender, location, email, and then you send them right back. So the whole process is, 1 tap, 2 taps, that's my own channel, Messenger opt-in, 3 taps, and then 4 taps once I get that discount to get sent back. So whole process is actually less friction, technically, in terms of taps, and very powerful. I mean, you're getting 2 own channels here. And then, of course, you're getting the full suite of information, because I joke that Facebook doesn't really care about privacy. So they'll give you all that information: first name, last name, gender, location, and time zone. So I do want to quickly hop off this and then show an example, because I think this is a good time to show an example for that. But this is the pop-up in action, just an example. So again, unlock 10% off your order, get 10% off an auto discount, be locked in Facebook Messenger app, get started. There's my opt-in, and this is in real time. There's my email. I just have to tap it, and then boom, I'm sent over. The whole process was, again, 4 taps, and that'll give my information like so to your provider. This could also be phone number as well. So first name, last name, gender, location, time zone. Perfect for a lot of companies that are looking for better segmentation, male, female, different email lists, even down to the time zone, different email lists. I mean, you could even say, send emails out to everyone with the last name that starts with an S or something. You can get really creative with it, completely eliminating a lot of those fields that you see usually on pop-ups. And then I do want to show one more video example. So sorry for a little bit of the messiness here, but here is another kind of like the opposite side of Recart, in terms of I've showed a lot of quote unquote more salesy techniques, in and out, let's get value, own channels, give them discounts, capture as much value as you can. But on the other side, let's just say you want to tell a brand story. What if your product is having qualification issues like this product was? This case, it was a client. It's called Pajamas. Pajamas you can pee in. Pretty brilliant, honestly, name and the product itself. But if they're having an issue, it targets mostly mothers, and a lot of mothers were buying the product and then leaving negative reviews because they thought it replaced diapers, when really it only supplements it. And even then, it's at a certain threshold of liquid, if you will. So we wanted to create an educational sequence on the first point of contact. What better way to do that than with Instagram, which is like a very common first point of contact for these. So I'm just going to play this. And then again, this is in real time. So learn more in Messenger, exactly how much pee will Pajamas hold. I don't know. Let's find out. So that will shoot me over to Messenger. Check out this 30-second video to see if Pajamas is the best bedwetting backup available. Watch video now. There is my opt-in. That's my Messenger opt-in. So now I'm sub to them, even if I leave now. So how much do you think your child pees overnight? I have no idea what these values mean in a diaper. I doubt anyone does. But she's going to explain it to me in the 30-second video. And if I press 10+, it'll disqualify me, saying, hey, do I want to share this with someone else? Share with another colleague or someone. But since I was able to qualify myself, Pajamas is in selling mode. Let's throw in another 30-second video on how it fits. Let's say that we're environmentally friendly and save you money over the course of a year. And let's give you a discount code finally, and then shoot you over to our website. But you get the idea here, and this is kind of what I was saying earlier, driving more value with your ads. You can see that all ads, you click them and then you're here. That's how they all work. With Recart or Messenger, you're able to add a lot of different things in terms of educational sequences, or even down to, let's just capture own channels, get in and out. I want to capture as much value. So I hope that helps explain some of the things that I was talking about earlier. So sorry about that. So this is a little bit how these flows are made, by the way. So in case you're unfamiliar with some Messenger building flows, it's pretty fun. You drag and drop, you connect, pretty seamless. And then of course, when people tap emails, that gets sent to things like Klaviyo, but this is kind of what the back end looks like to build these flows and sequences. And then all of these tactics that I just introduced can now finally allow you to send sponsored messages. Sponsored messages is the one-time communication from Messenger. Just like you amass an SMS list and then you send campaigns to that list at any given time. Definitely, I'm sure a lot of you guys took advantage of that over the last quarter for the holiday period. Same thing with email. Let's send emails at any given time. This is the technical term for messaging your Messenger list or of your Facebook PSIDs at any given time. It's called sending sponsored messages. They look just like a normal ad or anything. This is a sponsored message, 20% off this seasonal sale. Of course, this just shows you a little bit more of the back end and like how it works. And of course, we can add conditions. Like if have item in the cart is false, we'll send these messages. But this is the principle here. It's a message at any given time that you can show up in someone's inbox. This will be the last time I zoom out of this one, but I just want to show this real quick. This is what it looks like on the consumer's point of view. So this is my Facebook, and I received a sponsored message on, this is Black Friday, and it's basically an email, it's basically an SMS message, but it's showing up in a socially relevant area here for me. But of course, that's not possible unless I had opted in May 4th of 7 months before that, and tapping show my code. So again, get these channels on board, elevate your ads, maybe do some comment to Messenger, use these, and then you can have the ability to open your business to a completely new channel once you build that list. And this is a cool example too, I like to show, just because it's a combination of maybe the pajamas example and some of the other examples I was showing. Yeah, I'm getting that discount code, but optionally, they're showing a 2-minute video explaining their backstory, where they're from, how the business started. So kind of a cool, really cool example there. Sorry, just gonna pop back here. And then these are some of the results that we've seen from implementing these tactics on your page. So on average, we see 8 to 14% total revenue increase implementing some of these tactics to your store. Click to messenger ads are very powerful, but keep in mind the return on ad spend. Yeah, that's what we're shooting for sure. But the main value there isn't the return on ad spend. The main value there is either the educational aspects that you can include for free within those messages, or the own channels. Collect those own channels from those ads that people are already clicking on. The return on ad spend is strong, so don't get me wrong, but the value is a little bit somewhere else, if that makes sense. And then I would say, in terms of just raw return on ad spend, sponsored messages is the main thing. This is a real range that we've seen, so it's very powerful. And I think that's mostly because when you send sponsored messages, it's probably like the first sponsored messages that consumer's going to get. So they're very open and eager, like, what is this? Brand's messaging me, this is cool. And then this is kind of a good time to tie in some of the future initiatives for Recart. So right now we are a messenger marketing company, but I'm sure as you noticed, your Instagram has transformed. The icon is no longer that paper plane. It is now the messenger icon, the Facebook messenger icon. So that is a sign of things to come. You'll be able to do all these things that I just showed you natively within Instagram and the app. And then, of course, with Facebook messaging comes WhatsApp. So that's also going to come in the fall as well, or at least we're hoping in the fall, but Instagram is definitely already getting worked on. So that's going to be sooner than later. So keep in mind for that, it's not just going to be Facebook Messenger. We're going to branch out with the other Facebook messaging technologies. Yeah, and anyways, some of our numbers there, but that's the presentation. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me. My email is nick@recart.com. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any interest in any of these products. We have a special messenger accelerator for any clients that are doing a certain amount a year, and we will teach you, build flows. For example, that pajamas ad I showed you guys, that was an example of some work we did before the client even put a credit card down. So something like that interests you, if you want to easy transition into maybe trying out some products, let me know. Of course, we're also, for this webinar, offering 2 months for free. So if that's interesting to you as well, please reach out. But of course, if you're interested in the accelerator, more comprehensive, let me know too. But that is it. Thank you guys.
Well, Nick, that was superb, and it's a bit like I said earlier. It's amazing how many things one can now connect together to create such power, and not only amazing how you can connect so many things together, but how straightforward it is when you're using the right technology. And I guess that's what today is all about, is about helping people find that right technology. And congrats on being the #1 paid app on Shopify. That's pretty cool.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wasn't all just me, but thanks.
Pass it on to the rest of the team.
I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Look, thank you so much, Mika. We did have a couple of questions come in, but I'm not going to have time to spin them to you here. So I would they were on the YouTube channel if you want to get one of your guys over to sort them out, because they were a little bit techie as well. So possibly not relevant to everyone.
Sorry for going a little late there.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's probably my fault waffling too much in between speakers. Well, look, thank you so much, Nick. And we've got going across the bottom of the screen how everyone can get in contact with Recart. So thanks very much, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, everyone. So conversational marketing, clearly where it's going to be at. As Derek said right at the beginning of today, if you've been here all day, this event is all about not what's working right now, although we've seen plenty of that. It's about what's going to help you get your business performing really well in the coming years. So that is exactly what we were just learning there in the Recart presentation. Thanks for keeping your comments coming in across YouTube and Facebook. It's great to have you all here, and please do keep coming those in. We will try and get back to you with as many answers as we can as we go. And now we're going to be moving on to another very cool area of e-commerce tech that's going to help you improve your marketing, because we're going to be joined in just a second or two by John Tucker from HelpFlow, who is going to be taking us through some really interesting strategic angles to live chat. And John, if you've not come across John before, he is the founder and CEO at HelpFlow, which is a done-for-you live chat service. John always brings a ton of value to his sessions. I always learn a lot, I know. So I'm really looking forward to finding out the latest tips and tricks to increase those conversions. So let's bring John up here. Hello, John. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Chloe, how you doing?
I'm good. Great to see you again. And
awesome.
Great to have you here. So shall I let you take our audience through the marvelous things you've got to share?
Definitely. I hope they're marvelous for everybody. Super excited to dig in. So what I'm going to be talking about is really how to predict and save abandons with live chat. A lot of people are familiar with what live chat is, but I really want to be able to dig into how it plays a role in predicting if somebody's going to abandon and then saving those people before they actually leave. There's tons and tons of cart recovery tactics out there. You should be using all of them because it's very low hanging fruit. But the majority of them are all focused on saving somebody to win them back after they leave. Email sequence, SMS, retargeting ads, all those things. What we're going to be talking about is how to predict that somebody is going to abandon and save them before they bail. But to preface this, I really want to start with why growth in e-com is so tough, because that really sets the stage for what we're going to go into. If you're doing any sort of significant growth, paid traffic is going to be part of the game. And traffic is expensive. It's expensive to make it work. It's expensive even when it does work. You got to have a really healthy back end as far as additional profit to make a lot of money with it. And it's just expensive. Traffic is expensive. But if you look at abandons are a huge part of what makes traffic really expensive. 50% of the people that start the checkout process will end up abandoning. And so that means for, every 100 people that start the checkout process, 50 of them are going to bail, right? And some of those are going to abandon really, really deep in the checkout process. I'm talking about the payment page, shipping page, all those things. And the issue, kind of what I touched on at the beginning, is the normal checkout recovery, email, SMS methods, all that type of stuff. They don't work effectively enough because they're targeting people that already left. But like I mentioned, if you can predict these abandons before they happen, even before the person starts to think about abandoning, you can save a ton of those sales. And so what I'm going to do for this session, because I wanted to have like hard data to really dig into, is I'm going to go through a case study so you guys can really see like how significant the abandon problem is, and tactical ways of how to save those abandons. So this particular store is a makeup and skincare store. They do 750 grand a month, and I'm purposely using a pretty darn big site so that you can be comfortable knowing that the ratios I'm going to share, the percentage of abandons, the percentage of recovers, all those types of things. I want you to be confident in those ratios. If I'm using a store that does 25K a month, those numbers are going to swing so much. So you got to use big numbers, at least when you're looking at this for ratios. So if you don't do 750K a month, you will still get a lot of value from implementing these tactics. I just wanted to use big data here. Overall, one other thing I want you to notice here is the site performs pretty well already, right? 3.8% conversion rate, $38 average order value, like pretty healthy site. Even, revenue side, if you were to exclude the revenue, that it's like almost $1 million a month, still very well-performing site. But if you look at their abandons, you can see a different story. There's a lot of people that abandon. In this particular view, what you're seeing on the top row, 22,235 people a month start the checkout process, but don't end up completing. So 700 plus people every single day, right? It's more than the bottom line that you see. The bottom line is the number of people that actually buy. So 22,000 people a month start the checkout. And this is based on Google Analytics data. I'm reviewing it in this type of view rather than the Shopify view, because we're going to slice and dice the data a bit. But bottom line, I want you to realize like there's a lot of abandons here. But like I mentioned earlier, if you look deeper, the second row here is the number of people that abandon on the payment page. So 6,620 people abandon on the payment page. In this case, it's 30% of their actual abandons. And if you run the numbers on that, remember their average order value was $38. It's $250,000 a month of people leaving on the payment page, right? So again, this is a big store. I get it. You're not going to have $250,000 abandoning on the payment page. But around 30% of your abandons are going to be happening on the payment page. Around 50% of the people that start the checkout are going to abandon. And so there's a lot of opportunity regardless of your store. And so there's a lot of ways you can try to save these. Again, like you should definitely be using all of these. But if you look at simple abandoned cart emails, you should absolutely be using those. I'm going to actually call out later in the session some additional things you can do to really supercharge results of those campaigns. But either way, you should be doing cart recovery stuff for sure. Retargeting ads, another reason, another way that you're going to be targeting people to come back to the store and complete those purchases. But the issue here is none of these address why somebody abandoned, right? They are typically going to be some variation of reminder and a discount, and then a Hail Mary discount over 3 to 5 days. That's kind of like a default flow for some of these sequences. These don't address why someone abandoned. People have questions about, configuration of products, compatibility of products, certainty. They want to know that the product's going to be right for them. And so a lot of these things are kind of subjective situations that, really require a conversation to answer. And so you should be using all these cart abandonment strategies or cart recovery strategies really, but they don't address the core reason why people abandon. And so that brings us to live chat. Live chat can be a really good way to answer these questions. People always think of live chat as a customer service tool. So, order tracking, returns, like all that stuff. But if you do live chat really well, it can be used to drive a ton of conversions, not only here in the cart recovery process, but before, as people are really engaged in products. I'm going to show you some examples for that. And also technically after people leave the site. Again, I'm going to show you how to get a lot better results out of your Klaviyo sequences by integrating live chat there. But looking at this data, right? So going back to the actual data. This particular site, they're losing around 6,000 people per month on the payment page, right? 6,620. They're converting 3.8% of everybody on the site. So all traffic that comes to the site, right? 3.8%. So the question becomes like, of the people that are on the payment page, they've made it all the way through, they've put their shipping stuff in there, they figured out what product they want. What percentage of those on the actual credit card screen should you be able to convert? And in this case, converting, 1 in 5, 20%, definitely doable. I wouldn't want to forecast it much higher than that, but, lower than that's not really feasible because in this case, they're getting all the way to the end, right? Maybe if this was a super high ticket purchase, it'd be a lower percent, 10%, 15%. But forecasting 20% of people being converted for the ones that are abandoning on payment pages, turns into 50 grand in new revenue per month for this customer. And so what I want you to take away from this is like the scope of the sales you can drive if you get, really sniper focused with live chat is really significant if you get it right. As far as our background, I know Chloe shared a little bit at Helpful. This is exactly what we do. You do not need to work with us to drive these results. That's what I'm going to show you today. But what we do is we provide 24/7 live chat teams for over 100 e-commerce stores. So our team is actually there answering visitors' questions and helping them through the purchase process. And at this point, we've done millions of chats. We've driven literally over $100 million in chat revenue through our efforts. We've been doing this for a long time, over 6 years. And so we have a lot of experience doing this. But again, you don't have to work with us to drive these results. I want to walk you through tactical stuff you can actually apply with your team right away. So getting into it, I'm just doing a quick time check there. Getting into it, live chat, really, it should be used throughout the entire site. But there's really three places, three big levers that you can pull to really drive a lot of sales with live chat. And so one of those is the checkout process. I touched on that. I'll go a little deeper in a moment. Number two is product and category pages. So I'll dig into that. And number three is your cart abandonment emails, using chat along with your cart abandonment emails. I'm going to show you that at the end. So I want to walk you through strategies for each of these. So starting with recovering sales in the checkout process. The goal here is really to predict abandons and then engage automatically before they abandon. So I'm not talking about exit intent pop-ups or anything funky like that. They don't work that well anymore, frankly, because people are mentally gone. They've already left. They just haven't got their mouse all the way to the top of the screen. What I'm talking about is looking at the patterns of how people abandon and then basically engaging with them 2 or 3 steps before they actually leave. So the perfect time is when they don't even start thinking about abandoning, but it's clearly going to happen based on the data. And so some examples of that, using this screen here just to call out some examples. If they enter the checkout and then they leave, obviously that's a sign of abandoning. They may not have actually left the site, but they're going back to the main site, right? A more tactical one is if they're slowing down, or they're stuck on certain parts of the checkout process. So they move very quickly through product selection, very quickly through contact information, and then they start to freeze up on shipping, or they start to freeze up on the payment page. What you're talking about is changes in velocity as somebody moves through. The equivalent of somebody in a brick and mortar store walking around looking super excited. Then they go up and down the same aisle a couple times. Then they get a little bit frustrated. And you can tell by the look on their face that something's off, right? That's basically what you're trying to do here. And to be clear, basically with Shopify specifically, you do need Shopify Plus in order to actually physically chat within the checkout, unless you have a super old version of Shopify, but that's pretty rare. But you need Shopify Plus. With that said, if your numbers shake out the way I'm going to show you in this session, it probably will pay for Shopify Plus all by itself. So yes, you need Shopify Plus. You can still technically do some of this when somebody leaves the checkout, but I just want to acknowledge that up front. But assuming the numbers make sense for your store, this alone will pay for Shopify Plus, and then you'll get all the other benefits. So basically what you're doing here is you're engaging with somebody as they start to slow down. You win, you get a chance to win those sales. And also you're going to get a lot of insights from those conversations that you can use to basically avoid abandons in the future. So definitely something to look into. That's the checkout process. I want to show you something that's a little bit further back from the checkout process, because these are things people don't typically think of. What I want to focus on is number 2, which is people that are in product and category pages and basically just highly engaged in the product. They're really interested in the product. They clearly are spending some time considering what they're going to do, but they're not moving into the actual checkout. And so the goal here is with these product abandons, get those people to move into the checkout also. And so an example site I'm going to use is Thrive. I've used this in some other sessions. They're not a client, but I thought it was an easy business to understand. So picture someone looking at their makeup and skincare products. This particular site, it has a lot of categories and a reasonably wide range of products. And so you can see that in the top nav or looking through the site. But when they get here to a category page, think of what they're doing, right? They're gonna filter by various criteria on the left-hand side, or color, or those types of things. but they don't end up moving into an actual product page, right? So what you can do is you can track this by looking at time on page. Obviously, like that's pretty simple, not super effective, frankly, but you can track time on page. You can also track scroll depth of how far they've gone into the page, so you can really gauge like how interested are they in what they're seeing on the page. And technically you can track interpage activity also. So you can track, clicks on the left-hand side on that layered navigation. Technically you can track that with page views. But if you had other things that didn't technically trigger a new URL, you can track that too. So you can track scroll depth, track interpage activity. You can get really nerdy with this stuff in Google Tag Manager. But basically what we're talking about is they're super engaged, but they don't click through to the product. And then you can invite them to chat here and offer help really finding the right product, right? So showing up at that perfect time when somebody's starting to look lost. Second one though, is if they do get to a product page, they'll be reviewing information, they'll be configuring colors, they'll be basically really evaluating if that's the right product for them, right? And maybe they go to more products. But again, in this case, they don't move into the checkout, right? So basically what I'm doing is I'm looking at each step that leads to a purchase. And if people get stuck on that step, help them move forward with chat, right? So in this particular case, you're tracking deep engagement in the product. You're tracking scroll depth. You're tracking, clicks on product images. There might be ingredients or allergy stuff further down this page. There is an ingredients one. So you're tracking all those types of things. And again, if somebody's super engaged but not moving forward, you invite them to chat, right? That's basically what I'm talking about. So you can save a lot of sales like this. Going back to the case study, right? The site that we used earlier, so you guys can really see this data. They get about 350,000 visitors per month. That's the top line. The second row that you see is the number of people that view a product but don't actually move in to the checkout process, right? So there's some engagement, but they're not moving into the actual checkout process. What we always like to focus on though is much deeper engagement. So in this particular case, the third row there is the number of people that viewed at least 3 products but did not move in to the actual cart or checkout process. So it's really deep engagement when you look at the trends throughout the rest of the site. And you can save a portion of these for sure before they abandon. And so if we look at these numbers, right, like what's the opportunity size here of sales that you could save? There's 87,000 people per month that are super, super engaged in the products, right? They're looking at 3 or more products, which in this client's case is a lot of engagement, especially the way that they have to navigate back and forth on the site. They don't make it very easy to look around. 87,000 people, they're converting 3.8% of everyone. And so converting 2% of these is totally reasonable. I think it would be higher than 3.8%. We almost always see it like that, but it's not every single time. But looking at this, being conservative here, right? Like a portion of site-wide conversion rate, converting 2% of these people turns into 1,700 purchases, right? 1,749. So definitely a lot of sales. If you run the numbers on that, it's $66,000 a month, right? So a ton of revenue by just tracking people engaged in the product process or the product search, but not actually moving into checkout. So a ton of potential sales there. So we talked about, chat in the checkout process and, chat on the product pages, all those things. But chat can also supercharge your abandoned cart emails and your other email flows. It's not, just for your website. So I want to show you this because this is something like, even if you're already using chat, if you get a takeaway like this and implement it into your cart abandonment emails, it will make those perform way, way, way better. So cart abandonment. Most stores are using, like I mentioned earlier, a reminder email and then a discount email and then a Hail Mary discount, right? And maybe you're layering in SMS and all those things too. But you're basically reminding people, right, to buy. SMS is better because it's conversational, but there's some downsides to that too, depending on when you do it. But using all of them together is great. The issue here though is people don't buy because of questions, right? There's something holding them back. They usually didn't like all of a sudden forget that they had something in their shopping cart, right? Like something held them back, wasn't super time sensitive for them to buy. Oh, I'll just come back later and deal with it, right? So something stopped them from buying. What you can do is you can add live chat as a call to action in your emails so that basically when somebody gets those emails, rather than just seeing a reminder and discount, they see a call to action of, hey, our team's online right now, feel free to chat, click here. They come back to the site. The chat box is automatically open right when they arrive at the site. It's just a tagged link. And then it has all of their order information also in the page. That's normal abandoned cart features, right? But basically what you're doing here is you're making it so that it turns that email into a live conversation so that your team can then basically engage with them, continue that conversation, answer whatever questions stop them from buying, and get them to the point of converting. You do need obviously a 24/7 team to do this, since those emails are going to go out at different times. You can kind of technically get really fancy and make that call to action not appear during certain hours, but it's really messy to do and it doesn't work for everybody. But bottom line, adding live chat in as a call to action in your abandoned cart emails will significantly increase the performance of those emails. So definitely something to consider. Those are really like the three major levers of how live chat can drive a lot of sales. So using it in the checkout process, using it to invite people at the right time based on product engagement, and then also adding chat into cart recovery emails. But if you're going to do live chat yourself, you absolutely should. Again, like you don't have to work with us to use live chat, obviously. But if you're going to use live chat, it's super, super important to avoid a couple mistakes, because live chat is something like if you get it wrong, it doesn't just not work. It causes your conversion rate to go down. Your conversion rate will be worse with live chat if you make certain mistakes. And the reason for that is people that would have bought without chat, right? Like without it even being there, they will engage with chat. They'll see your greetings. They'll experience some of these mistakes I'm going to talk through, and it'll interrupt their purchase process and cause them not to buy. So you got to be really, really careful with live chat, because it can bring a source of friction into the purchase process and really mess things up. So one of the main mistakes we see people make is using pre-chat forms. Don't use pre-chat forms. Don't require somebody to fill out information before they can speak with you. That is just an added layer of friction. Like this is, conversion optimization 101, decrease friction in the process, right? I know there's certain parts of CRO where it makes sense to introduce friction, but this is not one of them. If somebody wants to ask a question, don't make them fill out paperwork in order to speak to somebody, right? That's one of the most important ones, because people that have questions will click the chat, see this form, and then minimize it because they don't want to take the time to do the form. And that right there is just like, it's a micro interruption that affects the conversion rate. Second mistake, and this one is this one, I think they're both equally important. This is the harder one to solve though, frankly. Responding slowly. Response times are really, really important with live chat, especially if you get the greetings right? Like I talked about earlier, you time those greetings to when somebody is starting to have confusion on the site. And if you get those greetings right, it's going to feel like the perfect time to the visitor. And they're going to assume that it's a human there sending the invite. Ours are not humans, but it's humans the second somebody replies. It should look human though. And they're going to reply, and then they're going to sit there and they're going to wait for a response. And then they're going to realize it was automated, and then they're going to feel friction, which is not good. The cutoff time is really 10 seconds. If you cross the 12-second mark for first response time, it really just crushes your conversion rate on that cohort of visitors that interact with chat, because it's a real-time channel. And when you get those greetings right, people expect a fast response because they feel like it's that perfect timing. So you got to be on point with your timing. Response time during the conversation depends. 30 seconds is a good kind of round number, but it really depends on what's happening in the conversation. But that first response time is super, super critical. Last piece is nights and weekends, right? These other two things were kind of, mistakes to avoid. I would say the third one is a mistake that's a missed opportunity. It's not something that if you don't do it, it's going to cause things to go backwards, right? But it is a big missed opportunity. if you look at your traffic and revenue, you're going to see somewhere around 50% of your traffic and of your sales come outside of business hours, right? So nights and weekends, essentially, or even just nights. Like we pretty often see 45, 50% of traffic and sales just on nights. So basically nighttime, 7 days a week, right? Excluding the daytime on the weekends. So it's a lot of potential traffic, and every visitor that you chat with, it's an opportunity to close those sales, right? And there's people abandoning on nights and weekends. And so if you get these chat things in place, you're able to drive a lot of those sales online nights and weekends. You can drive a lot of additional results there. Again, we run chat for 100+ stores. And if you're doing over 50K a month, digging into this stuff for your particular store and looking at 24/7 typically makes sense. And to be transparent, like there's no big pitch or anything weird in our process. All we do on our sales calls is basically what we just did in this presentation, but we do it with your data. So we look at your Google Analytics, we look at your abandons on the payment page, we look at your abandons throughout the funnel, and we explain, look, I think this is probably the best way to engage with these people based on the patterns that we're seeing in your data. And then we also look at the best way to engage with them and forecast what that'll turn into. And honestly, like we only work with clients where the ROI is going to be a no-brainer. We calculate that ROI right out of the gate. Super, super simple for us to do. So if you're doing over 50K a month, I'd be happy to jump on a strategy call with you and just go through your data and see if it makes sense. And even if we don't work together, you'll get a ton of insights because we get pretty nerdy with it on those calls. So you'll see a lot of stuff that we've done with other stores throughout the years. So, either way, it'll be a lot of value. But for anybody on the call, we put together the helpflow.net, or I was reading the URL, sorry, the cart recovery checklist. This is basically a resource that goes into really like why visitors abandon, right? Like we've done literally millions of chats. And so we've been able, and we use that data on the back end a lot. So we're able to see like why visitors abandon, like what are the things that lead to people abandoning, and how to predict those abandons and engage with them on the site like we've done today, but in more detail, and also how to integrate chat into your email. So it's basically a guide to really execute on what we talked about today. And it just goes into more detail. It's something you can circulate to your team so that they're able to implement that stuff. But that's definitely a resource I wanted to share. I know Derek and the team are sharing that in the emails and other places related to the event. But feel free to download that cart recovery checklist. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, reply to that email, contact us on Helpflow, helpflow.com or helpflow.net, either one, and chat with our team there because we use live chat as well. But that is basically everything I've got. I know there may be some questions within the comments. I'm happy to go into, Chloe, if that works for you, or we can keep things moving.
I know. Well, one of the questions we got in the comments, and John, that was brilliant as always. So clear, such great advice. So thank you for pulling it all together, and such great examples as well. We've got a question which isn't terribly about what you said, but I think we're gonna Mustafa is clearly really needing to know the answer to this one, so I think we'll answer it. Which is, what's the domain name of the store Thrive?
Let me check. I would just Google it. It's Google it from the name Thrive Cosmetics, I think. Cosmetics. Yeah, thrivecosmetics.com. Cosmetics is spelled like cause. I'll paste it in the comments here.
Excellent. Thanks, John. A nice, easy question for you there.
Yeah. And to be clear, that's not a client. So I just wanted to be crystal clear about that part.
That's cool. And such an amazing checklist as well. Is there one last thought you'd like to leave everyone with before we say goodbye?
Honestly, I think the biggest one is everyone focuses on cart recovery and getting people back to the site after they abandon. With the data that's in analytics and like watching people on the site and engaging with people, it sounds like rocket science, but you can predict if somebody's going to abandon and then just be there before they leave. Just like brick and mortar retail, if somebody walks confused up and down an aisle, you can predict that they're confused, right? And help them. That's all you're trying to do online. So I would say that's the biggest thing is don't just focus on cart recovery, focus on helping people when they're on your site. And, I'm biased, but chat is the best way to do that.
Excellent. And Mustafa says thank you. So that's gone down well. Excellent.
Awesome. Happy to help.
And how can people get hold of you if they want to, as a result of what they've heard today?
Yeah, best option is just visiting helpflow.net. You can download the guide also. That goes straight to my email as well. So I do engage with people there. But yeah, helpflow.net, contacting us through the site. That's the best way to reach out.
Excellent. Well, I better let you go and deal with all those emails you're about to get from people downloading the
I hope so.
checklist, hadn't I? John, thanks very much. Always a pleasure to catch up. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Take care.
Cheers. Bye. Well, everybody, that has given you a whole load of areas to bring together for your business and for the future of your e-commerce tech. We just heard from our 3 key sponsors. So I'm going to tell you a bit more about them now, because as Derek mentioned at the very beginning, without these guys, the event couldn't happen. We couldn't put it on for free. So we've had Gorgeous, who are the help desk for e-commerce. We've had Helpflow, who provide 24/7 live chat teams for over 100 stores. And we've had Recart, who are best-in-class messenger marketing. Hopefully, you have accessed and got up on your screens right now our where have they gone? Our show notes, because that is, I've just got it scrolling across the bottom of the screen now, because that is the #1 link you need, as well as this one where you're actually watching us, because Derek's got one of his team doing notes live for you. They're adding all the important links, all the important details. So that is the #1 place you need to grab and bookmark as we go through all this. And the other thing I just want to tell you all was, do stay tuned for the whole today, because we've picked up a couple of really interesting topics that we've been going through today. We've had quite a bit of talk about SMS, and there's a brilliant session coming up not that far away with Cartloop, who are going to be taking us through some really interesting SMS lessons. We've touched on ads a little bit, unsurprisingly, as we're talking about the future of e-commerce. And there are some amazing ad sessions coming up towards the very end of today around email ads. Yes, you heard that. I'm going to leave that tantalizingly there for you to tune into later, and also video ads. Right, now we are going to go into one of our brand new formats for you today, and this is a short session, short bite-sized session, where we've got, I think, 3 of these coming up throughout the day, where you're going to get a little preview of a key new piece of technology that Derek has identified as something you really need to know about. So kind of a showcase of some new tech. And coming up to do this, we have got, she says going to the wrong screen, so she can't bring it up. We've got, oh no, that's not right either. That's the one, there we go. Oops. There we go. We've got Bar from Root coming up. So let me bring Root on screen. Hello, Bar on screen. How are you, Bar? You're muted. Oh, you're not muted anymore.
I'm great. Yeah, excited to be here. And thanks so much for having us, Chloe.
It's great to have you here. And I think I should let you just dive straight into your tech showcase. So it's all yours.
Awesome. Yeah. And thanks for having us. Just a quick note, we'll be going through this relatively quickly, but have a pretty awesome thing to show at the end. So if you guys stick around for 5 to 10 minutes, you'll have an opportunity to enter. We're doing a $75,000 giveaway right now in cash and software with some of the companies that Chloe mentioned, including Gorgeous, Klaviyo, Yotpo, and Afterpay. And so, huge opportunity for really anyone here to win that. And I'll be sharing the details on how to enter that at the end of this if you guys stick around. But let's just quickly dive in. So I am with route.com, and we are really reinventing the post-purchase experience. And I'll kind of dive into the 3 pieces of how we're doing that. But just before we do that, Route is actually the fastest growing company in history. We're outpacing Slack in terms of pretty much every growth metric out there. I think there's a lot of metrics that we can kind of go over. But the one that gets me the most excited is that we're adding about 39 new users every single minute into the Route platform. And so this is a super widely used platform. We have over 7,000 merchants using us. And the reason why you should care is because it's completely free for you to use it as the merchant, and really only has upside. So we'll dive into what that upside is, but again, completely free for you to use it as a merchant, and can only improve your customer experience. So let's talk about that experience. So really there's 4 different parts. We've got Protect, which is going to be our shipping protection part of our platform. We've got Track, which is going to help you help your customers really answer those Wizmo tickets, right? So where's my order? I think we all know that that's a huge part of our support system. We've got Resolve. So when there is an issue, when something happens to that customer's package, they can resolve it super quickly and really follow that Amazon model where 75% of those tickets should be automated and that customer should get to an answer right away. And then obviously Engage. At any point in the post-purchase experience, you always want to get that customer to come back, to make a second purchase, to think about your brand, to share your brand. So those are the 4 pieces of Route's platform, and we'll go through each one of those. So let's just dive right into Protect. And really, this is the main piece of Route that has just seen incredible growth, specifically over COVID. I think we all know that e-commerce has advanced by over, in the last year or so, it's seen the same amount of growth that it's seen in the last 10 years. But with that, we're also seeing a ton of packages getting lost, a ton of packages getting stolen or damaged in transit. And there's a couple of different stats on here, but the one that matters the most is that 94% of customers are going to blame you as the merchant after a delivery goes poorly. So we all know that it's probably not your fault. If something gets stolen, it's completely out of your control. If something gets lost or damaged, it's almost likely going to be the shipping platform's fault, right? Like USPS, FedEx, we all know USPS has had a ton of issues this year and it's not getting better. And we're seeing that on our side as well in terms of the data. But when that happens, the customer blames you, not the shipping platform. And so that's really what Protect is out there and aiming to do. And that's where most people are going to discover Route. Again, on the cart or on the checkout page, we're essentially flipping the model on insurance, where it used to be that the merchant would have to insure their own items. Like you were selling a guitar, you would go and insure that guitar through FedEx or USPS. We're now flipping that on its head, and we're giving the consumer the ability to do that for a really low fee, about 1 to 2% of the cart value. Most of the time it comes out to about 98 cents. And it's really giving that consumer peace of mind at checkout, right? Like they now know that if something was to happen, they've got Route on the cart or checkout page, and they know that Route will ensure that. The great thing here is, one, we're taking this terrible experience, again, that terrible experience where that customer is lost, damaged, or stolen goods are no longer at their door. We're taking that experience and we're flipping it on its head. We're seeing about a 95% CSAT rating after any experience like this. So now we've got a customer that has a terrible experience with your brand that is now a loyalist. And we're on the other end of that, we're also helping with your bottom line. So in that case where something happens to a package, Route as an insurance company is actually making a second purchase from your brand and shipping it to the consumer. So you've got happy customer, you've got happy merchant, it all works out. The second piece is going to be Track. So again, we've done studies on this. About 50% of support tickets that we see across all 7,000 of our merchants are essentially, where's my order? And so that's really what Route Track is out to try and solve. So let's just walk through that user flow. So again, you go and you add an item to your cart, you're going to see that Protect. As soon as you actually go through with that order, you're going to see on the order confirmation page that you're able to track your order with Route. And that consumer is going to be able to actually download Route. We are a mobile app. We have over 3 million downloads, over 1.5 million daily active users on there. So this is a super fast growing app. I think right now it's like in top 10 in the shopping category on the Apple App Store, and continually growing. And so then the customer actually signs into the Route app. And I use this on a daily basis. This is by far and away my favorite part of Route, is what we're doing is we're actually taking all your orders and we're automatically importing them into this app as soon as it's downloaded. So we're actually looking through your emails. Anytime you get an order confirmation, you get a push notification. Route is now tracking your item, and you can actually track your entire order on a map or multiple orders on a map and see it coming to you and when it's going to show up. And the most important part of this is that we're going to give push notifications throughout this entire experience. And that's important for two reasons. One, what we've seen is that you cannot over communicate when it comes to the post-purchase experience. People, as soon as they've given you money, they want to know every step of the way where their item is, whether it's been packaged, whether it's out for delivery, whether it's moved from one city to the next. They want to know because they are just so excited to get their item. The other aspect is push notifications on average get a 96% open rate, where we all know emails, 20% is going to be a really, really high open rate. And so that's going to actually tack onto this last piece of engagement. But before we get there, you can kind of see here the different push notifications. So, you can really customize this. The one that's really, really important is obviously out for delivery and delivered. I actually just got, while we're on the call, I got a delivered notification from Moose Jaw in order that I placed. So, right after I get off this call, I know I'm going to go outside and see that package in front of my house. And then obviously we don't have to do it over mobile, so we can also do it over email. A lot of people, most of our users, 90% of them are going to choose to use that mobile app, but you can obviously also do it online. Again, reinventing the entire tracking experience. You no longer are going to antiquated USPS, UPS tracking page. This is all branded. Whether it's online or in the app, it's going to be branded to your store. And that really feeds into this last piece of engagement. And we'll get back to that here in a second. So the third piece is resolve. And so again, when something goes awry, you want to know that that your item is going to be taken care of. If it's lost, damaged, or stolen, you want to know that there's someone on the other end that can help you out. And really, the idea here is that Amazon has completely reshifted the way that we think about post-purchase. When something happens to your order on Amazon, you go online, you click a few buttons, and right away you either get refunded or you get a new item the next day. Now, we all know that can't happen for the masses. Most Shopify stores, most e-commerce stores are not going to be able to afford to just do that. And so what we've done here with Resolve is really democratize that Amazon style resolution center and given it to the masses. And so again, with a few clicks, you can get an automated approval. So if something happened to your item, you can actually upload a picture if it was damaged, if it was stolen, you report that in the app. And most of our orders are going to be reordered or refunded within 24 hours. I think it's around 95% of those orders are done within 24 hours. So again, really, really, really quick resolution here. And then the last piece, again, coming back to that engage, every single piece of this equation is going to be branded. So again, if someone is tracking their order through the app, this is just a great example here with Cotopaxi. You're able to remarket to them, whether it's a new item, whether it's a blog post, whether it's a warranty program. We get about a 26% click-through on the brand profile on the app. So this is just a huge, huge opportunity. And again, completely free for you as a merchant. So right now, all of you actually have pages within our app, our mobile app, that you're able to go out there and claim for completely free and start to remarket to your audience. And so really great call to action. If anyone is listening on this call, highly encourage you to go in there. More than likely, I would bet that you already have customers that are using our mobile app. And if you haven't set up that brand profile, that's just a missed opportunity for you guys. So huge opportunity for you guys to go and claim that. And as promised, For anyone that is still on the call, we are doing a $75,000 giveaway right now. Alongside these other amazing brands, Klaviyo, Afterpay, Yotpo. I know Gorgeous is a sponsor for this webinar. And first place is getting $10,000 in cash. They're going to be getting a ton of free software as well. This is a great opportunity. Anyone and everyone can win, even if you pay one of these software companies. It's a great opportunity to just get some free cash and get some free software. And the idea here is we all know that the pandemic has helped some e-commerce stores, but it's been a struggle for a lot as well. And so we'll be picking 8 winners. The idea is that really anyone that wins is going to really have like a life-altering event. I think it's going to change the trajectory of your e-commerce store. And so highly encourage everyone to enter. The URL, I'll post it in the chat right now. I guess this is a private chat, but the URL is go.route.com/giveaway. Chloe, maybe you're able to post that for everyone to see.
Or if you can post that in the private chat, I will. I'll spread it around to everybody else. Although I think it's Derek's already done it. You might not be able to see him, everybody, but Derek's there in the ether doing clever things. So we've already posted the giveaway out to the YouTube and the Facebook group.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, definitely. That's great. And yeah, it would be great to have someone from this group win one of those eight prizes. So that'd be amazing. And then I've got 5 minutes here, so happy to field any questions if anyone has any.
Actually, we don't have 5 minutes, unfortunately.
Okay.
but and we don't have any questions from the group yet either, so we're good. Bar, thank you so much. That was what an amazing piece of tech, and pulling the whole post-purchase journey together like that is brilliant. So thank you so much for going through it. And just could you remind people how they can get hold of you if they want to find out more, please?
Yeah, definitely. So I think really the best way is to enter through the giveaway. We'll have some, after you've entered in there, we'll have some opportunities for you to get a demo. And obviously you can always, actually, if you install Route, you'll get 10 extra entries into the giveaway. And so I think really at this stage, we only have like 10 days left of this giveaway. It's already gone pretty viral, and we've, we're really, really excited and proud of the prize that's happening here. So I think the best and only way for right now for the next 10 days is to enter through this giveaway. And I think you'll discover a lot from Route after that.
Excellent. There you go, guys. The opportunity to win a lot, as well as find out more about the brilliant Route service. Bar, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having us, Chloe. Take care. Oh, hello, Juliana.
that was sudden.
That was sudden. I didn't mean to hit the button that brought you up there, but it's good to have you here. I was just about to say to everyone, we're about to be brought to be joined by the CLV lady, because we should all be caring a lot about customer lifetime value. Because Juliana, I don't know about you, but certainly I think with all that's gone on over the last 12 months, those who, as Bar was saying, have not done quite so well with their sales are going, how can I retain? How can I increase my CLV? Those who've done great with sales are going, oh my God, all these new customers. How do I improve my CLV? So I think this is a perfectly timed session. So it's brilliant to have you here. As you're here, shall we put your slides up and let you get stuck in?
Sure. And I'm excited. I'm gonna take a different take today. Just want to give everyone like a short intro to it. I'm not gonna be Juliana from OmniConvert or from Reveal. I'm gonna be Juliana, the e-commerce marketer today. And I just want to talk to you guys, and let's see how this goes, because I haven't done this before. So I'm super excited to be here and and do this. So yeah, let's do it.
Excellent, awesome. Well, look, there's your slides, and I'm going to go away and let you be the awesome e-commerce marketer that you are.
That's it. Okay, so I just choose today a topic that's been running through my head for some time. And as Chloe was saying earlier, we have been experiencing so many changes during the last 12 months, right? So here I am. This is me. I'm the chief evangelist for OmniConvert. I'm called the CLV lady because I can stop talking about customer lifetime value. But tonight, because it's night here in Romania, I'm just an e-commerce marketer. And this here is not a keynote speech. This is a manifesto meant to produce a mindset switch from quick wins to fast, unreliable results to long-term mentality and profitability. So by focusing on one most important thing, your customers and their journey with your e-commerce brand. So as said, I'm not here representing OmniConvert and Reveal today. I'm not pushing any agenda. I just want to make you think tonight. I want to make you ask yourselves one question. Are you pushing for a customer-centric agenda, or are you pushing your brand's agenda? So just this is a manifesto, right? And why am I doing this, right? Why am I doing this? There has to be a mindset switch. For far too long, we have been entrapped as marketers into following a culture where everything matters but the customer. We are we're always speaking about improving customer journeys, but we are very deep down thinking only about KPIs, right? And the metrics that drive revenue. We acquire customers that are not sticky, and then the customers are not happy, they're not staying with us. And this happens because of focusing on the wrong things. And we all do it. We all do it somehow, and I feel like we are just encouraging each other to remain in the status quo. And I want to talk about the first thing, the tool fatigue, right? Since early 2020, we have started hearing more and more talks about tracking data, using data to guide our decisions, and so on. But wasn't that always the case? Are we now just suffering a platform fatigue? Because the expectations are that, the e-commerce growth marketer is cheered by all the brands around the world and we're, doing our thing. But the reality is we have a tool for everything: ads, traffic, social media, loyalty, website optimization, customer data platforms. We have an app for everything. So the main patterns from this slide right here is the mentality that everything is cured that goes wrong by installing a tool. But can tools really fix a bad strategy? I don't think so. We are all working forward with e-commerce brands, and we are overwhelmed, I know I am, with the fact that there is such a big need for quick returns, quick results. But that's not growth. That's just movement. So we are installing tools to track and measure everything. But if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there, right? And how will that help you in your mission of generating growth for your clients? Because the only ones that are actually suffering at the end of the day are your clients, are the e-commerce brand. And I've said this a lot of times. I don't have time to play the tool war game with competitors when the biggest problem in e-commerce right now is the know-how. Most marketers, we are just trying to fix bad strategy problems by installing all these tools that are quite expensive and hours lost in demos and onboardings and back and forths, only adding to our acquisition costs, when the real problem can only be solved only by spending time and energy in improving customer experience and delivering better services. But people say, Juliana, we need sales, we need to grow. And I'm saying, sure. But by spending time understanding your customers and what they want from you, what is the job that they hire your product for? Why do they buy from you? You'll be able to fix those broken journeys, adjust the way you communicate with them on each channel, and deliver a better experience, right? And surprise, you're gonna lower your CAC. And then there's the data part, right? Data has become such a buzzword. So it's like the whole data-driven thing is mostly because we're generically falling on data to base all our guessing that we do and assumptions that might justify a strategy. And yet, we can be so wrong sometimes, right? Because, we rely a lot on data to make decisions. And of course, why wouldn't we? Data is sexy and is there to prove a point. It makes it easy, right, to support our arguments, but without context, we cannot replicate the success or fully understand the shortcomings of the data and what the data brings. And the problem context is real. And I will talk about that a bit more later. But this is how, what we're expecting to be. But the reality is, while we are looking at data to argument or justify our marketing decisions, sometimes, let's admit, it's freaking overwhelming. And even us, as marketers, or maybe e-commerce owners, we have so many tools installed, measuring everything. But at the end of the day, what are we supposed to do with all that data to actually move the needle? And the problem is, I don't even remember where I read this quote of Brandon Dells, but it hit home. We are playing safe. We are playing to not lose instead of playing to win. Winning means going full circle. And how can we win in marketing if we don't think long-term, if we don't do the necessary efforts to enrich the data we have with real customer insights and implementing the customer voice in everything that we do? Sadly, data alone, qualitative data, cold data is not enough. The truth is that, in a way, the aversion we have overpowers our ability to create meaningful experiences for our customers and draw really actionable insights from all the data we are collecting. And this is how you enter the e-commerce marketing echo chamber. Guessing games, right? How I like to call them. And being blinded that, optimizing solely on using numbers and, quantitative data, it's something that has taken e-commerce marketing in a vortex of bad decisions. And we all make them. I made them too. I wouldn't be here today talking about this if I didn't live to tell the story. So we see some data, we draw conclusions, we convince ourselves it's true, and that's a dog, sorry for that. And then we look to surround ourselves with folks that think the same as we do, but don't challenge us to to think differently. Are we turning into those customers we have sometimes, or the partners we don't want to work with? Are we hitting the status quo because we don't, we're finding a comfort zone because we just want to be cold data driven? So is it that we're afraid to lose, or we're afraid to play bigger? And I mean, this is, the classic definition of an echo chamber, but in our context, this is the echo chamber. We are flooded by bad advice and flooded by, people that agree with us on everything we do. So I bet in 2011, when Sean Ellis came up with growth hacking, the growth hacking term, he didn't think that by 2021, this is going to become the staple of gimmickry and so-called gamification. So what I did was I asked some friends to share with me some of the most ridiculous growth hacks they have heard or read that are thought to move the needle, but they aren't. And this is what they said. I have so many people from LinkedIn to the DTC fam group that shared with me all these crazy things about growth hacks and all the echo chamber of marketing. And I'm not going to read them all, but it's things like use a spin wheel to get conversions to grow, add SEO to the product landing page, keep product landing page description short, write short emails, change topics. But all of this here, all of this gold people had gave me, even Nick, which I met yesterday, all of these are just a failed compilation right now. And these answers were too good, so I had to make an article with them today. But the problem is, let's settle this one and forever. There is no such thing as gamification of retention and customer lifetime value. You cannot manipulate or bamboozle by silly discounts and VIP programs and concierge programs, creating personas, whatever. You can't. And all the expert advice on this topic is centered on manipulating customers, pushing a sales agenda, and having zero knowledge about how and why people are buying from you. And you might trick them for one-to orders, but consumers won't stay with you if you have a shitty post-purchase experience. But is it all doom and gloom? It's not. Not if you work with your customers closely. So the reality is that most, e-commerce brands are using so many tools right now. And most businesses know everything about their customers except why, right? So this takes me to the buying process versus the selling process. The ultimate question, why do people buy? People might initially buy from a brand because of their products, how good they taste, they smell good, how great they are, and what makes them feel when they're using those products. It might be, but it also might be that people are driven by other things than the sole benefit of a brand's product. Consumers hire and fire products and brands all the time because of emotions. So here is, I cannot speak about this buying process thing at all without mentioning Bob Moesta. And his last book, Demand Side Sales 101, was epic and extremely helpful to me to understand how to determine and focus more on uncovering the demand rather than being focused on how to optimize the next sales campaign. So a lot of the following things are inspired by his work, and I really advise you to buy this book. So the buying process. Most people think that, consumers are just literally perusing the internet, looking exactly for their products, find them, and then explode in excitement. And, some of them call it impulse purchasing. Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as impulse purchasing. Nothing is random. And most e-commerce marketers or e-commerce brand think that this is the buying process. I see your ad, I go to your website, I buy it, I ship it, I get it, and I'm busted in excitement. Well, not really. As you can see, it's not that simple. Consumers go through a lot of sequential steps when buying a product. And a buying process is a step that the consumer takes while making a purchasing decision. So people go through more steps in the decision-making process than you would think. So it's very important for an e-commerce brand to do the uncovering of the demand, because a lot of people are trying to make this part easy, but it's not. It takes time, but if it's done right, it has the potential to transform your brand massively. As you can see in this e-commerce flywheel, the first type of buying process I have showed you, the linear one, follows the type A buying process, right? I see your ad, I buy it, I got it. But a healthy e-commerce growth flywheel has to consider the type B purchasing, this one. Because it's not just demand generation, you get customers and you make money. People have changed. Things are way more complicated right now. So most businesses, as I said earlier, know everything about their customer except for the why. You have to dig way past the surface layer to understand why customers choose you. Why do they shop from you? Why are they hiring your product? Research is crucial if you want to develop customer loyalty. You cannot game that. You cannot play the guessing game with your customers. They are not created equal, and you need to consider that your aim is retention and customer satisfaction. And knowing just these three things, the context, the outcome, and the trade-offs, is the thing that's going to make you stand apart. So a lot of people think, people buy products for their features, right? So when people buy, they don't buy them because, random reasons. They have a job that they need to fix. They're seeking an outcome, right? So just like in this image, you think people that buy a hammer buy it just because they need to collect them, or just, want the new Stanley Carbon steel claw hammer. No, they just want to buy that hole on the wall where they will put a picture of their family, or they buy that hammer that helps them do work and feed their families. People buy to make progress. And if your marketing fails to communicate outcomes and progress, then you won't be the right person for the jobs those consumers want to hire you for. Because at the end of the day, instead of selling features and shower people with discounts and speaking the product language, you have to start speaking the job language. Because this is how you are going to get the why. People don't buy your hammer, they buy the wall on the wall. The hole on the wall. So the jobs to be done methodology, it's something I cannot preach enough. This is a game changer for you as a brand or as an e-commerce marketer. You need to move from the space where you think customers are transactions. We are talking about people. And as you will be able to learn from Bob Moesta if you research and read his work, first you should create an interview procedure where you can understand exactly what is the context these people are buying from you, the outcomes and the trade-offs. Pay attention, right? We are only interested in people that have already made the decision, not the ones that didn't. Because you have to understand this. You need to understand what made people say, yes, I'm buying this today, right? So this is something that you guys need to look into if you really are trying to do customer development and customer retention. And I guess this takes us to the, the last part of my manifesto, meaningful data. Qualitative research, even if it's done by jobs to be done, even if it's just, classic quality research, is very important, because you need to understand the psychological reasons people have to buy your products. And this is done on a, it should be done on a larger scale of people, even though it can give you like a superficial understanding. Your entire team should work for this. Doing the initial brainstorming, you have to identify the basis of the job to be done. So what outcome people, are looking for when they're buying your product. You have to understand what type of frictions you have to analyze further. But the goals of this qualitative research are to, design questionnaires based on the customer segments, whatever, segmentation you use, RFM or, whatnot. You need to understand more about what needs to be improved and to establish priorities for increasing your retention rate. Because qualitative data plus quantitative data equals love, but it also equals, profitability. So if you are an e-commerce marketer or an e-commerce brand, you have to go out there and get your own context. Data without, numbers, without context is just numbers. You want to know why your customers, how your customers found you, liked you, wifed you, divorced you. Because, human emotions cannot be measured, but customer experience can. And you can do all that by ongoingly monitoring qualitative plus quantitative data. And from a product perspective, following this is crucial for you to do product optimization, because companies with multiple products, multiple SKUs must check if certain brands that they're selling or products are harming their retention rate. Because sometimes you probably don't know, but you might have toxic products. So it's very important that in your research, you go through everything, to your experience on the website, to your products and your services. And do yourself a favor and move from, the classic formula of measuring growth like this, traffic multiplied by conversion rate and AOV equals growth. These are not the metrics you are looking for, right? And do it like this. Understand this. The main KPI for retention, loyalty, lifetime value is customer experience. If your customer experience is shit, you shouldn't even dream about having loyal and happy customers. Focus on meaningful data. The result of your customer experience and the improvements you will do in your customer experience will translate in your long-term profitability. I mean, even Shopify said it. Gimmicks don't work anymore. Acquisitions are more expensive than ever. We cannot move the way, the market is moving just by buying a new tool. This is not a tool problem. This is not a data problem. This is a mindset problem. The mindset and the status quo, right? The fear of losing, as I was mentioning earlier, which takes me again to this slide. We cannot just play to win anymore. We have to, we cannot play to lose anymore. We have to play to win. And the only way we can win in e-commerce right now is not through growth hacks, it's not through gamification and gimmickry, it's just by simply switching our mindset from fear to progress. And listen, I don't expect you, whoever is listening to this right now, to drop the ship and go and move, through the sunset. But I hope that today I just made you ask yourself at least one question. And if I did that, it means my mission is accomplished, right? So just to end my presentation, is going back to basics the new thing that you should do? And my answer is yes, because you have to think customer value optimization, right? This is a process that can create a great customer journey and maximize your profits on all your marketing channels. It focuses on optimization throughout the customer lifecycle to improve your brand's loyalty, but also create customers for life. So because customer behavior changes so much over the time, e-commerce companies need to understand that customers and their data are not static. Creating lifetime customers, lifetime fans, or how do you want to call it, demands that companies keep up the pace. And that's it. You won't be able to solve everything at once, but focus on the steps where you are and what you want to do, and understand, that you need to go way, way beyond the service. So, if you're an e-commerce marketer, getting a small win or two will earn you their support and resources for executing this process from start to finish, to focus and map all your customer journey and deliver value at every touch point, because customer experience is your product. And what we suggest and what we're doing right now, the way we want to help marketers and e-commerce brands to go back to basic and using customer value optimization to improve their business and their relationship with their customer, together with 5 amazing people and world-renowned, direct-to-consumer marketers, our company, led by Valentin, we have put together this first and only actually e-commerce marketing course. And these are the amazing people we're working on. We're working to do this with the help of them. We want to give you a course that's going to help you break free out of this echo chamber. And you can, we'll take you from acquisitions to retention and loyalty. We're launching this course in late March. If you want to get in touch with me about this course, email me. And I guess that's it for me. Hope you enjoy it. I'm available everywhere at the CLV Lady. And Chloe, back to you right now. And I hope, I hope this was good. Here I am. And I'm still breathing.
Yeah, and I've muted myself, which doesn't help at all. It's probably good that Derek's coming to take over from me in a minute. But Juliana, that was absolutely brilliant. You really got us thinking. My brain which, you know, a bit like yours, it's evening here. My brain was starting to slow down. It clearly still doesn't have the ability to unmute me, but it's now going, oh, and I think I've got a presentation coming up very soon where I've got traffic times AOV times conversion rate. I'm like, no, I need to change it. So,
no, you don't have to change it, but ask a question, like break out of that e-commerce echo chamber. We can do so much more. That's all I want to say tonight. And thank you for giving me a platform to, I'm not sure if there's any questions or there is any time, but
we are running a little bit behind. So if you could just remind people how to get a hold of you if they want to follow up, and we'll leave it there.
They can email me at juliana.jackson@omniconvert.com. Get early access to our course if you want. If you want to curse me out for, saying all this is still fine. Or you can find me everywhere on social media at the CLV Lady. And thank you, Chloe and Derek, wherever you are, for having me tonight. This was fun. I'm excited for. I think Lisa's next, so I'm excited for Lisa.
It's actually Fernando next, but Lisa will be coming up a little later on. But Juliana, thank you so much for joining us, and we will say goodbye for tonight.
Yay! Bye.
And now it's time to bring Derek on. Hello, how are you?
Hello, and thanks so much for hosting. You're crushing it out here, and I know it's getting late for you, so I'm here to relieve you of duty and let you get on with life.
Indeed, I'm going to go and light the fire, which is a job I should have done before this, but I got distracted. So I'm going to go and quickly slam some coals on and warm the house up. But it's been excellent. I think it's been such an amazing lineup of speakers so far, and I'm aware of who's coming up next. I've had a look, and I'm slightly jealous I don't get to carry on. But given I just spoke with the mute button on for a few minutes, I think it's time I do leave you, Derek. Have a great rest of the day, everyone. It's been brilliant hanging out with you all.
Awesome. And I'm plugging your website in chat. You can connect with Chloe at ecommercemasterplan.com. You can get the books there. You can chat with her. You could follow the blog and the podcast and everything else there as well. Thank you so much, Chloe.
You're too kind, Derek. Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. Oh, perfect timing. Right as we go into this, some spam phone caller has come in. All right, everybody, I'm really excited for this next session. And this second half of the day there's still a lot more to cover. This is Fernando from SEM Rush. This is one of my favorite tools for understanding. For me, it's about understanding demand in technology product categories and how that's changing. But for you, you can think about the exact same thing applying to e-commerce product categories and how you might be thinking about adding a new product to your lineup based on changing trends of demand. We've seen a lot of this, especially in the beauty space, in the fashion and apparel space and stuff like that. But Fernando's going to go broad and wide on a lot of mistakes that are being made today in e-commerce. He's going to give you some ways to fix them. Fernando, let me bring you on screen right now. How's it going?
Hi, Derek. Hey. I was enjoying the last session. What a fantastic day, huh?
Yeah, it's going well. And if anyone was here from the beginning, I even showed a quick clip of myself at the top of the hill today. It was a beautiful day outside here in Walnut Creek. Let me go ahead and put your slides on screen. I will remove myself and give you the stage.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And welcome everyone to my session. I'm Fernando Angulo from the SEMrush team. Today, with a little bit of drama, I'm going to be telling you about the 10 of the most deadly e-commerce mistakes and how to fix them. Preparing this material, we noticed that there's a lot of interesting mistakes. All of them, of course, are able to we can fix them. We can fix all of them, and it's going to be not that difficult, but we're going to be starting mentioning about a little bit who is SEMrush, right? So we are an online platform that is meant to be for online marketers who are working with content marketing, SEO, social media, and of course with paid advertisement, with competitor research, competitor intelligence. We are basically everywhere. I'm based in Prague, in the Czech Republic. Well, today and the last 2 months, I'm in Ecuador, in the middle of the world, just trying to have some warm weather. And of course, these are some of the clients. These are some of the clients that we have, and we have learned a lot from them. A lot about their processes, about their strategies, and how they are fixing their mistakes just using our tools. So we are team next to our users because we are a product-centric company. If you need a solution, we are creating that solution. And for e-commerces, we have a lot of stuff to share with you. And of course, today we want to work with you as a team, showing you what are the things that you need to improve in your website. Let's see how you should work the technical SEO part. We have four parts. This is our DIRT strategy. Well, why it's called DIRT? Because we have D for delivery. There you will see speed and performance, which are very important. Security, the mobile-friendly version of your website. Then we have the relevance. So the internal architecture of the website, the internal linking, the link building that you have, the content that you are sharing, that you are promoting, the multimedia, the image optimization, how you can improve that part. Then we have the infrastructure with all the indexation and analysis, with the sitemap, the robots.txt, with this server redirections, the HTTP to HTTP migration, and the last part, the most important one of the most important ones, is the trust. If you are selling something, you need to deliver first trust. And we have different trust factors. We have the business intelligence, and we have the user experience with all the KPIs and metrics. So this is the structure that we're going to be seeing today, and the mistakes that are over there. So let's start with the ideal structure of an e-commerce website, which looks very simple, which is like this, right? You have your homepage, you have your category, you have the subcategory, and you have your different products, right? So this is a well-optimized architecture. It's very simple, but it's very powerful. And if we're gonna be starting with the mistakes, let's start with the hardest part, with the technical SEO mistakes. And no matter if you are an expert in SEO, or if you are just running the e-commerce, or if you are just a part of the team, we need to be part of the team. We are going to be showing you the key parts, the top 10 mistakes with the rating, right? And let's see the number one mistake. So the most deadly one, which is crawlability. So this term is used by robots. So they are crawling like spiders, as you can see. They're crawling. The search engines are crawling all the websites around the globe, and they are indexing. So they are copying the information about the most important information about each website. And this is the main problem. Imagine if these crawlers cannot see your website. So we have identified, we have researched around 25,000 e-commerces, the most popular e-commerces worldwide, and we have found their main mistakes. And here you have the results of that research. In the blue color, you will see the percentage of websites affected by this problem, this issue with the crawling, and the orange number, the orange color of the images that you're seeing here show the average percentage of the website page affected by this issue. So blue is the overall number of websites. The orange color is only the page affected by this. So let's see. Permanent redirects, mostly 85% of the website, they have this issue. In some case, if you have forgot about this permanent redirect, you will see a user just leaving your website, your web page, because they are just having not really good experience with their redirections. If they are in a good shape, so people are not going to be noticing anything, and you will not have any problems. But you need to check why in some case in the past you have put, or someone from an SEO team put that permanent redirect from an old version to a new version, from a landing page that is not working anymore to another landing page. So the second problem here is blocked from crawling. So this is the problem that is affecting 79% of the website. So if you're blocking crawlers, and imagine if you're blocking Google, the Google bot, that means that they're not going to be entering to your website. Well, they're going to be entering, but they're not going to be indexing. The average time that they're going to be using to index your website is going to be lower and lower each time if you're blocking them. So be sure that you're not blocking anyone. Exactly, don't block the Google bot. The mobile version or the PC version, don't block them. Then you have 76% of the websites with the 404 or the 4xx server errors. So that means that those pages are not existing anymore in your server. You delete it for some reason, or you move it from to a different folder. So 76% of the website, they have that problem. Imagine if a user is going to a certain place of your website, a landing page, and they found this that text that it says 404 page not found, right? It's a really bad experience. Then you have the temporary redirects. So they are temporary for some reason, right? Because you are building something, you're creating something, but that temporary needs to be permanent. So check that, because if you have those temporary and you forget about that, you need to fix that immediately. That's going to be affecting all the stuff that you are doing with the engagement of the user that you are attracting. And you can see the rest of the problem. So these four are the most deadly mistakes for SEO, technical SEO. So this is an example of a poor site architecture. You see that there is a lot of silos. There are a lot of places where the user cannot go from one place to another without turning back to the previous page. So if they are looking for something, they need to be able to go from the product page to the main menu, or from the product page to another product that you are suggesting to them. So creating silos between your landing pages, your URLs, is not a good idea, because Google is going to be taking a lot of time into crawling that as well. Let's go to the second problem, the second mistake, which is internal linking. And we were mentioning that in the previous slide as well. So all your pages, they need to be somehow connected, smart connected with a suggestion, with a previous product, or with an additional product. And let's see here, the main problem with internal linking is that companies, that e-commerce are facing, is that 95%, somehow it's about 96% of the e-commerce that we have analyzed, they have pages with only one internal link. So that page is just redirecting to the main menu, and that's it. They're not offering any additional product, any extra services. They're not having any other link to any part of the website. So they are lonely pages. They are not contributing to your internal linking overall. That's the main problem with internal linking, that you have one single page and you're not offering nothing else more. You need to make the user navigate through your website. That's why you're putting another additional product services. You are creating additional content, so the user is going to be navigating through your website. Then the second problem here is 75% of the web pages, the e-commerce that we have analyzed, they have broken internal links. So from the page that they are visiting, they want to go to the next one, but that link is broken. So 75% of the web pages that we have analyzed have this problem. Then you can see the rest of the problem with no follow attributes in internal links, broken external links, and so on. But these two are the main ones that makes people feel frustrated. So how you can fix that? So basically, you need to do an audit of your internal linking and be sure that from one page that your user is visiting, they can go to the rest of your website. That's going to be just the perfect solution, the ideal solution. As you can see here, from this website, you can see the scoring that we have from our internal site audit is 65%. Why is that? Because just clicking on from one page, you can go to 21% of the rest of the website. The user needs to do needs to click 2 times to go to the 42% of the website. The user needs to click 3 times to go to the 28% of the website. But if the user needs to click 4 times to go to the 9% of the website, so users are not clicking that many times on a website. So you need to make for them easier to click to go to the desired result, the result that they're searching for. You can see here the main problem: the broken internal links, the broken external links, or they don't have internal links at all. So the site structure and linking without any silence needs to be like this. You create more links in the text, and your most important pages should be clickable within 1 or 2 clicks. So from the home page to your main product, from the home page to your secondary most important product. And from those products, you need to interlink in to the rest of the product, to additional products or related ideas, something that they can use as well. So all your website is somehow interlinked. So this is the main idea that I wanted to share with the second problem. Let's go to the third and fourth problem. I unify these 2 problems because they are kind of related. They're different as well, but they're kind of related. The first one is the sitemap, and the second one is the robot.txt. So these 2 are 2 files that they need to go, yes, they need to go inside of your website. How? With an URL. And it's kind of very easy to do this, but let's see how many e-commerces are applying to this. So this doesn't look as a big problem, but it is. This is affecting the sitemap not found in 38% of the e-commerces. So what it means that you don't have any sitemap. So basically, when the Google bot is visiting your website, scrolling your website, they don't know where exactly is your content, where are your products, what they need to crawl. So they're just gonna be picking the most important part they think that they need to crawl, but they don't see any structure. When you have the sitemap, you will have the structure of your domain with the correct directions, the URLs, where your content is, where your products are, and the things that you want Google indexed for you. So that's why you need to have that in a right place, not only for Googlebot, but for the rest of the search engines as well. You have Bing over there. If you are working, for example, in Japan, you have Yahoo, you have Yandex, you have a lot of different crawlers over there. Then the second problem here is you have incorrect pages in your sitemap. You have a wrong sitemap. You have put different URLs there, and the crawlers, they are looking into your sitemap. They're comparing with the things that you have on your website, and that doesn't match. So you need to go to your search console and fix that problem from there. Then you see that there's the second layer of mistakes here is the robot.txt is not found. So the sitemap needs to go inside of your robot.txt. So you have that address there. And in your robot.txt, you need to allow the crawlers to visit your site. You can also disallow the bots to go to your website. And you need to have the robot.txt just to inform that, hey, I'm able to be crawled. I want to be indexed. And these are the parameters for that. Then you have the second problem, which is invalid robot.txt format. You have some kind of text that is not meant to be there. You need to fix that as well. And these are basically TXT files that you can use and format very easy. Let's go to the next problem, which is the number 5, which is security. What is happening with security in e-commerces? And basically, this is mostly related to HTTPS implementation, which is a higher level of security that most of the companies are using, or maybe they are not using. Let's see. Oh no, 72% of the e-commerces that we have analyzed, they have links that are leading from HTTP, that is not secure, to pages to an HTTPS site. So that's mixed content. Imagine that you have a product page that is HTTP, and the person, the user, the buyer, they are going to be seeing in their browser that, hey, be careful of this page because it's not secure. You can be hacked, you can have some problems, go away from here. So that's gonna be the first thing that the user is gonna be seeing. The second thing that they're gonna be seeing is, okay, I want to buy from you, but I cannot trust you. So please give me some security here, so I can be sure that I can buy from you. Then you have these issues with mixed content, which is the different the reverse path. The user is going from HTTPS, from secure pages, to HTTP, to non-secure pages. So going backwards or going forward with HTTP or HTTPS is a problem for users. So they're going to be seeing all these messages with inside their browsers. Let's go with the next one, which is kind of related to HTTPS. Well, it's directly related. It's the server status and SSL certificates. So here we can see the security level. So when a client is coming to your website, they're going to be having this secure server working for them. They have these certificates. They're going to be receiving that into a server. That server is going to be just encrypting all the personal information, so making that more secure. And that connection will be with your server, with your page. So that's the creation of a secure connection. But there is a problem that most of the e-commerces right now are facing. So there is no the high-speed secure connection support that they don't have. For example, 80% of the e-commerces, they don't have that. You can easily fix that just working with your HSTS connection and your server. Then you see the rest of the problems here. The certificate is registered to an incorrect name, or your certificate has recently expired. You have an all security protocol version in your certificate. So as you can see, it's not only having a certificate, you need to be sure that you have the correct information over there, that you don't have any issues with the expiration date. And you can find so many certificates on the internet, but I will definitely recommend to buy one that is for 2 or 3 years, or someone that is more permanent here, so you will not forget about them. So that was the hardest part that you need to work about the offsite, about the architecture of your website. Let's talk now about the second part of the presentation, which is on-page optimization. So here you can see that the most important problem will be content. Yes, we are talking about that content that you are meant to publish in order to attract more users, or in order to make them purchase from your website. And let's take a look here from the results. So take a look at this information. 96%, almost 97% of the website, they have a low text to HTML ratio. What that means, right? That means that you have a lot of code, HTML code, that nobody sees, only the search engines, but the user sees only text, and you have just a few words over there, 50, 100 words, which is not enough for retaining, for capturing, for engaging more the users. And this is basically a mistake that all the website, all the e-commerce they have with their product pages. The descriptions of the product are the key solution for this problem. So you can create more content for those product pages. You can create a better description of the one that you have from the factory, for example. You can have more inspiration with a keyword research, for example, and then adding more than 200, 300 words. I will recommend, of course, more than 500. You need to check how many product pages you have. Maybe you need to do this only for your best products, or for the products that you want to sell faster. Then you have the problem with duplicate content. And we saw a few weeks ago, and a month ago, that John Mueller from Google, he was telling that there's nothing bad with duplicate content. We understand that if you have the same product page that you pick from the factory, and you have that same content, we are not going to be penalizing you. But the thing here is very tricky, because if you have the same content, you will be having the same results on the search engine as the factory has. So in this case, you need to have original content for attracting more users to your specific website, to that specific landing page. So here, 82% of the e-commerce that we have researched, they have that problem with duplicate content. So being original is the right solution here. Then you have the third problem, which is low word count. That means still that you don't have enough words. 73% of the e-commerce that we have reviewed, they don't have enough words. Why you need to have more words? Because you will be appearing in the first page or the second page. Let's go to the first page. Of course, results of Google to be to rank for those terms that we want to run. That's why you need to have at least 500, 800, and in some cases more than 1,000 words to describe the specifics of the product or service that you want to promote. So let's think, for example, you want to promote fashion products or some tech or some whatever you want to promote. You need to create a very interesting header, title, then a very interesting header, H1 or H2, that's the hierarchy of the content, and please use images also for the content that you want to promote. For products, you know very well that that's perfect, but for the content, if you have a blog, please use images inside of each published post that you have. Then you can see that using tools, for example, live text editors, and using data. So data is going to be the core of everything for your rankings. Here you can see what are the semantically related words that you need to use if you are talking about, let's say, cryptocurrency, about battery life. What are the backlinks? So from which sources you can get those backlinks, or how many words you need to write in that specific post. Here you can see the text length is indicating me that I need to write more than 1,000 words for going at least in the first 10 results, competing with companies like PC Mac, Apple, Liveware, Mashable. So more than 1,000 words using all these words, all these links, and of course promoting that in with paid advertising as well will be a great idea. So what happens when you have long reads? So you have more than 300, 500 words. If you have at least 500 words, please use a list. You can see here, for example, that the title of this list, of this search query is starting with how to save iPhone battery. And what is happening if you are starting with the how to phrase? Google is going to be enabling this type of result, which is basically half of my screen, which is called feature snippet, which is basically a list of the results that I was creating inside of my content. So that's a great result because it's half of the screen. Feature snippet is the next KPI. Why is that? Because you will have a lot of visibility. And of course, if you create a video, you can also be appearing in the video results or in image results. So list, videos, and images needs to be inside of your product pages. Why is that? Because people love to see more information and specifics when they are considering to buy from you or not. So for that specific part of the funnel, you need to use lists, videos, and images. Then let's go with the meta description. So why do you need a meta description? So basically to make the user understand that you are the right solution for what they're looking for. So how to write a good blog post meta description. You can see here that we have, okay, how to write an effective. I have the title, which is basically what I was searching for. And then I have the meta description, learn how to write meta description that engage search to improve. Oh, that's the solution to my problem. Let's see the second result. So the second result is telling me that from 2007 posts on the Google Webmaster Central blog, oh, this is not solving my problem. This is giving me an old information, right? Then the third result is not giving me anything. So they forgot to post, and this is a company that we really love. They forgot to add the meta description. So the meta description is giving the user the information they need to see if you can solve or not their problems. What is happening with the company? So duplicate meta description, basically 80%. So they have the same pages, product pages with the same meta description. Battery 1, battery 2, battery 3, whatever that you are selling, you have the same meta description. And that's the duplicated meta description. Users, they don't love that. I personally don't love that because I am searching for solutions to my problem, and missing meta description, so they don't have anything there. So in their search result, you will not be showing anything. 72% of the e-commerce, they have that. Let's go with the number 9, which is the title tags. So these are meta tags that are not going to be shown anywhere in your web page, but internally robots, they see that. So duplicated title tags, or the title elements too long, or you don't have an H1 there. You see here the problems is that you are not using that to differentiate one page from another for robots. So this is how companies are using their data space, which is the title tag, the title element, when they're publishing content. So here you see those title tags. So basically, you have the title tags, you have one. The second one is more specific. The third one is giving me how to write title tags, the solution. So the title tag will guide me to understand, okay, this is the right thing that I'm searching for or not. And another thing here that is working very well for e-commerces are markups, schema markups. So you can see here different type of markups. For example, the ratings, the votes, the description, or the name of the actor, because this is for IMDb website from which is the social platform for Hollywood, for movies, actors. So using schema markups are going to be indicated that first, you are working seriously, really seriously with your results. Then you are informing the Google bot that this is a specific result that you want to be shown, that you want to be appear in the search result as something specific. So it can be the telephone of your company, can be the price of the product, and so on. And they're looking just great on mobile devices. So if you're looking for a product in mobile devices, you will see the shopping list first. You can scroll all the products from the shopping list, and you can see the reviews, you can see the rating, the stars, the comments, everything that user needs to take that final decision. And let's take a look about the last problem, which are images. Yes, this is one of the most interesting problems. Why is that? Because 86% of the e-commerces that we have researched, they are missing the alt attributes in the images. Why is that important, you can say? Why do I need to specify the text behind that image? If Google has an artificial intelligence that is already that already knows what is inside of that image, because Google is still a robot, and you need to specify that image to be ranked, to have better results on the image search result from Google. If you don't have that specific information about what that image is about, you will be missing a lot of opportunities. First, with the search, with the image search results. Second one, with the feature snippet result, because if you don't have any attributes, we have noticed that Google is not going to be adding that image into your feature snippet. It's going to be searching from another website that has that attribute, so the description of what that image has. Then we can see the broken internal images, so images that they don't exist anymore, or broken external images that they don't exist in other websites. So basically, for writing really good content, you can use tools, for example, and the SEO writing assistant, which is giving you the perfect scoring for the structure, H1, H2, H3. You have the list there, which Google's going to be taking for feature snippet. You have the right amount of words for your industry. If you are in the health industry, for example, you have a health e-commerce for medical equipment, you need to have a really good structure, but the language that you need to be using is different, needs to be more technical, as if you have, for example, touristic e-commerce. You are just selling equipment for hiking, biking, and so on. The language is going to be different, and you need to understand that with tools as well, if you are writing a lot of content. So you can use tools like this, the SEO writing assistant, so you can feel that difference between different industries and create better content for your users. And the trust factors. So basically, I was mentioning that from the very beginning. If you're gonna be solving all these 10 problems, users, they don't gonna feel any problem to trust you. Why is that? Because you are you are in a good shape. And how you can fix all these mistakes, all these problems? So you need to perform a technical audit at least once per month. I will definitely recommend to do this at least one per week, depending on the size of your e-commerce, depending on the size of your team. But the first part is start running a site audit. You have several tools to do this. Of course, in SEMrush, we have one of the most powerful ones, and there you can see all the problems, warnings, and notices that your team, SEO team, or content marketing teams needs to solve. Then review problem by problem. So that's why you need to have a team or an agency that is working with your website. This is really important. Then view the thematic report. So how good you are in crawlability and HTTPS. If you're working in different international markets, how good is your international SEO for a better reaction from different languages. The performance overall of your website, your internal linking, how good is this is working. So you can just check these thematic reports, then analyze report by report, saying how good you are performing, and you can check, of course, what is happening with your competitors as well. You can perform a site audit for their websites and see how good they are or how far they are from you in terms of internal problems. You can review all the problem list, and you can fix all the problems at a page level. Go to each URL, go inside of that page in WordPress, in Shopify, wherever you want, and fix that from there. We're gonna be giving you all the instructions or the hints how to fix that. In some cases, of course, you're gonna need a programmer to fix those problems. And you can see the status report as well in Google Search Console with all the problems that you have active there. So you can do the dirt work working with our strategy, or you can just keep it simple, because simple is also SEO if you have it, if you want to have it in a good shape. So basically, that's all from me. I have a last bonus to offer to all of you, which is all the strategy that I was mentioned at the beginning, from a PDF report. You can find me, you can ask me questions in my LinkedIn. I'm Fernando Angulo, Head of Communication SEMrush. And this is the last bonus. All the technical SEO audits, of course, all this is for free. If you didn't understand any of the words that I was mentioning, all the glossary also here, and the technical SEO audits, the DIRT mind map, how you need to, where you need to go exactly on your website, what you need to check, all is here in these 3 checks that I'm giving you as a bonus. Thank you for attending me, and thank you for this time.
Oh my gosh, this was so amazing. And I think I think some people were like, oh my gosh, I need to get way more technical with my SEO. I'm probably dropping the ball and all these things. So I think you probably instilled the fear into the hearts of many merchants watching this right now, as well they should be a little bit afraid. And I think that this is a often overlooked and high value session. And if we can execute on just a handful of these things, make sure that we're our sitemap is organized and so forth and so on, I think we'll be all in a better spot with our business. So Fernando, thank you so much. I plugged the guide here, and it's also, and you should have a link of it. The link is also in our show notes. You made it challenging for me by giving me a goo.gl with capitalization mattering, but we got it. We got it for everyone. It should be there for you to click through now. Awesome. Okay, Fernando, we are moving right into our next session. But wait, before you go though, why should I buy SEMrush? Because I know you've got the audit there, but just give me the down low, especially thinking about merchants that maybe are trying to rank better for their product key terms, or merchants that are thinking about exploring new products.
So basically, if you have a website and you want to keep it in a good shape, in a very competitive status among all the competitors that you have, you need to have the right tools to understand what is your situation in your industry, in your niche, what is the price of the products of the competition, how you can beat them. So all the intelligence that you can acquire with SEMrush, you're just gonna be buying that information, that data, and how to use it. Well, that's gonna be the hardest part, but you can do it just part by part, starting with SEO, content marketing, and so on. So you are buying basically intelligence, the information, the data that is able to make you go to the second level, to the third level, and going to be the leader of your industry.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I'd add that if you now, as like a solo founder or a small team, like a tool like SEMrush is going to be too much work for you to execute on with the other sides of your business. But as you grow a blog to like 5,000 or 10,000 visitors on the blog itself, that's when, you start to hire a head of marketing to take this over. Or maybe you've got a dedicated content marketing specialist inside your business. This is their tool. They live in here, and it informs their content strategy, and then their execution becomes a lot more laser focused, and you see the results. But just like you said, it's a business intelligence tool. It doesn't do the work for you. You have to put in the time after you get the analysis from a tool like SEMrush. So thanks so much, Fernando. I've got the tool here in chat for everybody that's following along. We are going to let you go. Awesome. Next up, we have Lisa from Cartloop. I'm really looking forward to her talk. She's coming from the D2C side, now in the technology side. Cartloop has studied, analyzed, created, allowed the ability for so many conversations to take place. We've gone deep into conversational commerce, but I really want to see this from an SMS standpoint, because while we can have conversations on the website, we can and we can sell on the website, we can do the same thing in SMS, but I feel like the channel and what people might expect from it is a little bit different. A lot of people that are here today with us probably got a text message from me, and that was a mobile broadcast. It was not a like, hey, let's have a conversation text message. It's just like, join the webinar. Like, it's really basic. And I think, what the technology you've created allows this to become, just a regular casual chat with the merchant, or, Sarah from the merchant customer service team, or whatever. Like, it's a much more personalized experience. And, the future of e-commerce is all about artificial intelligence, conversations, personalization. So I'm really excited to hear what you've uncovered from all of these conversations. Lisa, with that said, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. Cool. So, hey guys, I'm really excited to be here. My talk is going to be a little different. I'm going to share with you direct customer insights gained over an entire year at Cartloop. And it all started with a question that I'm going to share with you in a bit. But basically, you can treat this presentation as the less obvious playbook for optimizing your e-commerce business. Here's a little background on me. So I'm Lisa. I'm co-founder at Cartloop. We are a conversational text marketing platform that helps e-commerce brands drive extra revenue by texting with customers in real time. So we have the technology and also a team of real people that interacts with shoppers through text message, resulting in increased sales for the brands and increased satisfaction for the shoppers. And I like to call Cartloop as your sales and support team in one app. Previously, I have a pretty non-stereotypical background because I actually studied and graduated from the med school. And while I was studying medicine for 6 years, I started 2 e-commerce brands as a side gig. I was learning everything on my own and with the help of my co-founder, Andre. And e-commerce hooked me and online marketing. And I remember I was so eager to get back from classes to just open my laptop and work on my business. And the 5th year was a turning point for me. I realized where my true passion was and where all my skills actually were. And after traveling to the US with Andre, we decided to start a SaaS company, which would solve one of our biggest challenges back then as merchants. So not having to rely on external marketing channels such as Facebook. So that was pretty much my e-commerce journey, and then it basically extended to tech. And after trials and errors and a pivot, Carloop was born. And after only months from launching, we raised our first round of funding and won an international competition, a startup competition in November 2020. So this is pretty much how my life looks right now, like an entrepreneur. So it's like a roller coaster, but I believe that's the beauty of it. So the structure of my talk is not going to be like the basic structure that you probably are used to. However, I have one rule for you today, and this is my biggest takeaway, and that is talk to your customers. They have your answers. So yeah, I've done few talks. I'm still terrified of public speaking, and Michael Scott here does a really good impression of how I'm feeling right now. But anyways, I've been invited to the Future of E-commerce to give this talk, and I couldn't say no. So let's jump right into it. So as I was mentioning, it all started with one question. And the question is, why are shoppers abandoning their carts? So as an e-commerce marketer, operator, you accept that people are and will continue to abandon their carts. And I would venture into saying it's part of the business. And it comes with our jobs as merchants to constantly tweak, iterate, and optimize every step of the funnel. But back when I was building my first brand, I was dazed at how many abandoned carts I was having. It really frustrated me. So I just didn't understand why were people abandoning and where the issue really was, like where was the problem at which step of their journey. And the question kept circling back in my head, and Google Analytics or Hotjar were telling only part of the story. So I decided to do something about it, and I started texting my abandoned shoppers. So I was actually using WhatsApp. I was manually gathering all the phone numbers from Shopify and just manually texting them via WhatsApp. And I was saying something like, "Hey, Sarah, notice you left this in your cart. How may I help you complete your order?" And the best part was that 90% of them replied, and they actually told me the actual reason why they abandoned the cart in the first place. And they also appreciated me reaching out and being friendly and personal and not trying to push that sale, just trying to figure out the reason. So then it hit me. Traditional marketing ways were just not enough anymore. And by sending only emails or one-way marketing blasts, I was actually missing out on capturing leads. So I believe this looks familiar to you. Like a lot of your inbox must be full. Even if you unsubscribe, sometimes you are not going to get out of that list. And also your phone must be blasting with notifications every single day. So what I believe is conversational is the future. And this is also part of how Carloop was born. So let's dive into what exactly is conversational marketing. So unlike marketing blasts, which push out promotions, discount codes, with no intention of offering personalized real value, conversational marketing focuses on engaging customers, offering support, and getting real-time feedback. It's an empathy-driven approach, which other mediums like emails or notifications or SMS automations cannot really offer. So this has a number of benefits, like reducing the number of support tickets, increasing customer retention, converting more abandoned carts, driving insane ROI. And with almost 70% of carts ending up abandoned, many brands face issues converting them to a final sale. So with conversational tools, such as SMS or live chat, your shoppers are guided and nurtured through every step of the journey. And yeah, my conclusion is that targeted, two-way messaging outperforms traditional tactics. And if we take these two examples, so this I put here this two mockups. I mean these two conversations to show you the difference between one-way blast and two-way like conversations. And we can see in the last example that there's little to no added value due to just being one-way communication. So even if the customer replied that he was replying, but he got no answer, there's little to no personalization and also lack of support. So on the right side, we have two-way communication. We have real-time assistance. The shopper receives the text from a dedicated local phone number allocated to just one specific brand. And he was provided with instant support, and basically it's a relationship builder. So yeah, now after 1 year from launching Carloop, we've gathered and analyzed over 500,000 customer conversations and got real insights from their behavior. And I'm going to share you 6 of the most frequent reasons why shoppers are abandoning their cart. So first one is payment issues. So imagine yourself on a website getting ready to check out. You enter in your shipping information, select your shipping information, and now it's time to enter your payment information. The store only offers the ability to accept credit card payments. So, okay, you feel like you would want to pay with PayPal, or I don't know, you feel like you would pay in installments, but there's no option. There's lack of payment options. So this was one of the most encountered reasons why customers from our merchants were abandoning. So as of best practices, I would say that a small nudge goes a long way. So for example, a discount, and make sure to accept all major credit cards, such as MasterCard, Visa, Amex, Diners Club, Maestro. Make sure to add more payment methods. So the most essential ones are PayPal, Amazon Pay, ShopPay, Apple, and Google Pay. And make sure to add the possibility for shoppers to pay in installments. Okay, the second one is unexpected fees. So the most frequent reasons was the shipping price is too high, or foreign exchange rates, or they found cheaper alternatives. So bottom line is people are willing to pay more if they get free shipping and or guaranteed free returns. So make sure to build shipping costs into product prices, be transparent, and emphasize your unique selling proposition. The third one was technical issues. So empty carts, expired discount codes, or just an unintuitive website can really harm your customers' shopping experience. And our merchants are seeing this, like, I would say top 3 reasons. So for example, customers cannot add their discount code or cannot edit their cart. So this is very frustrating. And of course you would want to abandon that cart. You want to just leave and perhaps find it somewhere else. So what we recommended to our merchants is just focus on providing instant replies. So be there, offer that support at the right moment, and provide technical assistance. Optimize your website. Make your messaging clean and clear. The fourth one was high shipping times, which I believe a lot of merchants have been experiencing in the past year, and also I believe even now due to the pandemic. However, if you are lacking information regarding shipping and delivery on your website, or you're lacking company information, or the trust details that you would need to have on your website, this can really harm your brand and the trust that your customers have in your brand. So instant support is key here, transparency, and try to offer free shipping, even if you increase your product prices. So yeah, just build a strategy that will keep customers always in the loop and keep their trust levels up until their order arrives. Yeah, the fifth one was trust issues. So this was mostly encountered with first-time shoppers, but we got questions such as, is this store legit? Or do you have any reviews? How can I actually trust you? And these are 100% understandable. I mean, if I were to go on a new store and want to purchase something for the first time, I would definitely have questions. I will definitely research a little bit their reviews or how like at least their social media accounts. So focus on reviews, focus on user-generated content more than on fancy paid ads, and offer excellent customer support. And the last but not the least are product-related information. So basically, the reason was unanswered product-related questions. So shoppers will always have questions, especially when it comes to consumer products. So if you are lacking product information on site, reviews, instant support, and assistance, you definitely need to act upon those as soon as possible. So don't make your shoppers call or visit your website to get support or information. Don't make them chase you down for a reply or an answer to their question. And you can just start by updating your FAQ with every possible answer a shopper might have. Yeah, so the surprising learning, people actually want to hear from you. So here are my do's and don'ts. So try to talk to your shoppers like they are human beings, not a number in the dashboard. Be super quick in responding to them. Turn your support operations into a growth engine. Listen to feedback and act on it quickly. Try to strike a balance between promotional and value-based messages. Connect and converse with your customers where they already are, where they spend most of their time. So either phone or laptop, and yeah, online. Let your customers know you're only a text away. And don't make it difficult for shoppers to get support or information. Don't be afraid to show your brand's personality. Don't make promises you cannot keep. Don't focus just on traditional channels. Don't treat SMS as email automation. Don't focus just on ROI. Focus on providing value. Start each marketing strategy that you want to start, each text message that you want to send out, each campaign, each email newsletter. Try to start every single one of those initiatives with this question in mind. How can I provide value through this message that I want to send out? How can I provide value to my audience through this? Don't let it become transactional, and don't underestimate the power and timing of support. So being there for the customer at the right time is super important. So I have here like a 5-step framework to texting like a human. So basically say hi and include your customer's name. Super basic, everyone knows this, but it counts a lot. Directly address their questions. So this is the beauty of conversational SMS marketing. You can actually engage in a one-to-one conversation with your shopper, understand what his needs are, what he wants, what he expects, how he feels about his order, how he feels about the buying journey. So, and also provide that assistance and support. Don't be afraid to show your brand's personality, your tone of voice. Ask if there's anything else you can do to help, and just let them know you're only a text away. And yeah, I have here a summary. So circling back to the question, why are shoppers abandoning their cart? I have here some takeaways. So empathy goes a long way. Price is not why shoppers abandon their cart. Payment issues are among top 3 of abandoned reasons. So the lack of basic payment options like PayPal or Amazon Pay, increase abandonment. Installment payment options increase AOV and reduce abandonment. Credit cards declined are one of the top 3 reasons why people are abandoning in the first place. So merchants have to be aware of this. And they cannot really find this information unless they are talking directly to their customers. So this is like another benefit of being conversational and using the right channels. Long shipping times are not great, but that can be handled by being, again, transparent, offering support. Unexpected fees and taxes during checkout can cause people to drop. People are generally lazy, so product-related questions are more often than you think, and technical issues often cause people to abandon their cart. And remember, most shoppers don't trust you, so you gotta build that trust. You gotta be smart about it. And real human interaction can fix like 90% of the abandonment issues. And now, I wish I could hear you all applaud or not. Yeah, but my biggest takeaway, as I told in the beginning, is go talk to your customers, listen to them. Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome. And a quick question on when to use Cart Loop. Now, would you say you would be the SMS provider, or would you work in conjunction with another SMS provider? Because I feel like you could kind of do one, either, both, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good question. So Cart Loop definitely can be used like beside another like SMS marketing tool. However, we just launched and we are constantly launching a lot of cool features which are with the same human approach. So we just launched 2 weeks ago our two-way campaigns. So they are basically regular SMS campaigns, but with a twist, because they can actually, from a campaign, they can transition into a conversation. So we let the shopper reply to us, and our live agent will actually provide support, assistance, and anything the shopper might be experiencing or needed at the exact moment he's receiving the campaign. So, I mean, it depends on the merchant's needs, but it can either be used with another tool, or it can be used just as a single, yeah, for your entire SMS strategy.
I love it. And I see you've got abandonment insights here, which are kind of uncovering the reasons. We talked about this a little bit with John, why somebody isn't buying, and then categorizing and going, oh crap, they keep thinking that the product doesn't, come with batteries, but it comes with batteries, or whatever it is, right? So, like, I bet there's some really unique insights you've found there that really help merchants out.
Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, it only takes for you to add the discount code for the shopper for him to actually complete his purchase. So that's all it takes sometimes. But if you are not replying to the questions or assisting him in at that particular moment, you are pretty much going to lose it. So, yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Lisa, we're going to let you go. And I do apologize. I just realized that we had our SEM Rush overlay on because I forgot to change it.
Oh.
So apologies for that. But everybody,
No
Lisa from Cart Loop, thanks so much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Awesome. We're moving right into the next session with Savannah from Shopping Gives. I do have my Shopping Gives hat on the wall behind me. You can't see me because my
amazing.
I was really stoked to get the swag in the mail. Yeah. And I don't wear hats very often, but I can showcase it on the wall, which is
great.
It
makes an excellent decor piece. So no worries there. You can keep it on display.
Awesome. So let's talk cause marketing. I think we can see how this all ties together. We're talking about having conversations with our merchants. And I think if there's something you want to talk about with a merchant, it can be about how are we going to give back? Why should you care about our brand? There's a deeper connection being built. And I think the bringing a cause into what you're doing and the purpose of your brand ties perfectly into that, even though it's not directly and immediately conversational, it spurs conversation essentially.
Definitely. Yes. And very excited to talk about cause marketing with you guys today.
Perfect. Awesome. I will remove myself, let you take it away. Go ahead and share your screen and I'll bring it up here for us.
Will do. All right. So let me just get this going for you guys. So as Derek mentioned, I'm Savannah. I'm the head of partner success at Shopping Gives. So today I'm going to kind of give you a little lecture on cause marketing 101, everything you need to know to bring cause marketing into your e-commerce business so that you can make really meaningful connections with your customers and see that doing good really does mean doing well. So first, to speak on cause marketing, the reason why it's so important is that this new generation of consumers is buying with their values and voting with their wallets. So Gen Z and millennial are really micro-philanthropists and they are agents of change. So in the past, where cause marketing and a mission was sort of a nice to have for a lot of businesses, it's really becoming a need to have in order for businesses to succeed. You might fall behind if there's a comparison between you and a consciously minded company, your customer might lean toward that consciously minded company because they're seeing their values connected. So we're going to go through why it's important and how you can actually implement that as a business. Currently, retailers are spending over 20 billion in digital advertising to acquire and retain Generation Impact, so that Gen Z and millennial group. That group has a massive buying power, and yet less than 1% of retailers are actually activating on cause marketing, but that is growing year over year. And the reason we've seen that there is sort of some hindrances to get involved in cause marketing are that there are a couple things that may be hard to manage for brands, especially those that are growing and even at scale. So it's difficult to manage the compliance side. There is a good amount of cause marketing regulation that goes into play here. Brands sometimes steer away from cause marketing because they can't really get an understanding of what their customers care about. And they're just kind of shooting in the dark to see what mission they can go for. And finally, of course, brands always want to be measuring this back and seeing how that's actually affecting bottom line. We know you're in business to make money, so the hope is that we can always help you make more so you can give back more. And those reasons are some of the reasons why we built Shopping Gives. So we're a social impact commerce platform. At the very basic level, we make it possible for any brand to give back to any nonprofit of any size in the US. We want to make it super simple so that you guys can focus on the good that you're doing as opposed to how you're going to do good. And we manage that through our suite of cause marketing technologies to always kind of measure back and see how that's increasing customer loyalty and lifetime value across the board. As we're going to be talking about cause marketing today, there are a couple things I need to clear the air with and set the table with. Cause marketing or donating a portion of sales does kind of come with a few rules that cause marketing compliance piece I spoke to. So just going to go over those quickly so we all have a basic understanding as we move forward. So first, you have to register and file the correct agreements in all 50 states in order to give back. So if you're giving with a specific nonprofit, that means commercial co-venture, solicitation agreements, bonds in all 50 states, just a good amount of paperwork in order to give back. Secondly, you have to be transparent with your customer and share the amount that's being given on their behalf. So the language of 20% of proceeds or 20% of profits really doesn't give your customer enough information. Where they might think that's $20, you actually know that it's $5. So as a business, you have to share that full dollar amount that's being given on the customer's behalf pre and post purchase. Third, you need to get permission to use name and logos for any nonprofit. So just as you as a brand wouldn't want anyone to use your name and logo in marketing, nonprofits function the same way. And so you'll want to make sure that they have a partnership in place with you in order for you to use all of that information. And finally, the one that you probably are most familiar with, you're going to want to keep records of your giving in case of auditing. Also around tax time, that's going to be beneficial for you guys, but you want to make sure that you're actually tracking how much you're giving back. If you want to learn more about these 4 kind of pieces, we do have some information on our website, the 4 things to know when giving back. You can read a bit more about them and get more of an understanding of how Shopping Gives actually answers each of these 4 points. But I won't get too deep into it because I know we're all here to talk through our power strategies for cause marketing success. So the 3 things we always recommend for brands to keep in mind when beginning and moving into cause marketing is that you should always lead with your values. Second is that customer engagement counts. And then finally, measurement matters. So that measurement piece of both your impact and back to bottom line. So to start with my personal favorite, leading with your values, customers have more access to information than ever before, and they're really going to be well aware of if your brand really has a mission in mind and if they're really consciously minded or if you're just pandering. So if you're just getting started in cause marketing, you don't really know where to begin, we always recommend looking at these 4 kind of pillars first when developing your mission. So we define authentic social impact as your team, your community, your customer, and your product. Your team is your front line of defense. They're your first influencers, and they're the ones that are really going to go to bat for your mission. So when you're building this out, talk to them and see what they care about. If you have, half your team has adopted instead of shopping for pets, maybe you want to go with an animal welfare nonprofit. Or if they're really focused on ocean cleanup and you've always been a sustainable brand, maybe that's a nonprofit that you support because your team is so inclined to it. For your community, that's the people who immediately surround you, who built up your brand as well. So if you're a small town, homegrown kind of company, maybe it's looking at the nonprofits in your area and how you can support them. Even if you're an international brand, you can see what matters to the community where you guys began, who's brought you up, and how can you support that. Similarly, your customers. So if your demographic base and if your customer base has a lot of LGBTQ individuals or a lot of veterans, how can you support them? How can you support the causes that matter to them? And we'll get more into that as well. Finally, your product, one that we see a lot of in the industry, and I'm sure you can name a couple examples as well, but this is things like if you're a stationery company, maybe you're planting trees since you're using that material. Or if you're a reusable water company, maybe you are working on that ocean cleanup initiative because it directly ties into what your product does. As you're building this out, again, you might not cover all 4 of these pieces in your mission. You might only cover 1. That's totally fine. This is just a starting point as you build up what that mission is going to be and what matters to you. Once you have done that kind of deep dive into what matters to your brand, you should publish your brand story and values on site. I always like to joke that the impact page is the library of your giving, whereas the social posts and the emails and anything else that you speak about is more like a journal entry or even a book. So this is our partner, Dr. Bronner's. They're very mission-minded. If anyone knows the brand, I'm sure you already know that. So their impact page is very well built out with all the segments of their mission in mind. In the community section, you can see on the bottom right, that was actually a giving initiative that they created to support psychedelic-assisted therapies. So they talk about why that matters to them and also break down each of the causes that they supported in that case. On that team side, sharing that story is really important as well. So again, on Dr. Bronner, as you can see on the right, they have Mike and David actually attending the blood drive, and they're sharing that impact with their customers to encourage their customers to do the same thing, but also show that they have a real authentic connection to their goals and their mission. It's not just something that they're placing on site. You can also see on the left, they speak about going cruelty-free. If you are going to move from one cause to another, this is when it's really important to have that impact page and be sharing that impact, because again, your customer is going to see, you know, 1 week they're doing this, the next week they're doing this. The more you can educate them, the better, so they know and they can keep ahead of all those giving initiatives that you're sharing with them. Speaking on customer education and engagement, we always talk about how customer engagement counts. Obviously, if you're an e-commerce retail brand especially, you want to make sure your customer knows what's going on. So to engage with your customers with social impact, you can start with education, then moving to testing across different marketing channels, and finally remarketing and personalization. So sort of a crawl, walk, run, educating your customers being a quick win, and then remarketing and personalization definitely being something that every brand can work to. To educate, we always start with what can you do on site to bring that information to them. This is completely your own experience. So how can you share your giving with the customer as early as possible? A homepage marketing call out, whether that's a hero or an eyebrow banner, is super helpful. The example that's here is our partner Au Naturel. This was something they did for Giving Tuesday. So even if it's not an evergreen hero banner, if there's a special initiative you're taking part in, it's really helpful to have something that speaks to that when your customer lands on site right away. We also mention sharing giving announcements. So if you have special activations that you're doing, keeping your customer informed of those. So on the left and right, you can see Ursa Major. Our partner planted 2 trees for every purchase in the month of May. So on May 1st, they sent out that email saying we're planting 2 trees. And then what's really great is that at the end of May, they actually sent a recap and an impact breakdown of what they actually did in that time. So they told their customers how many trees they actually planted, which is really great for the customer, because if they only committed 2 trees, it's so wonderful to see how many trees that actually built up to, how many people contributed in that giving message. In the middle, you can also see our partner, Blind Barber, mentioning for Giving Tuesday that purchases have the power to make impact. Extra credit points, if you notice that it says that we donate 20% of all purchases. I want to clear that up because I know earlier I say you can't say 20% of proceeds and profits. Because Blind Barber tells the customer how much that actually turns out to be on site, they are fully in compliance to say that there. 20% of someone's purchase could be different from another person's 20%. So they do share the 20 there, but it will also tell them how much that breaks down to in in actual donations. We also have a partnership with Yotpo. So another great way to engage your customers is to actually reward them for giving back. So you can have customers earn points when they're donating. And we'll get into add-on donations and how that can be helpful there. But Blind Barber, our partner, is giving back 1 point for every $1 donated. And they actually give back a point based on the amount of money that they're giving as a brand. We can also have customers redeem those points for donations. So if anyone's shopped on Sephora, you might have seen this, not our activation, just to be clear, but something similar that you might have experienced in your own life. So customers can say, okay, I have 150 extra points. I don't necessarily need $5 off, or none of these free products are interesting to me. So I'm going to donate that money to a cause that matters. You can provide them with the option to do that via Shopping Gives, or I'm sure you can kind of figure it out on your own as well. Another great feature that we have at Shopping Gives is that your customers are able to align their purchase with their values, and you as a brand can align every single purchase with the customer values. So we have a database of 1.5 million 501c3s that are in good standing. So again, on this example with Au Natural, when a customer goes on site, they can actually search for any of those nonprofits out of the box and be able to support something that matters most to them. So the shelter that they got their dog at, the band boosters for their kiddos' high school, whatever it may be. Of course, if your brand is really driven to one specific cause, you can support that one cause as well. So if you really want to hone in on one mission, that makes sense too. It's just a matter of sharing that and speaking to it and kind of committing to that giving relationship. Another great way to share your giving is to do kind of what we call impact capsule collections. So if you have a bunch of different colors of items and you want each color to represent a different cause, or if you sell many different products and each cause associated to a different product would make sense aligned on what that is. So vegan leather handbags give to animal welfare, while your shoes give to breast cancer awareness, whatever it may be. You can kind of split it up. That way your customer can not only shop based on what they like, but they could shop based on the causes that they care about as well. So they might have only picked up the vegan leather handbag, but really care about breast cancer awareness, so they'll throw a pair of shoes in as well. Really interesting activation that you could explore too. Next, you can always have your customer join in giving back with customer donations. So what we like to say here is that you're going to see a lot more engagement from your customers when these donations are in addition to what you as a brand are already giving. So we all know that feeling of when you go to CVS or Walgreens or the local grocery store, and at the end of your purchase, they ask you if you want to add $1 on. I don't know if anyone else that goes through this, but I've definitely had times where I feel guilty saying no to things like that. And I don't feel, even if I do donate, I don't necessarily feel very connected to that cause. So we recommend that you as a brand are saying, hey, we already donate a portion of your purchase. Every purchase that comes through, we either give $1, 1%, or what it is. And then you ask your customers to join you in giving back so that they have an extra incentive to give back already, as opposed to just asking them to kind of run your giving for you, if that makes sense. 2 ways to do customer donations. You can do a roundup on purchase. So that, of course, is that incremental based on a dollar value. So up to 99 cents that can be added onto the cart value for a customer. You can also do an add-on donation that's a full dollar amount. So like $1, $3, $5. That's great if you're going to have higher value carts. You can ask your customer to kind of commit a little bit more. Plus, it gives them the freedom to add more than $1 if they really care about the cause that you're supporting. And it's great to see that engagement as well, especially if you're partnered with nonprofits and can report to how much is being given back. Moving into cross-channel marketing and how you can test there. Biggest thing here is that you want to remain consistent. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You want to make sure your customers know about the giving that you're doing. And the more consistent you can keep the message, the more authentic it's going to read. So on social media, we have examples from our partners, Kenneth Cole and Highline Wellness on the left in their Instagram stories, speaking to the giving that they're doing for Giving Tuesday and just in general. On the right, Kenneth Cole did an activation right when COVID-19 was starting last year, you can see that they spoke to the amount of money that they were giving back there. And Dr. Bronner's also had a special activation for that psychedelic assisted therapy. They break down the 6 causes that they were giving to and how the customers could actually select and give back. Again, on social media, you can influence with giving in mind. So a lot of influencers have nonprofits that mean a lot to them, and so their customers have an affinity for it. I speak to it a lot, and subscribers and followers are going to want to see that when an influencer comes on saying, not only do I love this brand and I'm working with this brand, but they're supporting the cause that I care about and the cause that you guys have heard me talk about with every purchase that you make through my link or whatever it may be. That gives you a stronger relationship with the nonprofit because you're supporting, with the influencer because you're supporting the cause that really means something to them. It also gives you a bargaining chip if it's something that your brand is doing where you want to kind of negotiate rates, or you can only provide product and maybe those donations. It's a great way to potentially open up more options for you with influencers who are willing to try that out. Dedicating campaigns and special activations. So similar to Ursa Major, this is our partner Tomboy X. When they first released with us, they explained the process of donating with the customer. So they wanted to say, you can add on a donation. They shared how you can shop, change your cause, give the way they want. Again, keeping that consistent across the messaging. So if your customers can always choose, make sure they know that they can choose and they have to pick a cause in order for a donation to go back. A newer activation for us as well. I'm sure a lot of people are looking into SMS marketing. So we did work with Blind Barber to release something right around Giving Tuesday about that 20% going back. And you can actually include that in those other touch points with your customers as well. Now for remarketing and personalization, this really drives into the data that you'll be able to collect, seeing where your customers care to give to. You see that 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. That can be a little bit tough for a brand to do. So how can we actually align those beliefs with you so that you're getting those customers who believe in the mission that you have in mind? One way we could do it is targeting customer segments based on cause affinity on social media. So nonprofits have massive followings, not only for their causes, but also just their names will bring in huge amounts of followings. You can see here, these are interest sizes that we pulled from Facebook for these 3 nonprofits. And what you can do with this information is then target customers who have that affinity and bring them back to site to support that cause. So if you're working to fight hunger, you can target those Feeding America likers and people who have that affinity to say, when you shop with us, we donate to end hunger. That will bring them back to site. And then you can also use this as a prospecting technique. Another extra credit point section, you'll see that we did use our Feeding America logo in here. We have a partnership with Feeding America, so we are able to share that logo in case you were paying close attention. What we can do as well with Shop and Gives is we can support multiple causes that you're prospecting, even if you're giving to a different one on site. We have a special cause parameter. So if you're working to end hunger on site, but you want to see if people who are interested in sustainability are interested in shopping when they see that you're giving back, you can use that cause as well and have them come back on site and see that that's being supported. Once you have information on where your customers care to give, you can re-engage them with dynamic impact. So you'll see who your customer supports when they choose their cause of choice, and then your brand can create an audience pool based on that category. So, you might have one customer support Boys and Girls Club, another customer support another education cause, whatever it may be. But if you group them by category, you can have maybe 3 or 4 categories of your spenders, and then you can retarget them again on social. So in this case, One Tree Planted was supported, but the ad actually speaks to saving the planet instead. So it doesn't have to be one-to-one, but it can be if you'd like. Now moving into that measurement piece, like I said before, we understand that you guys are in the business of making money, so we want to make it possible for you to make more and give back more. Speaking to the impact that you're making and making sure you're measuring that as well, your customers want to see that impact. So on the left, we have a partner who is giving for COVID-19, so they actually tracked how many dollars were being collected across several months. On the right, again, Ursa Major. Speaking to that consistency though, this is the same graphic they used in their email. So customers are going to see the same messaging across all their communications. And that's a great way for them to really be brought into that giving message. We also like to measure impact back to bottom line. So we call RODS, return on donation spend. our playful little spin on ROAS, you can see how much each dollar donated equates to in money back in your pocket as the brand. We have seen 19% lifts in conversion, 23% lift in AOV, and an 18% increase in lifetime value among multiple times donating customers. So it's really important to be bringing them into that mission, and we can always track and see how that's actually resonating with them and how that's building more loyal customers. Shopping Gives has published Google tags so that you're able to see across different channels how customers who are engaging with impact versus non-engaging with impact compare. That's a great way to get kind of a quick look at it at any point in time to see how those are comparing to each other and how your engagers differ. We also have a dashboard in our Shopify app that's free to install that allows you to see your AOV compared, average order value compared with donations versus your baseline, as well as an activation rate. So if you're asking customers to opt into donations or to say, I want to donate with every purchase, even if you're the brand making the donation, you can see how many customers are opting in there. We do integrate with other CMS platforms outside of Shopify, so there are similar dashboards there too, but our Shopify app makes it super easy for brands. So to recap, the 3 power strategies you should keep in mind for cause marketing success is number 1, always lead with your values. Make sure it's an authentic mission, an authentic cause marketing strategy. Second, engage your customer. So really bring that to life by involving your customer, creating a consistent message and making sure they know exactly how much you're giving, when you're giving, all of those sorts of things so they can feel like they're a part of that mission. And then third, you want to make sure you're measuring both from an impact perspective and a bottom line perspective on how your giving is helping you do well. A bit more about Shopping Gives. We offer an end-to-end integration with e-commerce stores. So we match in natively. We can match your site and your style, whatever aesthetic you're going for. We fit right into your customer journey. We manage donations end-to-end. So all of that regulatory and compliance things that I went over at the beginning is covered when you work with us. And you won't have to bring in your accounting team to pull reports every month so that you're writing the checks yourself. We handle all of that for you. You also have data and business insights at a few clicks, so you can always see how that is impacting your bottom line. We're already working with some top D2C retailers like the ones you're seeing on this screen, but we always hope to grow our giving economy and build a network of cause-minded stores. So if you're interested in learning more, you can check out shoppinggives.com or send us an email at hello@shoppinggives. Otherwise, I will stick around to answer any questions. Thank you guys so much for joining today.
Hey, and thanks so much for that. I mean, it seems like such a no-brainer. If you're making an increase in conversion rate, you're increasing average order value. Seems like cause marketing. It just perfectly aligns with all core business goals. So it's like, why aren't more brands doing it? So
Totally, yeah.
I love it, and I'm always really supportive of this software because it is really important to find a sustainable way to give back. And I think you've heard me say it before, Savannah. I don't like, one-off donations or, something that you might do a little bit at the end of the year. I like it when a donation makes everything better and it becomes a sustainable component to a business. Sustainable giving back is the way to the future in which we can support tons and tons of nonprofit, increase the pie for so many nonprofits, and really watch the world become a better place because honestly, the for-profit sector isn't necessarily known for helping with that kind of stuff all the time. So it's good to find a equal balance between them.
Yeah, definitely. We always talk about evergreen giving. If a brand can give back, why not give back all the time so that, your customers start to expect that. They don't want to wait until Giving Tuesday to shop with you to make an impact. They want to be able to know that they're making an impact anytime they come to you. So evergreen impact is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, it's evergreen versus campaign, exactly. And the fun thing is that if it's really woven into an evergreen strategy, it becomes the essence of your business, right? It becomes part of the brand. And I think that that's when it gets really exciting because you're transforming who you are and who you're perceived to be, as opposed to just I think the campaigns come across a little bit inauthentic at times. They certainly can be good and successful for everybody involved, but it's like, well, they're just running this one promo to help give back for this one time, as opposed to this is who they are and this is what they believe.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Okay, Savannah, I love it. We're going to move right into our next session. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Derek.
All right. So I don't know how to tie these two together exactly, but we're talking about increasing the conversion rate on the website, and we're talking about a meaningful impact and a brand connection. And I'm really excited to see this technology showcased because it's been around for a while conceptually that we could build 3D models or that we could create augmented reality filters for our business, but I haven't seen it done in a way that's this easy. So I'm going to bring on Daniel and Vic from LevAR or Lever. You guys will have to tell me how you prefer to think about it. And they're going to show us what their tool does and how easy it is for a merchant to get a 3D visualization of their product and then help the customer place it in their house, on their wall. So like I've got like a blend jet right here. I could actually see that thing before it's in my, physical presence, which I think is just quite amazing. Guys, I'm bringing you on now. I'll also get the screen share up for you here. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for that introduction. Lever. By the way.
Lever it is. Okay, fine. I love it. I'll mute myself and go into the background and let you guys show us the tool.
For sure. Yeah, Derek, thanks so much for having us. It's been really great watching all the other sponsors and speakers up so far. So just to start a little bit about myself. So I actually originally did a lot of work in film and television, natural storyteller, everything from feature films to 300 VR music videos. And when I met Daniel and Trey, I learned about the lack of storytelling in the digital space, specifically in e-commerce, right? A lot of e-commerce businesses spend so much time and effort making amazing products, but are ultimately let down by the typical shopping experience that we've all come to know. And for me, Lever and all the work that I've done here at Lever really embodies this gigantic opportunity to enable e-commerce businesses of all sizes to tell that product story authentically and accurately.
Cool, yeah, and my name is Daniel Esrig. So I'm the CTO and one of the co-founders at Lever. Super excited to be here to share a little bit about who we are and what we're working on. So my background, I spent a number of years in e-commerce at a e-commerce business in Chicago called Zorro. It was a little tiny tool sales channel, and we helped grow it into a $400 million e-commerce brand. And then moved to a technology company, really small technology company in Boston at the time called Klaviyo, and spent a couple of years there really working with that team to help that business grow, learn a lot about how to grow a really successful and valuable technology company. And when Trey and I got together to start Lever, we took a lot of the lessons about how to build really scalable value add SaaS technology for e-commerce businesses, but really work in the product shopping space, making that experience that people have while they're shopping more immersive and more engaging to really drive revenue. So I'll let Vic take it from here, and then I'll be happy to answer some questions towards the very end.
Thanks. So obviously this is a technical showcase, but before we get into any sort of demo, I really want to talk about what that typical product experience that I mentioned earlier is. Sorry if anyone works at Restoration Hardware, but they're a business that does close to $1 billion a year in revenue, and this is their desktop experience, right? Decent product photo, but I don't know if you can see on this screen share, right? Not all of the variants actually have product photos associated with them. So there's a bunch of finishes that I can't actually look at product photos for. Sure, there are some text dimensions at the bottom, but unless I have a tape measure or anything handy, I really have no context for what this is going to look like in my space, let alone what kind of box it's going to ship in. And even more so, this experience on mobile could be even more limited. The website might not even be responsive, plugins may not work, right? So this is the standard, e-commerce shopping experience you've come to know. And when Lever is fully integrated on a web store and the product assortment is digitized, the customer has two cohesive experiences on desktop and mobile. A high-end 3D experience, as well as a seamless transition to mobile, where you can also have the same 3D experience, as well as the ability to view the product in your space. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at what that looks like right now. I'm going to go on lever.io and click on our demo here. And this is a standard Shopify store. Uses the debut theme. A lot of folks start with it. We actually work with any Shopify theme without any impact to performance, site speed, anything like that. So let's look at leather share, right? Fairly standard product page, but what you'll see here at the bottom is this call out. I can click view in AR. What happens is I'm actually taken to this 3D experience where I can rotate the chair with my mouse and zoom in, right? And look at it from any angle. And you guys will actually get a chance to try this for yourselves later on in a couple minutes. Screen share kind of takes away some of the fidelity, but I can really punch in and see some of these details here. So if I actually click this button right here in my space, I'm presented with a QR code. And if I take my mobile phone out, whether it's an iOS device, Android phone, tablet, whatever, just open the camera app, scan the QR code. I'm actually going to go ahead and share my phone screen so we can take a look at what that looks like once you've shared, once you've actually scanned the QR code.
Yeah,
all right.
Bring it back in here.
Have that shared. Cool. So I just scanned that code on my device, and I'm presented with a bunch of instructions here. And all I have to do now is just tap launch an AR. And what happens now is my camera actually fires and the object drops right down in my space, right? And I can move around. I'm literally moving my body and camera around. I can get low, I can get above it. I can use my finger to place the object, rotate it with 2 fingers, and really compare it to the size of other objects in my space currently, right? Look at the shadows. You can see the way light refracts off the material. It's really, really cool experience. Now, when your customer is actually done, right, and exits the viewer, they have the ability to check out the same high-end 3D experience we were just looking at on desktop. And when they exit the 3D viewer, we're dropped right on the product page. And you'll see why this is so cool and very important in a couple minutes here. So let me jump back on desktop here.
Yeah, I'll get you. I have to add each one manually. Fun fact.
We're good.
Here we are.
Right. So the experience that we just saw, right, it's a one-click implementation from the lever dashboard, and we also provide you the ability to customize how that experience fires. Let's say you have a plugin or a widget that doesn't really work with the standard placement of that button on the bottom. If we take a look at this boot here, you can also fire that experience from a button that you can code yourself, right? So there's full customization. And something that we're actually just rolling out to customers right now is this image carousel experience. So if we actually take a look at this image carousel here, it's a very easy way to look at different product variants, your existing product photography. But if you look at this toggle up here, 3D, if I switch that on, I'm actually presented with the same 3D experience that we were just looking at in full screen earlier. And it's happening right here on the product page. Same ability to look at it from any angles, look at the details, and also same kick out to mobile augmented reality. Right, and the reason this is important is a lot of folks in our space haven't nailed the seamless experience from desktop to mobile. A lot of folks have apps you need to download, right? There's harder implementation for the store owner. But regardless, if you're on an iOS, Android, desktop, tablet, whatever, all of that complexity between serving the right 3D models, web browsers, all of that's obscured and is completely transparent and invisible. So how does the process actually work? How do you get started with digitizing your product assortment? A lot of folks, if you have good product photography and dimensions listed already, we can take the information on your product page and get started. But if something's more complex or you don't have that information, we'll simply solicit that on an introductory call. So take a look at these 6 photos I shot here earlier. This is a mug sold by Jamber, a really cool company. They sell a mug that allows folks that have fine motor control issues, Parkinson's, joint issues, to hold coffee cup due to the specialized handle. Really, really cool company. But if we actually go over to their website here, right? Standard Shopify store, if I go, click shop, we'll actually take a look at their red mug here, right? We actually only got information for one color, but we were able to create all the different color variations just from a single set of information. So this is where I would invite all of you to go ahead and actually scan this QR code with your mobile device. Just open the camera app on your device and scan this QR code. And you can very easily just place it on your keyboard or on your desk in front of you. So the entire process is actually facilitated through the Lever dashboard. And here, you get a full rundown of your product assortment, all the products, the variants, and you kick off the process from here. We also take care of the model review process from here as well. So the ability to commission an asset, review it, and set it live all happens from this self-service dashboard. And that's really, really exciting. When you do actually set a model live from the dashboard, we actually give you a QR code or a dynamic activation link. And we've heard from some amazing speakers, amazing apps today, whether it's SMS marketing, folks that do email, chatbots, newsletters, landing pages. You can actually take that dynamic link, whether it's a QR code or a button, and embed it right in all those different marketing channels, right? So you can use your digital product assortment not just on your web store, but on all the other channels that you're using right now. And on the theme of just really getting the maximum return from your digital product assortment are product renders. So spike right here, digitally generated. If we actually go back over to the demo store right here, every single one of these images was digitally generated, right? There was no camera, no photographer, right? And it really speaks to the fidelity of the models they're making. The same models that drive the 3D and AR experience we saw earlier are creating these product renders, right? So there's this really awesome opportunity to not only supplement your existing product photography, but take images that were previously not possible now, or even after the state of the world, right? And the deliverable is just an image file. So you can use these on any channel. Similarly, your digital product assortment can also be used to make really fun social filters, right? Whether it is a standard try-on experience. We're seeing a lot of interest in the beauty and makeup space. We have technology on Instagram and Snapchat that lets us really easily try on makeup such as lipstick, foundation, eyeliner, as well as create really fun brand activations such as mini games. And this is a really great way to engage your existing social audience on all of those channels. So in terms of what we're working on, what's coming, I can definitely say that here at Lever, we're really busy, and I'll let Dan speak to what all of that means, what is coming.
Yeah, thanks, Vic. So as the CTO, I wasn't going to let Vic steal all the thunder and get to talk about kind of what's coming next because I'm super excited about it. So basically, there's three big initiatives for us. One is make it easier and faster to create your 3D models in augmented reality. And so we're releasing a new dashboard in the next couple of weeks that allowed you to basically streamline that process. So if you need to upload additional content to help us make the models, your ability to kind of review that process, giving you more kind of like activation opportunities, whether it's custom links, pre-built iframes, pre-built buttons, so that you can drop the experience in any channel you want. If you're using a Shopify e-commerce type platform, right, that integration already exists. Can be a one-click, hey, I turn on that activation. But there's so many other places that you should be taking advantage of the 3D product experience, and we just want to make that super easy for you. The second thing is customizing that viewer experience. So whether it's embedded in the page, or if it's the the pop-up or the full screen view, whether it's the background, the lighting, product callouts where you can specifically pinpoint a specific feature on the product that you call out in the viewer. All of those things we're working on releasing, including animation. So, say you sell luggage, you want the piece of luggage to open and close so people can see the inside. That's all coming in the pipeline over the next quarter, 2 quarters or so. And then finally, we want to make it, like I mentioned earlier with the activations, we want to make it easier for you to use the 3D experience wherever people are engaging with products. So whether it's building more integrations with e-commerce platforms or more integrations with social and marketing platforms, advertising platforms, or even email SMS platforms, we want we want you to be able to when you send that abandoned cart email, right, through your Klaviyo type platform, we want that 3D product activation to be right there with it, because we know that that's going to drive incremental time spent with the product, and it's going to help drive incremental transactions. And then pricing. So pricing is a big deal in this space. Generally, and we've seen this with a lot of our competition, this is a major barrier to entry for folks. And just like just like our dashboard creates accessibility for you to easily integrate and get started, we've built a pricing model that allows a really small new business to get started, and also allows a business with tens of thousands of products doing, $50, $100, $200 million a year to also transition their products and start using 3D and augmented reality. So 2 pieces to pricing. We have the 3D model creation. So this is the actual art process where we digitize your product. This can start anywhere from $25, and it can go all the way up to $250 or $500 for things that are really complicated, like a motorcycle or a car or a really fancy piece of gym equipment. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece is the subscription fee, and that's the hosting. And so that just allows you to use all these integrations, have these dynamic product links that you can use through any of your other platforms. And that's just a usage charge. So you can get started for $25 a month, and as you add more and more products, the incremental price for each of those additional products goes down. So your 500th product that you add in 3D, right, that's going to be $1 or $1.50 a month per product. So we allow folks to scale both with the easy implementation and with pricing. And then finally, I think it's important to talk about the ROI. I mean, we're all focused on ROI, whether it's us using a marketing tool to help drive customers to our business, or an e-commerce business trying to drive more sales. And so there are kind of 3 components to kind of like our measurement for ROI. One is conversion rate. So we're seeing that specifically on Shopify, when folks use 3D and AR in their site, there's this nice bump of about 27 to 30% increased conversion rate, which is a lot. I mean, that's a big bump in terms of conversions. The other thing that I'm not sure if people think about that often, but is a big ROI driver for 3D and AR is a reduction in returns, right? When people can put the product in their space, they can really start to get a better understanding of what it's going to look like, how it's really going to fit, right? We see returns go way down, and that's a big cost saver, because we all know returns can be really expensive. And then finally, I think an important factor in this is you're engaging customers, right? People tend to spend at least twice as much time with a product when they get into the 3D experience. And so, providing this 3D experience through all of your channels is really going to drive folks to spend more time with the awesome products that you guys have spent so much time designing and building.
So, we definitely outlined, how easy it is to get started regardless of your business size. But barring, hard numbers and statistics, it's really important to acknowledge some of the realities that affect the importance of the product experience itself, right? More people are transacting on mobile, right? So the mobile product experience is crucial right now. People are transacting on e-commerce in general in lieu of legacy retail. So giving folks the ability to experience your products in their space, get an idea of the size, materials, all that sort of stuff, incredibly important now, as well as reaching all of your customers on the different marketing channels and all the different tools that you're using for acquisition and retention. At Lever, we are extremely focused on your products, right? Bringing those to life, as well as the experience your customers have with those products on your web store. So I definitely just want to say thank you so much for all of you guys for checking this out. Derek and the amazing e-commerce tech team for putting this on. Really happy to extend a 25% model creation discount through March 31st for folks that sign up, attendees that sign up through this event. Feel free to find us on these handles above. We're also listed on eCommerce Tech.io's app listing. If you ever want to nag me about AR, 3D, anything e-commerce related, find me on Clubhouse. Otherwise, shoot me an email if you have any questions or want to get started.
I love it. Awesome. We'll be sure to let everyone know about the discount offer in our follow-up email to all event attendees as well. I'm thrilled for what you guys just showed us. I think somebody in the audience right now is going, "Oh my God, we could totally use this to change that experience on our website." I feel like, you know, it felt intangible just 2 years ago, and you've made it quite tangible for these, you know, let's say mid-sized and growing, fast-growing brands. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Derek.
And we have a perfect transition. I'm going to let you guys go. We'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Bye. And it's a perfect transition into our next session with Sarah from Mute 6, because she's going to talk about influencers and live streaming. I think, what if we had an augmented reality filter? If we had an augmented reality filter, we would be talking to Levitt, right? So in that way, we think about how we can maybe grow top of funnel traffic and kind of build this flywheel of an on-channel experience that's using augmented reality and 3D that then leads to an on-site experience that might be utilizing the same thing. So in that way, I think these two topics are connected, but we're not going to talk augmented reality. We're going to talk influencer marketing, live streaming. Sarah, excited to have you back on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Derek. I'm so excited.
Yeah. With that all said, I will step out of the way, let you take it over from here, and we'll bring your screen up here.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and I can present. So yeah, I'm so excited. This segment is going to be on the future of e-commerce marketing. What is going on with influencer live streaming? So a quick agenda. I'll do an intro on Mute 6, on me. What is live streaming? Why should your brand be doing it? What have the trends been and where is it going for direct consumer brands? And then finally, we're going to close it out with how to find the right influencer to live stream with. So who are we? So I work for Mute 6. It's a performance marketing agency out in California. We've been around for a few years, recently acquired by Dentsu, and we service primarily direct-to-consumer clients that are looking for new customer acquisition. And this is the key component to all of our learnings everywhere is how does creative dictate a consumer behavior? How can we change the context or the creative to make someone actually purchase what you're selling? So that's a little bit about Mute 6. We partner with platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook to really leverage the beta products and sometimes alpha products that they offer. And we work with brands like GNC, Morphe, a lot of direct-to-consumer brands, big and small. And finally, a little bit about myself. My name is Sarah Groves. I am the head of influencer marketing at Mute 6. We do something a little bit interesting with influencers, considering them as a media buying channel and pairing that with creative to repurpose their content. And if you'd like to get in touch, please reach out to me at sarah@mute6.com, or there's info@mute6.com as well. But let's get into this. So why should you live stream as a brand? So there's a few key reasons. One of it is to drive awareness and consideration, right? It has its own discovery algorithm when you're thinking about any platform that offers live streaming. To discover the live stream, it's placed in a different spot on the app or the platform. So there's a new element of driving awareness and consideration to a new audience. And then just generally being able to live stream and show things visually through a video, you're able to explain things, you're able to offer product demos. And so you're really able to educate shoppers not only at the product, but the industry that you're in. And it's very clear and concise, doing it through your own brand account. And then you can also leverage influencers to add like that second level of credibility. Not only are you talking about the product, an influencer is talking about it in real time right in front of you now. And that kind of ties into the point number 4 is connect in real time. These things are happening right now. And especially if you can tie your product into a trend that's going on right now, it drives a consumer down the funnel to consider purchasing from you, especially when you're connecting in real time, addressing a trend that your product either aligns with or drives the trend itself. And then finally, the future of e-commerce with live streaming is moving towards direct purchase. So there's more and more platforms offering a call to action button where viewers, listeners, live streamers can go and actually purchase the exact product they see the brand or influencer mentioning or showing on the live stream with a very clear button where it will actually drive someone to the landing page, to a product page, or actually offer this experience seamlessly through the app itself. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper there as well. So what have we known of as live streaming? So way back when live streaming was really radio, it was TV, it kind of mature or to kind of getting a little bit more advanced. We're thinking about Spotify and Netflix, but really all of these platforms are a one-to-many experience. So it's one platform and many people will experience the same thing. And so that's why retail hasn't been able to explode in these platforms. But where live streaming is moving towards is this live streaming 2.0, where you're including a social element or an e-commerce element, or even both. And so these are the platforms that we're going to be talking about today and how they're shifting and how they're taking a different approach to live streaming to drive consumers to make a buying decision. And with this is a one-to-one experience where I can be on TikTok watching a live stream and commenting and engaging, where my experience is completely different than someone else across the world just viewing the live stream as a form of entertainment. So I want to run you through the different platforms. So we have Amazon Live, which is considerably new. This is what you want to think about. This is the ultimate way of a brand to introduce live streaming to their e-commerce platform. It's Amazon. And you can also think about this as a modern QVC, where you have a lot of people doing very traditional demos. There's a quick screen share here of a few channels. But what's interesting about Amazon Live, and it's kind of like the YouTube platform, is where you can actually add buttons to the bottom of your live stream so that if anyone is interested in the products you are showcasing, they can really seamlessly click the product button and make a purchase right on screen. And so this is a really, really powerful way to leverage live streaming, especially with the goals and KPIs of driving revenue for your brand. And so I would definitely consider Amazon Live. It's a budding platform right now where a lot of brands are starting to consider partnering with Amazon for live streams. So then we have Instagram Live, which is an alternative platform where it combines both the brand aspect, like brands can go live, or you can invite influencers to go live with you. And so the algorithm is a little bit different with Instagram Live, where it will notice, since it's a social platform, as well as an e-commerce platform, it's adding on at shop. But it's a way for both the brand to promote products and influencers to promote products as well for the brand. And so what you can do is when you go live on Instagram, it will send a notification to about 50% of the people who follow your account. And so as a brand, that really limits you to your current followers. There's a limited discovery capability. However, when you invite someone to live stream with you, you actually also notify 50% of their followers that they're going live with you as well. And that's one way to essentially growth hack and increase the amount of viewers to your live stream. And it's really through Instagram. And so some other ways Instagram is progressing is including shoppable buttons where you can check out within the app. So there's no friction moving from Instagram over to Safari or over to Chrome or whatever you're on. It's all within one experience. And just that should drive conversions, should increase your conversion rate. There's no friction there. But it's definitely a platform to consider if you're actually doing influencer marketing right now. You don't have to have a macro following. Micro influencers do just as well through Instagram Live. Now, TikTok Live, and this is what I'm most excited about, is TikTok Live has been a feature pretty much since the beginning. It's in beta currently where a limited amount of users can access the live feature, and that's based off of their follower count. So I believe you have to have at least 1,000 followers on TikTok to be able to actually use the live streaming feature. And so the behavior on TikTok is very interesting for live streaming because users can gift the influencers different tokens. And so if you think about the gaming world, they're really modeling after this is when I gift you a token, the token I can, as an influencer or a live streamer, I can redeem it as real cash. Like I'm getting paid to be online and entertain you. And so TikTok is taking that model. They've also partnered with Shopify to offer a really unique solution where one, they're taking away the follower threshold. So essentially anyone can live stream. And then they're also allowing brands to offer a commission to creators. And in this way, creators can pre-negotiate, you know, if I sell any of your products, I'm going to make a 30% commission. And so what TikTok is doing is empowering creators to actually go live, enable a click, like a call to action button so that people can actually check out faster, taking, you know, the elements from Instagram, but having that rev share in place where anyone can go live at any time and make money, both the brand and the creator. And so it's definitely something to consider. It's being built out as we speak. So there's not a ton of information out. But speaking of the future of e-commerce, this is going to really change the way we think of influencers and live streaming and how we can essentially partner with them. And then finally, we have two more platforms. So Pop Shop Live is another live streaming platform. It's actually its own platform, 100% dedicated to different channels or networks, where if you tune into it, it's normally at a scheduled time. So at 8 o'clock at night, you'll see Rebecca doing her live stream, and it's most likely going to be products that were made from home. And so kind of like a form of Etsy, but live stream. But what they're doing is including brands in the conversation now. So brands can actually partner with influencers to sell their products on an exclusive episode on their Pop Shop Live feed. So very interesting. Again, platforms are being created to address live streaming, and it's only going to get more sophisticated and interesting as these platforms develop. And then finally, Clubhouse, one of my favorite new platforms. It's all live stream. And so it's taking this idea of Spotify or just general podcasting, bringing in a live streaming component, and also a social network as well. So there's one brand in particular, OPI. It's a nail care brand. They actually sponsored a room. If you're on Clubhouse, you know that rooms are places where you chat, and that's where all the action happens. And they were one of the first brands to ever sponsor. And then also we're having a personal story. So a brand I work with is called Magic Spoon. And I was in a conversation last night on Clubhouse, and it was in a room of about 1,500 people, and about 5 of the moderators mentioned the brand and asked for brand deals right in front of 1,500 people. So definitely a platform to look out for. When you're looking at new platforms, you want platforms to test. You want to look at how the timeline of when it launched. Usually when platforms launch, it's really easy to access a larger network because it's prioritizing the algorithm for new content. And that's why jumping on live stream will also be important moving forward in your brand strategy. And to close this out, I wanted to give a few tips on influencer sourcing. It really depends on where you're looking, what platform you want to leverage live streaming for. On TikTok, what you really want to look for is accounts with high video views on their normal posts. You also want to look for someone who is using trending hashtags, trending sounds. You can find that through the Discover page on TikTok. And you also want to look for accounts that jump to trends and are early adopters to those trends. And so those are going to be the people who will be most successful to work with in a TikTok live stream. On Instagram, you want to look for accounts with high engagement. Their content aesthetic is beautiful, and they have a ton of people commenting on their posts. An extra element to look for is just making sure that the influencers are active on their stories, especially leveraging video stories instead of photo stories. And you can just tell right there, they'll be great on camera. And with monitoring their comments, you'll be able to verify they have an engaged audience as well. And then finally, YouTube. It's not a platform that we touched on a ton, but they do offer live streaming. What you want to do is find influencers that have consistently high video view content, and that also post pretty consistently as well. So those are your tips. While I have you, I'll drop a few gems and offer a few platforms that you can find influencers on. There's Heapsy, Scope App, and Grin, which would be 3 platforms that I would most recommend. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for tuning in. And again, if you'd like to get in contact, you can reach out at info@mute6.com or sarah@mute6.com. And one little piece of candy to leave you with is if you'd like an audit for your influencer marketing strategy, you can reach out to me or info@mute6.com, and we'll make sure to audit your account for free.
Perfect. I'm typing this in the chat so that everyone has it available to them. I love it. And those are actually, I've been a laggard on TikTok. I can't do Clubhouse because I don't touch Apple devices, against personal policy. But I feel like it is time to hop on TikTok for me, at least. I don't know. It's a thing. I know a lot of brands can have a really great connection there. And I just haven't done it personally because I uninstalled all social media at the beginning of COVID just so that I could not get distracted. But now it's time to roll them back out and take the platform for what it is and enjoy it, I think. But Sarah, as always, amazing, huge knowledge bomb drops for anybody thinking about doing influencer marketing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this ties in perfectly to our next session. By the way, Sarah, you've got to check out this platform. You should, if you haven't seen Pencil in action, I'm really looking forward to this. We're going to do a tech showcase now with James from Pencil. Sarah, we'll let you go. James, I'm bringing you on. Oh, and so somehow I have Sarah's presentation there. And let me make sure we've got the right banner here. Okay, so you former Facebook executive, correct?
Correct.
And you probably were really close to the ads platform, seeing a pretty big problem emerging there. Tell me about the problem and then the invention of your solution that you've created with Pencil.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, I worked with Facebook for 7 years. And actually, the day that I joined Facebook back in 2012 was the day when Facebook pivoted towards mobile. At that point, we'd never sold a single mobile ad. And then 7 years later, it was up to $70 billion. So it was a great time. And during that time, in the early days, data and targeting was really how you got the advantage on Facebook. Those were the golden days of data and targeting.
Where we still have more ad inventory, right? to buy from. And now that supply and demand have met, it's getting fairly competitive.
Exactly. And so really the best way to get an advantage on Facebook now is through the content and the creative. That's why that last session was just fantastic. But yeah, turning up on Facebook, Instagram, and all these platforms, it's really the content and the messaging and the ads that you keep up with that drive. My last job at Facebook, I was head of international marketing and was spending hundreds of millions of dollars of Facebook's money on Facebook ads. And even with a big creative team, we really struggled to make enough good video ads to drive performance. That's what drives performance, just a high volume, high variety of different ads. Some will work, many won't, but it's the ones that work that scale. So that's what we built Pencil for.
That's awesome. I found the exact same thing testing creative as the director of growth and acquisition for a beauty box. We pulled influencer content regularly. We said, oh, this influencer is going to sell, right? Like this one's going to do it. This is where the magic is going to be. We made our own in-house creative, all nice and touched up, very, glam and really high end. And the thing that ended up selling was a really poorly lit background selfie video from Cardi B, a mega influencer. And that was the one that did all the revenue. But I wish I could have tested that, like different variations of that ad or different overlays, or it was just the video, So I think there were ways to tweak and improve on it from just there, which is interesting. Did you want to go ahead and share your screen and show us what you got? I really want to see this.
Absolutely. Let me share the screen. Okay.
And I'm going to step out of the way so that you can tell everyone more about the platform. It's looking good.
You've got to tell me whether this is working or not.
Yeah, and we're good. Looks good.
Is that good? Great. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. And thanks for this opportunity to share Pencil. So I'll start with this. This was a Fortune wrote a really nice article about us a few weeks ago. And they asked us this question: can this AI startup bring back the 3 martini lunch? So for those of you that have seen Mad Men, that's referring to the golden days of advertising when the creatives could just had a bit more time in their day to spend thinking about the big ideas over 3 martini lunches. But now, I guess the reality for a lot of people working in the creative field and a lot of marketers is there is so much content that needs to be created that people are too busy to enjoy that. So we've created Pencil so that you can create fantastic ads that work really well, and you can generate those ads with a one click, with the click of a button. I'm just going to show you a little demo on how to do that. A little bit of background of the name Pencil. It comes from this. We believe that AI will be as fundamental to creativity in the future as the pencil was in the past. So myself, you know me, I worked at Facebook for those years, but Sumuk and Will, my co-founders, are fantastic machine learning engineers. They're based in Singapore. We have a great team of engineers in Singapore. And one of our investors is Sequoia. And Sumuk previously worked at Google, where he was an engineering team lead. Now, one of the places, as Derek kind of mentioned, this came from is this. This is real data provided by Facebook after studying a lot of campaigns. So this is studying 163 campaigns. And what it tells you is the companies that are able to test and learn will get the best results. So this study showed, 26% lower cost per action from testing and learning lots of different assets, and ideally on a weekly basis. And how we think about this is with these three lines. The gray line, as you can see, is week one, you put in to Facebook some new ads, and what so many people do is they put in some new ads, it works quite well, and then they get busy with other things, and they get on with their busy e-commerce lives. There are so many things to get right, and over time that ad fatigues. And creative fatigue is a really big problem these days. They fatigue very quickly, and so what smart companies do is the red line, and this is, you might think of this as a weekly batch. So each week you're turning up and you're putting in new ads every week. And that way you've got more chance of some ads working. What we're trying to do with Pencil is the purple line. So that is a weekly batch of ads generated by Pencil. But look, the purple line goes up week on week. And that's because what Pencil does is it learns. So it not only generates these ads, but then as you run them, you connect up your Pencil account to your Facebook Ads Manager account. And so the data comes back from Facebook back into Pencil, and it teaches and trains Pencil to make better ads every week. So what we're trying to do, and what we are able to get quite often, is 10x less time and cost to make the ads, and then ads that work often 2x or more better than the current ads in the account. So this is how you actually make the ads. It's really simple. Even I, who's not a creative person, even I can make great ads using Pencil. So I simply go in there, I put in my colors of the brand, I put in the logo, I put in the font, and then I drop in some assets. So most e-commerce companies have some good product shots. It will actually strip away the background of those product shots, so they look good on different backgrounds, and then also some video. So typically, we want people to put in 30 seconds or a minute's worth of video. You can put in your user-generated content testimonials, or you can put in your brand film or your demo video, whatever you want. And then you put in a little bit of messaging, you hit go, and it will start to build. It actually is powered by OpenAI. Some of you may have heard of OpenAI or GPT-3. This is a language AI tool that generates some really good advertising headlines. And we've been working with that for about 3 years now with OpenAI, with GPT-2 and now GPT-3. And so the ads look like these. You get about 3 ads every 3 minutes, and sometimes it goes faster. And then behind each one of these ads, there are all 5 variants, size, aspect ratios that Facebook uses. So you'll have a 4x5, a 5x4, a square, a 9x16, and a 16x9. So you have those vertical ads that work really well on Instagram and other places. And then you, as I said, if you hit that button 10 times, 20 times, you'll get dozens and dozens of ads. You can then review them. You can choose the ones you want, click on them, and then you can edit the ads as well. So there's a full editor to make the ads exactly how you want them. And once you've run about $10,000 worth of ads, you will see this, which is a predictions or an insights panel. So it will tell you that we predict that this ad will work better than 75% of your previous ads. And also it will explain why we think this ad will do so well. So it uses the elements of the ad to explain what's driving the prediction. And I think I'm not going to go into the tool, but I'll show you just one little clip here. So you can see there's a project name. You drop in your assets. You go into advanced options. As you see, you can change the offer. You can change the call to action. You can put in some headlines. It will generate headlines for you as well. You hit the button, and then you can go and review, and that's where you will find the ads. Once you've got the ones you want, you just export them and push them directly into your Facebook ads manager. And so I think yep, so that's a summary of what it does. It's really strong for D2C and e-commerce brands and the performance teams working in those. And there's all kinds of different ad templates in there. There's over 100 templates. So you can see these ones for Hamama. That's using a split screen template as well. So you see the split screen there. You might get this one, for instance, the one on the right is a persistent product bottom bar with a CTA button burnt into it. They're really effective. And as I said, there are many, many templates that it will use. And in terms of performance, if you go to our website, you can actually download an ebook which details a lot of the data of how it's working. I think the important thing is we look at ROAS as our main metric, and typically the pencil ads are beating non-pencil ads in the accounts. So on average, they're winning by about 17%. But as you see, 60% of the brands were able to get ROAS based by hello.
Oh, you got a call coming in. Oopsie.
Hi. Sorry, I thought that was you calling me.
No, that
because suddenly my screen went off. I'm sorry about that.
That's so funny. No, it's connected to the computer. But my jaw literally hit the floor with that. Just the ability to create those ad variants, video ad variants. I know how much money we had to pay our creative team or creative agencies to do that, and the turnaround is in a couple of days. And then you showed me the results where it actually takes the wording and the results and kind of breaks down why the ad was performing better, making me a better marketer. And instead of me I've literally done this, is like taken a few keywords and tried to figure out which one had a higher click-through rate, like across 40 or 50 variants. It's a pain in the butt. It takes days to do that. So you're breaking it down in minutes. It's incredible. It's blowing my mind.
I share your excitement. Thanks, Derek. In terms of timing, do we want to try to do some questions, or how do you want to go from now?
Let's talk pricing. I've got a few questions for you myself. I know that this is for larger advertisers. At what ad spend do you think somebody should be thinking about bringing in Pencil? And let's talk specifically to the merchants right now, because I know we've got some agency partners that might also want to know.
Absolutely, yeah. So what we heard when we talked to companies is that what they didn't want is a percentage of media model. They obviously wanted it to be cheap. They wanted it to be a SaaS tool that they could use themselves. And so, yeah, we've gone with this $750 a month model. And so if you think about it, what you're getting for that is a tool that generates the ads, but it also evaluates and then optimizes them over time. So it's an annual plan, but we provide a break clause after 3 months. So after 3 months, if for whatever reason you want to move on or you can't get it working, then yeah, that can happen after 3 months. And we have a
return on ad spend right there, right? So we can validate the profitability of the tool, do it like pretty much in the back end of the tool, if not in Facebook ads or something like that.
Exactly. You can see how well the pencil ads are doing in your Facebook ads account, which is where most people are looking at performance. We have a team as well that during those 3 months will help you. So it is a new tool, so people take a little bit of time to get going with it. So we have a team that will jump on and do sessions, let's say every week or so, to make sure that people are set up for success.
I love it. I think between the reviews strategy that we heard in some earlier sessions, capturing reviews, we could use that content in our ad as long as you're using a tool, a review tool that kind of allows that opt-in, of which a lot of them do. So we've got that content from our audience. Then with the influencer strategy from the last session from Sarah, we can get content from the influencers. Then, of course, we talked about Lever. James, I don't know if you saw it, but augmented reality and 3D modeling technology that can be, so we could create 3D models of products and with their technology, and then we could put those into your ads as additional content, and then spin up a lot of ads around it. So I think all of the tools today have kind of compiled really nicely to empower each other in this way, which is just awesome.
Yeah, that would be an incredible next generation workflow for any e-commerce company, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what we're here to talk about, the future of e-commerce marketing. We're not talking about the strategies. Like, we're not just saying, okay, here's how to increase return on ad spend, improve your ads, improve your copy. We're saying, here is artificial intelligence technology that generates videos and increases your return on ad spend. And I think over the next 3 to 5 years, those are what we're going to have more conversations about the machine telling us what to do, and less conversations about, us figuring it out on our own. So you're building for the future for sure.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. So if people want to get in touch with you, and you mentioned an ebook, if you happen to have that ebook and you can link it to me or us in chat, maybe now or in just a few minutes, I'll make sure and share that out with everybody and get it and get it in our show notes as well for you.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll send that right over.
Awesome. Cool. All right, James, thanks so much for giving us a demo of Pencil. Really excited for this. This is going to be any major advertiser's tool. It's going to be in their arsenal in the next few years. So I'm expecting massive growth. You're going to be everywhere.
Yeah. And if anyone wants to give it a go, just reach out to me directly or go to the website and just apply. Tell them that you found it through Derek. And the e-commerce tech conference, and I think we'll give you a discount for anyone who comes through this channel.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks again, James. I'm going to bring you out as we look to go into our final session of the day. Bye. Awesome. I think this is definitely futuristic technology we're dealing with. And now we're going into another channel and strategy that it's not so much that futuristic, but I think it's completely underestimated in how you can combine emails and paid advertising to increase success, increase conversion, return on ad spend. So with that said, I'm going to bring Lisa on screen from Springbot. Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Derek. How are you doing?
Hey, doing good. I'm really looking forward to this final closing. We'll call it a keynote closing session. I'll let you introduce yourself and take it away.
Okay, great. Well, Derek, really excited to be here. My name is Lisa Ng, and I work at Springbot. We're a marketing automation platform designed for SMB retailers, not unlike many of you here today. We take email, online ads, SMS, social, blogging, and more, and we combine it into one consolidated experience. And I'm here to talk to you about two components, mainly email marketing and online ads. So with that, I'll go ahead and kick things off. Can I go ahead and present, Derek?
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen, and then I'll bring it up. Is it?
One sec.
Close those 400 other tabs you have open.
Perfect.
got it here. Right on. And we're full screen. Looks great.
All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and get started. First, thank you all for hanging in there. I know this is the last session of the day, like Derek mentioned. So late afternoon for you guys on the West Coast and early evening, I guess, if you're here with me in the Eastern time zone. In today's session, I'm going to talk to you guys specifically about email and paid online ads, not because the other channels that I mentioned are unimportant, but because email marketing and online ads are what we believe to be very foundational channels that drive the marketing funnel. And they're especially important for newer stores that are just looking to get started, which is kind of a core base for Springbot. More on that in a moment. For the agenda today, we're going to talk through both these channels separately and then go through why they work so well in tandem. Then we'll go through a more practical application for this session, which is what are some optimization tips that you can take with you? Many of you on this call work on small marketing teams, and some of you just do it all, and marketing is just one part of that. For me, I worked on a lot of small marketing teams, so I can definitely relate to the feeling of wanting to do so much at once, but not really having the time. So to alleviate that, we're going to go through the most impactful things you can do to help you decide where to best spend your time. And we'll end with examples that will deconstruct and through the lens of kind of the best practices that we discuss. And then to wrap it up, I'll try to take any questions you have. And if I don't have the answers for you today, I'll take it back to my brilliant team and you can DM me. Does that sound good? Awesome.
Perfect.
All right. I like to start off with a question. The first thing you might be wondering is why email? It's 2021. Email has been around for almost a half century at this point, and this is the future of e-commerce marketing. Those are all fair points, but there's a good reason for this. Despite the claims every year that email is dead, it still continues to kill it. Let's take a look at the reason for that a little more deeply. Now, these are pretty current stats on email marketing today, and a big reason for why email is the usage behind it. When we look at the US, 90% of the population over the age of 15 has email. So when you talk about channel ubiquity, nothing else comes close to touching that. Another crazy stat, 99% of the people who have email admit to checking their email at least once a day. Maybe that's school or work related, maybe it's personal, maybe it's just a compulsion thing because you don't have your notifications turned off. But the point is, this is a channel that's here to stay. Not only that, but as it applies to e-commerce, 49% of customers actually say they want to hear from brands weekly. That buffers the case for email as a content delivery platform and one for building customer relationships, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. And lastly, there are a lot of studies that calculate payback and ROI for email marketing. And the most recent figures put it at 4,200%, or if you think about it another way, $42 for every dollar spent. It's pretty good ROI. That's not one of the highest in terms of channel ROI. And 59% of marketers can validate that. All really compelling data for why email marketing remains foundational to any e-commerce strategy. So the next natural question is why online ads, and specifically why paid ads? The big reason is that online ads are a great channel for driving qualified traffic to your site. You can be really targeted in a way that's just not possible with other organic channels. It's also a good way to test and amplify your content. You can do this with other channels, but paid ads have the benefit of providing quicker feedback. You can test kind of different ad sets for imagery, for copy, even CTAs, and get kind of that instant feedback for what's working, and then deploy it in your other channels. The other reason is there are also limits when it comes to organic reach. It takes a lot of time to build good SEO. And when you look at social platforms, particularly Facebook, recent algorithm updates have made it harder to reach a large audience organically, and it's becoming harder and harder. So another part of the equation is we can't ignore timing. The way that we spend our time is drastically shifted since the pandemic. And a big part of that shift, has to do, has moved actually to online and digital media consumption. Think Netflix, online news, publication, and yes, shopping. E-commerce has definitely benefited from this lift. And this is a global phenomenon. If we carve that up, in the US alone, it translated to over 200 billion in online sales, which represents a 32% increase quarter over quarter from Q3 alone. That's not to say that e-commerce as a whole fared well. Some industries like household goods, hair care, categories in food and beverage saw double-digit growth. In others, took a considerable hit. But when we take a more granular look at growth for sites tied to popular digital advertising channels like Facebook and YouTube, there's a noticeable spike that correlates to the timeline of when the first US COVID case first appeared. So that's that line that we see right here. And you notice that big spike. So really the picture that emerges is that people in quarantine are spending more time online, and they're spending some of that time in places that serve ad platforms or are part of these larger ad networks. And that's translated into some big increases in sales for some retailers. A lot of experts and analysts don't think this is a short-term shift, but that the preference for buying online is one that'll likely stick. So this represents both an opportunity and a shift in strategy for us marketers. All right. Now that you understand a little bit more about the way we're thinking about email marketing and online advertising as standalone channels, I want to talk a little bit more about why the two of them work so well in tandem. Here's a look at a simplified marketing funnel. Most marketers are already familiar with this. And if you're not, it's a really great way of breaking down and simplifying the customer journey all the way from the awareness stage, when customers first learn about your business, to the nurture stage, which is where the relationship between the customer and the store really starts to build. And finally, to the conversion stage, when you've gained the trust of that customer and you're ready to buy that product or service. Now, on the left side of this funnel, you can follow the little icons for ads and emails in each stage of the funnel and think through your own path to purchase. It's probably not going to be this linear, and these certainly aren't the only channels to influence purchase, but you can see how both these channels are so tightly intertwined in the way that they work in the customer journey all the way through. So if we start at the top of the funnel, we have ads in the awareness stage. If you're a relatively new store that doesn't have a ton of traffic, let's say hypothetically you have less than 2,000 unique visitors to your website per month, and you're getting a few orders here and there, but nothing really consistent. You may think your number one goal is to drive more sales, more conversions, but this may not be the case. What your store really needs is more brand awareness and more traffic. And prospecting ads or traffic ads are really great for that. And you can capitalize on that traffic to your site by having a sign-up form or a pop-up that entices people to subscribe to your email list. That in turn can open up opportunities further down the funnel. And we know that it can take an average of 8 to 10 touch points before a prospect makes a purchase on your site. So that's where email and, again, paid ads can really help to nurture your prospects all the way through the sales cycle and even bring them back for repeat purchase. Now, on the right side of the funnel, we have different metrics that measure success for both email marketing and online ads. Your measurement of success is going to be determined by your goal and which part of the funnel you're trying to influence. For example, if you're running prospecting ads for traffic, it's not really going to be helpful at that point to look at conversions. You're really looking at impressions and clicks and trying to optimize for that click-through rate at that point. Moving further down the funnel, when you're trying to cultivate that relationship between your brand and your customers, it's kind of at that point where you want to measure engagement, optimize for shares and likes, and maybe even click-through rate on your email campaigns. Then for the later stage in your funnel, conversion rate, ROAS, or return on ad spend start to become more important. This is that stage where you start to kind of optimize for those metrics. But the important thing here to consider is that you really want to match your metrics to your goal and not get lost in the weeds with all of the other data or noise. And the really big picture here to consider is that email marketing and online ads can work really well in tandem because it gives you the full coverage through your entire marketing funnel. And it's really a great foundation to build off of, especially for our newer stores who may not have that traffic. All right. With that, let's talk about some optimizations and take a look at some examples and areas where you can focus your time. All right. Oops, too far. All right. I started at the top of the funnel with what we call traffic ads or prospecting ads. So here you'll see a variety of different types. These are by no means an exhausted list. What you see here are a couple examples of web or display ads. And then we also have Google shopping ads, but there are a variety of different types of traffic ads you can run. For this, the Hermes apparel one that's shown here is what we call a web or display ad, the one at the bottom of your screen. These types of ads are cheaper to run and are great for driving brand awareness and provide a lot of reach. Think really high impression rates. They don't have as high of a click-through as something like social ads or even PPC ads, but you can get a lot of impressions and drive brand awareness with these ads. With social ads, customers are looking to engage with your content. So as they're scrolling through their feeds on Instagram or maybe Facebook, these ads are embedded in their feed. And it really gets them to engage better with your brand. So the social ads are designed to really generate more clicks, while the display ads really are better for reach. These two types of ads work really well together because one will provide that broad brand awareness and the other is going to provide more traffic to your site. When we look at optimization for these, so a couple of tips for optimizing these. And one of them is having really high quality lifestyle images. Simplified messaging with very limited text really grabs the attention. So you'll want to make sure that these are the kind of things that you test for. In the Urban Decay display ad on top, what works really well with this ad is the very simplified text, the sharp imagery, the really striking imagery actually, and the contrast that's built in. These are things that you can test for very cheaply. So you can run different variations of these ads and see what's resonating, what's getting the higher click-through rate. And you can also run tests on things like CTA and see what's driving better traffic. The second thing I want to talk through are sign-up forms. Sign-up forms may have a stigma to them because a lot of people think of them as annoying pop-ups, but more and more marketers are coming around to them. A lot of people are afraid that customers will leave immediately when they get a pop-up, but the good way to think about this is that if you have an incentivizing pop-up, chances are turning that casual site visitor into a subscriber are going to be better than if you just aren't providing an incentive. So it's worth experimenting with. A lot of people that try pop-ups and offer an incentive or discount see an increase in email signups and find that they work really well. Pop-ups generally get about a 3% conversion rate. So we suggest really using these and connecting them with your traffic ads so that you can capitalize on the people visiting your site. One of the things with pop-ups is they're highly versatile. You can add imagery to them. You can use them as a way to collect more data and really build up your database to work in tandem with your email strategy. So if you build your pop-up to, for example, collect preferences from the shopper with a question in addition to capturing their email, you can actually get a lot of mileage off of this as kind of a second touch point to your brand. So you kind of want to test different variations and think through what makes sense for how you're going to drive future touch points for connecting with your customers. The other thing is you don't want to have the same pop-up coming up all the time. So you want to be careful about setting that frequency cap and then being sure that you're varying the offer. So a couple of best practices here. We suggest starting simple, testing a few things first, and testing the incentive. You can make pop-up forms as simple or as complex as you want them, but you don't want to go heavy on the fields. Data has shown that the more fields you add to a pop-up, the less chance you have of converting. So you really want to minimize the number of fields that you have, and don't really capture anything that's not absolutely necessary. The other thing is imagery is really important. Pop-ups with images perform 85% better than pop-ups without imagery. So incentivized pop-ups with imagery are going to be your best performers. So one idea might be to offer a discount for the customer's first purchase, offering free shipping to encourage kind of signups. Those are kind of the best practices we encourage. And these are a couple more examples that kind of show the versatility of how you can incentivize people to sign up for your email list, but also how you can reach out with preferences. So in the one on the right, the pop-up is capturing kind of the basic email, first name fields, but it's also asking the visitor to tell a little bit more about their interests. So in that way, you're able to capture additional information and use that information in your email marketing nurture programs. And the other one we see is kind of the standard incentive. Having an incentive really drives performance for signups and entices a customer to make the purchase right away, as opposed to like waiting further down the line. All right. So the other piece of this with email marketing and email campaigns driving, kind of working in tandem with your ad strategy, is keeping, once you've kind of collected information about your prospects, is to help keep shoppers engaged. You want to keep those touch points with your brand strong, because remember, about 8 to 10 touch points is what it takes to get a purchase. So in these examples, the Bold and Free and Belay brands, we have a couple of both welcome emails and kind of a product email as well. The important thing here is variety. There's different types of emails you can introduce, but you want to make sure that you're not always sending the same types of emails, because that can feel repetitive in your customer's inbox. And then the important thing here too is to calibrate how often to send your email and the best time to send your email campaigns. We always get asked how often and what's the best time and what's the best day. Truthfully, that's going to vary from brand to brand. It's all about testing and retesting your assumptions in marketing, because the best practices are always changing. So when people say Mondays are not a good day to send emails, it's always an assumption that you should question, because there are no hard and fast rules. The best days are going to be the best timing, and days are going to be the best for your customer list. And then really what drives the initial engagement for email campaigns is having really good subject lines. So those are the other things that you want to put time and effort into testing. We always recommend kind of an A/B multivariate test for subject lines, just because you want to optimize for open rate, because that's what gets you through the door. Prospects aren't going to be able to look at your offer and make a purchase if they don't open that initial email. So test. Emojis tend to work really well, but that is also something for you to test against your audience. Another part of the email marketing aspect that's really connected with the customer journey are the automated emails. This is important because automated emails oftentimes have higher performance compared to standard newsletter emails, and even your standalone one-off sort of email blasts. So an email automation is really great for a couple of reasons. One, they're a huge time-saving tactic. So if you have a small team, like we talked about in the beginning, or you're one of the people who have to do it all, email automations really become your friend. They allow you to really build kind of the relationship with customers based on behavior. So think abandoned cart, think back in stock emails, and they're really something that you take the time, you put in the initial time to set up, but they keep working for you in the background. It's a good way to keep in touch with your shoppers without having to constantly have the one-off sends. And they're also a great source of revenue generation. Back in stock, welcome emails, as well as abandoned cart emails, have some of the highest revenue attribution for emails. As far as best practices are concerned, definitely worth the time to put the work up front and get really dialed in for these automations, just because they're so key to your whole email marketing strategy. So what we talked about earlier to testing especially extends to your automated emails. Just because you can set them and forget it doesn't mean that you should. You want to go back to these and refresh them, maybe infuse that seasonal content, maybe test the offer language, test the promotions, and test the metrics. So because you can tie unique coupon codes and different offers to these automations, and measure kind of the attributed revenue, you want to have several different variations. You want to be sure you're testing imagery, you're testing different products, and that you're just using automation and the data that you're collecting to personalize these as much as you can. I talked a little bit about welcome emails earlier with automations, but I wanted to go a little deeper because the high-level stats for these really show that welcome emails have a really high performance compared to other emails. So on average, they have an open rate of 50% across the board. 74% of people who sign up for your newsletter expect to receive some kind of welcome email, some kind of touch point from your brand. And these actually get an 86% better response rate than newsletters. So there's a lot of ways to get creative with welcome emails. Oops. One of them is, if we take a look and kind of deconstruct these two examples, we can look at kind of the way they not only infuse their brand message with the all birds one on the right. They talk about kind of the materials, better things in a better way. So it's not only a warm touch point for the customer, it's kind of the first impression that really matters. But if you look at the one on the left with Eve, there's also a strong CTA tied to the welcome message to bring people back. So you're definitely looking at opportunities to not only make that great first impression, but test different ways to incentivize shoppers to either make a purchase right away. So Eve has the free delivery message right up front, but also testing different CTAs and seeing kind of what works better as far as what you can do with the welcome email. It doesn't have to be a static thank you message. There are a lot of strong variations where you can build in other calls to actions and compel the shopper, guide them to do, take another action or browse a particular sale. Here's some other automation inspiration. So we have on the right another welcome email example. Deconstructing this, we have at the top a really strong kind of offer, which is a good way to kind of not only get the customer excited about your brand, but excited to buy right then. And then we just have strong imagery, kind of asking the customer where they want to start, what taking them back to the site to explore more. In the middle, we have the abandoned cart message. And if we deconstruct this, we can see that it's personalized. There's definitely the product imagery, which is important, tying back that visual reminder that somebody's left something in their cart. And as an additional incentive, there's a coupon code attached to them. There's different ways to execute the abandoned cart. Some schools of thought like to go without the incentive and then have a few touch points after, where if you're not bringing them back the first time with that initial abandoned cart message, then you push kind of the incentive to see if that will compel people to add what they forgot back to their cart and make that purchase. But you don't always have to offer the coupon code up front, something to test. And then on the left, there's another variation of the abandoned cart. Again, strong imagery and also a really strong incentive, but not something that you have to do off the bat. Those are kind of the examples that I wanted to walk through today. And with that, I'm going to wrap things up and open the floor for questions. If you want to get in touch with Springbot, our website is at the bottom. You can also contact us at the email below.
I know you walked us through a lot of things that Springbot can do, but give me the quick pitch, especially to the merchants. Uh-oh, I lost you. She closed her screen. Lisa, if you want to come back in, we can continue the conversation. But if in case she doesn't make it back, I'll give the quick plug on Springbot for you guys. It is a marketing automation platform, and it really is one of the most connected platforms I've ever seen. Honestly, I haven't heard a lot about them in the e-commerce space. They're not in the buzz the same way that everyone talks about Klaviyo or maybe OmniSend as an all-in-one channel solution, but they have more functionality in both Klaviyo and OmniSend in a lot of different directions, especially with their advertising integrations and their social integrations, makes them really unique as a platform for merchants that are looking for a cohesive multi-channel marketing strategy, including email, SMS, and other automations. Let's see, is she back? She's not back. Lisa, I'm sorry we cut you off there. Didn't expect you to bounce out quite as quickly, but really enjoyed the session, and thank you so much for joining us. Everybody that's still with me, thanks for hanging in here to the end. If you can give me 1 second, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen as we wrap things up. I do want to give a special thanks to our sponsors. Let me find it. Dun, dun, dun. Our three main sponsors, if you didn't guess their sessions, I think you get from the start of the day to the end of the day, everything really tied together. Here we go. Lisa, you're back.
I'm so sorry, Derek. I accidentally exited.
I know you went to close the window, and when you close the browser, you X'd out of here as well. I knew exactly what happened when it happened. All right, so maybe you can do even a better job than me. I'm putting you on the spot here. I wanted to hear more about Springbot because I know you covered a lot of components that Springbot can do in your examples, but I want the pitch. Why should I switch from another email service provider, let's say, or marketing automation platform to Springbot today? Tell me why.
Awesome. Okay. Love this question. Well, like I mentioned before, Springbot is really the provider to go to if you're an SMB who's looking to consolidate all your tools. We can pretty much do it all. So email marketing, certainly online ads, like I mentioned. And not only can we do both of those things very well, but Springbot has an amazing support model. So we have the capability to help you with those online ads. And so you can sign up for our Facebook campaign services or work with us on ads. And we're a lot cheaper than if you would pay like an agency to handle that. So there's that advantage. We just give you the tools to compete with the bigger stores at a much lower price point.
Yeah, I love it. The managed service component makes a ton of sense. So especially if you're feeling overwhelmed or lost, or this just isn't your forte, imagine having the experts at the helm and the platform to do it all in one place. I love it. Thanks so much, Lisa, for joining us today. I'll go ahead. I'm going to give my final blurbs and let everyone go here in a second. Thanks again.
Thanks, Derek.
All right. So to conclude, we're ending with the platform. And by the way, one of the things I really liked from Lisa, it's blanking. I had it in my head. Was we didn't cover back in stock notifications at all. And I think this is one of those often overlooked things from both SMS and email and really any other channel that you can send it on. You can get people to opt in, and then you can send those notifications, and even through gorgeous customer service platform or through live chat or through Messenger, right? Being able to ping the consumer who is really interested in something and letting them know to come back to the site and buy, you'll see a huge purchase rate through those. And it's just a really fundamentally a great way to get people to opt in to certain things as well, which is kind of funny because you don't want to be out of stock, but if you can increase conversion rate, then it's kind of it's a good thing to have. But at the end of the day, you do want to just sell the product. So I'm not saying find a product, make it out of stock, but there's some sort of scarcity component, FOMO, that people have when they realize that it's oversold or out of stock. So it's kind of a funny caveat there. All right. Anyways, to thank our three main sponsors again, Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. They can be that backbone of communication, which we already said, conversational commerce, so important today in so many different ways to execute on it. HelpFlow can actually be that support team, the resources, the live chat agents that you need to increase conversion rate on the site and really work in conjunction of maybe your Gorgeous support, your support team, which is on Gorgeous. And then Recart opens up a new channel, messenger marketing. We saw the power of click to messenger ads. And once people respond and start choosing their own adventure, they're going to have conversations. And so all of these three tools really work powerfully together. I also do want to give a shout out to my favorite tool out of all of these, which is just Pencil. Oh my gosh. Like, can you imagine the money saved in creative alone, is just absurd. And then seeing the increase in return on ad spend for any merchant that's spending like over $10,000 a month seems like this is the tool that you want to be investing in. And I think you can all see, as we talked about it earlier, how your video creative strategy is going to also tie into your review strategy, and it's going to tie into your augmented reality 3D overlay strategy, and it's going to tie into your conversational commerce strategy as well, because maybe comment responses will actually be the types of things that you put on display in the ad copy using Pencil. And maybe you'll have the ad actually be interactive and people will respond or DM you through it. So we can imagine all of these tools that we talked about here today really tying very well together. And I think each one independently proven and established in their market and innovating in really cool ways. So that's my rant on all that. If you're still here, thank you so much. I'm Derek from ecommercetech.io. You can book a tech consultation with me. We will review your stack, talk about all these tools. The last thing I want you to do is implement all of them today. We can build that roadmap on which one comes first. How do I build on top of it? How do I make sure my team will succeed with this tool? Is it at the right stage of my business, et cetera, et cetera? That is what we do. We do this as a free service, and we're building an entire platform around making sure that each merchant has an individualized growth roadmap for their business on the technology standpoint. So look forward to showing that to you one day. All right, that's it for me. So much for sticking around. I'll see you guys next time.